The Hydrogen Sonata. Written by Iain M. Banks. Read by Peter Kenny.
Chapter 1. S-24. In the dying days of the Gzilt civilization, before its long prepared-for elevation to something better, and the celebrations to mark this momentous but joyful occasion, one of its last surviving ships encountered an alien vessel whose sole task was to deliver a very special party-goer to the festivities. The two craft met within the blast shadow of the planetary fragment called Ablate, a narrow, twisted screw of rock 3,000 kilometers long and shaped like the hole in a tornado. Ablate was all that was left of a planet destroyed deliberately 2 millennia earlier, shortly before it would have been destroyed naturally by the supernova within whose outrushing sphere of debris, gases and radiation it remained, like an arrowhead plunging ever downwards into the rising, roiling heat and sparks of a great fire. Ablate itself was anything but natural. Roughly hewn as though sliced from some spherical cake, its tip and the first few 100 kilometers of its narrow end had originally been made up of the metallic material which had formed the very center of the now defunct small planet, while its wider end, a rough circle a couple of 100 kilometers across, looked like a gently curved dome and had been part of the barren globe's rocky surface. Kept pointed, aimed into the supernova's blast front by engines keeled within hyperspace, all of that original tip and most of those next few 100 kilometers of layered metallic ores had abraded away over the last 1900 years, boiled and scoured into oblivion by the still expanding fires of the exploded star's nebula. The multicolored skies around Ablate, filled with the vast glowing clouds of stellar debris and the gases and dusts resulting from its own slow wearing away, were some of the most calculatedly spectacular in the civilized galaxy, and that was why Ablate was a place of special significance to the people who called themselves the Gzilt. The Gzilt had rescued this portion of world from the annihilation of the supernova, and they had anchored within it the star drives and field projectors which kept it respectively stable and, just in the center of that rough circle of what had been the planet's dusty surface, habitable. The alien ship was an irregular, fuzzy-looking bubble of dark spheres, measuring barely 100 meters along its principal axis. It was lit from around and above by the spectrum of colors radiating from the clouds of the supernova, and from below by the gentle blue glow of the world fragment's only obvious non-natural feature, a scooped, domed bowl a handful of kilometers across that lay on that fractured, unshadowed surface like a slightly too perfect crater. The bowl was an oasis of warmth, moisture, and atmosphere on that cold, dry, airless surface. Within its gauzy layers of containment, it held the sort of parks, lakes, carefully proportioned buildings, and lush but managed tracts of vegetation favored by many types of humanoids. The Gzilt ship dwarfed the alien one. It looked like 1,000 dark broadswords gathered into a god's fist and brandished at the skies. It crossed the boundary of glowing, outflowing dusts and swirling gases at the periphery of Ablate's circular outer surface, allowing its own fields to create a series of brief, tearing, billowing folds within the curtains of light there, then moved slowly towards and over the glowing bowl and the collection of dark bubbles that was the alien ship, until its spiny bulk hung directly above both, occluding a large part of the supernova clouds and draping its bristled shadow over the ship and the dome below. The smaller ship waited for some sort of hail from the larger one, as was only polite, but nothing appeared to be forthcoming. It decided to make the initial approach itself. "Greetings. I am the Zidran Remnanter Ceremonial Representative Carrying Ship, Exaltation Parsimony 3. You, I understand, are the Gzilt IR FWS 8-star Cherkun. I am honored to be invited here and to make your acquaintance." "That is interesting," came the reply. "A Zidran Remnanter Ceremonial Representative Carrying Ship, you say?" "Well, indeed I am, somewhat obviously." "Somewhat obviously?" "Indeed, and, if I may so claim, both in outward form and unshielded emissive signature." "Again, interesting." "Indeed. May I make an observation?" "You may. We await it." "You seem how might one put this? A little less welcoming and polite, especially formally welcoming and polite, as it were, than I confess I was expecting, and indeed had been led to expect. Am I mistaken? Or, if I am not, is there a specific reason for this? Also, I cannot help but note that the crater facility here at Ablate, which I was led to believe would be at least staffed, if not in full ceremony and welcoming mode, does not in fact appear to be so. Indeed, it appears to be effectively empty, both of biological and non-biological sentient presences. There are a few sub-AI substrates running, but no more. Obviously, one is aware that these are strange times, even unprecedented times for the Gzilt. Times of disruption, and one would both surmise and expect quiet but purposeful preparation as well as anticipation. Some degree of formality might therefore be expected to be dispensed with in the circumstances. However, even so, one, as you say, strange times, times that bring uninvited guests and unwelcome attentions in the shape of those who would exploit our reduced numbers and distracted state. We may have experienced a degree of signal outage there, or at least signal protocol disruption, unlikely though that may seem. However, with regard to what you say regarding the unwelcome attentions from others, that is sadly to be expected. The preparations for sublimation tend to bring such, happily, relatively minor consequences, as those whose memory I am honored to represent would be the first to agree. The Zidren—
There was no signal outage or protocol disruption then, nor is there now. I interrupted you. I am doing so again.
Ah, then I was not mistaken. Might I just check? Am I addressing the captain of the 8-star Churkun's virtual crew?
You are?
Ah, well then, Captain, we appear to have started out from positions involving inharmonious premises. That is unfortunate. I would hope that, nevertheless, you might appreciate my disquiet. One might even characterize it as disappointment at the fact that we appear to have initiated our association here on such an unfortunate tack. Please, tell me what I might do to help bring us back onto a more agreeable course.
The preparations for our sublimation have encouraged those of a parasitical nature, alien presences wishing to profit from our abandonment of the real, appropriating what treasure we might leave behind. They circle.
I understand. I am, of course, aware of those you talk of. It was so with those whose memory I am honored to represent, your flattered mentors, and barely required civilizational guides, the Zidren.
Whom you claim to represent.
I do indeed. And, indeed, I do. Represent them, I mean. This is scarcely a matter for dispute. My provenance, and
this is a warship.
Another interruption, I see.
A warship.
Patently. I must say that I was in no doubt regarding your ship class and martial status. The 8-star indefinite-range full-weapon spectrum Gzilt contemporary ship type you represent is entirely familiar to us.
Things have changed. Formalities slipped, protocols been relaxed. This vessel is 4.6 centuries old, and yet has never fired a shot in anger. Now, with most of our kind already gone, preparing the way ahead in the sublime, we find ourselves defending the disparate items of our about-to-be legacy from those who would use the fruits of our genius and labor to cheat their way further along the path to this point, a point that we achieved entirely honorably and without such opportunistic larceny.
Well, I'm sure that does you credit, too. Wait! Good grief! Do you mistake me for such a vessel? Do you suspect I represent such primitive aggressive forces? Surely not. I am a Zidren remnant craft, the ceremonial representative carrying ship, Exaltation Parsimony 3. This must be obvious. I have nothing to hide, and am transparent, all but completely unshielded. Inspect me as you will. My dear colleague, if you wish for help confronting those who would steal any part of your legacy, you need only ask. I, rather, represent a link with those who only ever wished you well, and who, to the contrary,
part of the deception such entities employ is impersonating the vessels and beings of others. I am deeming you to be doing so at this moment. We have scanned you and determined that you are carrying something which is entirely shielded from honest view.
What? my dear Captain? You cannot just deem me to be employing any deception. That is absurd. And as for the only fully shielded substrate within myself, that is my cargo, my complement of precisely one ceremonial guest, our single humanoid expression of respect, expected and invited by the Gezilt people specifically to celebrate their upcoming sublimation. Of course, this entity bears a message from the Zidran remnant to the Gezilt, which I am not privy to. There can be nothing strange, unprecedented, or worrying about such a thing, can there? The Gezilt have been party to the relevant diplomatic and ambassadorial protocols for millennia, without a flutter of complaint. A tiny scrap of the real bids farewell to you, while at the same time representing those who would most happily welcome you to the sublime. There is deceit here, something hidden. We can see it even if you cannot. What are you talking about? I am sorry, I have had enough of this. Your behavior and demeanor goes beyond even the most cautious and watchful worship normal, and frankly risks slipping into outright paranoia. I am withdrawing. You will have to excuse me. Farewell. Release in full the information contained within the shielded substrate. Have you put a signal containment around me? Have you any idea of the consequences? Release in full the information contained within the shielded substrate. I cannot. Quite apart from anything else, there are diplomatic niceties. Release in full the information contained within the shielded substrate. I heard you, and I cannot and will not. How dare you? We are your friends. Neutrals would be appalled and insulted at such treatment. That those who have long thought themselves your friends and allies release in full the information. There. You see? Two may interrupt. I refuse to do as you ask. Drop the signal containment around me immediately. And should you make any attempt to block or prevent my moving off under contained within the shielded substrate, release in full the information contained within the shielded substrate. This is outrageous. Are you mad? You must know what and who you are choosing to quarrel with here. I represent the Zidran remnant, you lunatic. Fully accepted and accredited heirs to the sublime Zidran, the species many of your people acknowledge as little less than gods. Those the Book of Truth itself proclaims to be your spiritual ancestors. I must warn you that although I am to all intents and purposes unarmed, still I am not without resources which release in full the information contained within the shielded substrate. Enough. Goodbye. Out. Release in full the information contained within the shielded substrate. Drop the signal containment around me immediately, and desist from jamming my engine fields at once. I am about to initiate a full-power, high-acceleration pull-away maneuver, irrespective of your current interference, and any damage accrued either by myself or you will be your responsibility, not mine. The Zidran remnant and the Zidran themselves will hear of this act of barbarism. Do not make it worse for yourself. Release in full the information contained within the shielded substrate. That my drive components have not just exploded thanks to your unwarranted barbarism is due more to my ability to finesse than your brutal use of overwhelming power. I am, as is now abundantly clear to both of us, effectively helpless. This is a result and a situation that does you no honor whatsoever, believe me. I must, with utter reluctance and under extreme protest, both personal and formal, ask whether, if I do release in full the information contained inside the shielded substrate within myself, you will then drop the signal containment around me and desist from jamming my engine fields, allowing me both to signal and to depart. Release in full the information contained within the shielded substrate, and I will be allowed to signal and to depart? Yes. Very well. Here. Scanned. We present the results. Interesting, as you might put it. I see. That is not a message that I would have anticipated. I now appreciate, as I am sure you do too, why there was such a degree of secrecy regarding the contents. While it would not normally be any part of my responsibility to make comment on such matters, I would, speaking personally, argue that said contents themselves constitute a kind of apology. This is a type of admission, even a confession. I understand that such accountings are often a part of the business of species and civilization subliming. Matters are settled. Lines are drawn under certain proceedings. However, be that as it may, it was my mission only to deliver this ceremonial guest entity while being kept entirely ignorant of the content, substance, and import of its message. Accordingly, I consider that I have, albeit in most unexpected and trying circumstances, discharged my duty. and so would ask to be allowed to communicate this bizarre turn of events to those who tasked me so, and to withdraw from Gzilt jurisdictional space to await further instructions. I had held up my end of our bargain and duly released, in full, the information contained inside the shielded substrate within myself. If you'd be so kind, I now require you to fulfill your promise by dropping the signal containment around me and ceasing to jam my engine fields. No. The Gzilt ship 8-star Churkan, a battleship in all but name, kept the tiny alien vessel effectively crushed underneath it, as it directed fire from a pair of its close-range, medium-power plasma chambers into the vessel, and beneath it, beyond it, into the emptily glowing blue bowl of the crater facility, destroying the ship utterly and blowing the crater facility apart. The weapon pulse was so strong, it continued into the surface of the planetary fragment to a depth of several kilometers, blasting a brief, livid tunnel 100 meters across vertically into the rock. A torrent of lava splashed out around the ship's outermost protective fields as the tunnel collapsed, the spattering, cooling rain of molten rock following the pulverized, atomized debris of the Zedran Remnanter ship and the center of the blue glowing bowl, as they too flew into the color-wild skies above Ablate. At the boundaries of the world's truncated horizon, some larger parts of the obliterated dome, still whirling away from the initial explosion, burned bright as flame as they plunged into the surrounding curtains of light. Deep beneath its assaulted surface, automatic systems sensed the blast and the resulting wobble in the tiny world's course and corrected for it. Where the little blue oasis of light and life had been, there was now a larger, deeper crater, glowing white and yellow and red from its boiling center to its ragged edge. By the time the crater surface had cooled sufficiently to show how it would look once it had solidified completely, the 8-star Churkan was long gone. Of the other ship, apart from a new set of already fading folds of light in the skies above Ablate, there was no trace whatsoever. Chapter 2. S-23. At sunset, above the plains of Quelon, on a dark high terrace balanced on a glittering black swirl of architecture, forming a relatively microscopic part of the equatorial girdle city of Zaun, Via Cossant, Lieutenant Commander Reserve Via Cossant, to give her full title, sat performing part of T.C. Valabia's 26th string-specific sonata for an instrument yet to be invented, catalogue number MW1211, on one of the few surviving examples of the instrument developed specifically to play the piece, the notoriously difficult, temperamental, and tonally challenged antagonistic undecagon string, or 11-string, as it was commonly known. T.C. Valabia's 26th string-specific sonata for an instrument yet to be invented, MW1211, was more usually known as the Hydrogen Sonata. The 11-string was an acoustic instrument, usually bowed, though occasionally plucked, of considerable antiquity and even more notable size. Standing over 2 meters tall, 1 meter across, and more than 1.5 deep, it required its player both to straddle it and to sit within it. Poised on the small saddle forming part of the base of the hollow around which the rest of the instrument bulked, like a giant deformed ring, the player used both legs to create 2/3 of a supporting tripod for the instrument, the final third being formed by a single spar protruding from its base, like an inelegantly substantial walking stick. The first examples had been made of wood, though later versions had been constructed of plastic, metal, grown shell, and artificial bone. The one Via Cossant owned, and was playing, was mostly carbon fibre, which had long been the most common and traditional material. Cossant reached the end of one particularly taxing section of the piece and took a rest. She stretched her back, flexed her aching feet inside her slippers. The 11-string required that its player use 2 small pedals to tamp certain strings, while their heels balanced the weight of both player and instrument, and placed the instrument's 2 bows across the front of the little saddle she sat on. Cossant scanned the skies above the terrace, where some streaky pink and orange clouds stood out against the darkening blue of evening. 2 kilometers beneath, the Quelon plains were already night black, not a light showing between the last canted cliff of the girdle city and the far, flat horizon. A cooling wind moved across the terrace, moaning through banister wires, whistling as it curled round Cossant's flyer, parked 20 meters away on its own tripod of skinny legs, and making the girl herself shiver once in her thin trews and jacket. She shifted some wind-loosened hair out of her eyes and kept gazing up and around. A kilometer's distant smudge might be a flock of birds. Her familiar, Iain, was probably flying with them, playing. Her eyes strained, magnifying the view as best they could. She could feel rings of tiny muscles warping the lenses in each eye, while other filaments altered the shape of her foveae. Were those birds, and of the right species? But the distance was too great. There might be a larger dark shape mixed in with the flock, but there might not. Even if there was, it might just be a larger bird being mobbed. There was probably some local system she could ask to find out, and quite possibly one or more of the flock would be augmented or entirely artificial, allowing her, in theory, to interrogate them regarding her familiar's whereabouts. But she had grown used lately to such systems either not working at all or not working properly, like pretty much all systems everywhere, throughout the Gazilt civilization, from what she could gather. And anyway, she found it hard to be sufficiently bothered. She also knew better than to try talking to the creature at such moments, unless there was some genuinely dire emergency. Iain, in the end, was its own being, not her property. Sometimes she wondered if it was even her friend. She sighed, stretched her arms out, and loosely shook all four hands as though trying to free them from something sticky. She arched her back again. It had become stiff during the last quarter of an hour or so as she tackled the demanding middle section of the work. She stood carefully, holding onto the neck of the 11-string with one hand, lifting the two bows with another, running a third hand through her hair, and picking her nose with her fourth. The 11-string ideally required its player to have four hands. It could be played by two people, though this required some serious coordination and sometimes fancy footwork, and almost all the pieces written for it, including the Hydrogen Sonata, could be performed adequately by a string trio, plus a couple of suitably tuned basses. But to be played as it was intended to be, Villabia the Younger's most famous composition really required the bodily acoustic antagonistic undecagon string for four hands, and a single dexterous instrumentalist. The instrument, like the work, was near impossible to play acceptably, let alone perfectly. Yet one demanded the other, and the great antagonistic undecagon stringists, only a handful in the near milli-aeon since the piece was written, had allegedly played and, even more annoyingly, as far as Cossant was concerned, left recordings of the complete work to show it could be done. Cossant was acknowledged as a gifted instrumentalist with a particular feeling for ancient string instruments. She had been one of the top 5 Volant players in all Gazilt, and was now the single greatest, though, admittedly, only because the other 4 were all stored, awaiting the sublime. But she was beginning to despair of accomplishing her self-assumed life task before her whole civilization simply ceased to be in the real, and she and everyone she knew and loved took, rejoicing, to the metaphorical skies of the sublime. Playing the Hydrogen Sonata once, note perfect, straight through without a break, save for the few seconds between individual movements, that was Veer's chosen life task. It only sounded easy if you knew nothing of either the sonata or the 11-string. As far as she was concerned, the subliming couldn't come fast enough. 23 days to the big moment now. 23 days to do all the other things she might want to do before the ultimate enfold, or whatever people were calling it these days, and still get this appallingly long, complicated and player-unfriendly piece nailed to her own satisfaction, never mind anybody else's. She doubted she'd make it. She had even started thinking of giving up entirely, beginning to agree with those who held that life tasks weren't really about accomplishing anything beyond the passing of time before all such tasks, ambitions, goals, and aspirations became, supposedly, laughably irrelevant and petty. "Flyer," she said, inspecting the end of one finger, flicking it to remove what was on the tip, then rubbing her back with the same hand. "Is Iain with those birds?" She pointed. The 2-seat Flyer, a chunky little aircraft with stubby wings, made a show of waking up, turning lights on in the hinged-open cockpit. "Yes," it told her through her earbud. "Do you want me to summon it?" "Not yet," she said, sighing again. "Can you send up that, that little, my mini-drone? That's the fella. Keep an eye on it, in case it's not listening when we—" Her voice trailed off as she swayed from side to side, stretching. She shook a couple of her hands again, tucked the instrument bows under one arm, and started trying to push the loosened strands of her hair back into its band. "Weather?" she asked, as a small hatch opened along the flyer's dorsal bulge, and a tiny version of the machine buzzed into the air, turning and zipping off towards where she'd seen the distant flock of birds. The mini-drone was visible for just a few seconds, illuminated mostly by the hazy light reflecting from the Girdle City's upper reaches, the nearest few hundred horizontal kilometres of which still shone in the sunlight, like some vast tracery of silver and gold wrapped across the sky. "Cooling at a degree every 50 minutes, the flyer told her. "Wind variable, but increasing to an average of 18 kilometres an hour. Gusting 25, backing west-northwest. Cossant frowned, gazing northwest across the plains to some far, shadow-dark mountains, then looked back at the sloped cliff of Girdle City behind her. The vast structure was a steep-sided upheaval of semi-exotic metal tubes and facings, curved and sweeping walls of synthetic stone dresswork, swirled patterns of diamond film windows, and whole stretched filigrees of carbon-black cabling, the entire confusion of pierced architectures rising almost straight up to its bright, curved, horizon-to-horizon summit, nearly 200 kilometres above, and arguably, if not technically, in space. She did something she had only taken to doing recently when she was on or in the Girdle City. She just stood, looking, waiting to see some movement. There wasn't any. There rarely was these days. Sometimes she felt like the only person still alive and unstored in the whole world. Looking between the various local components of the Girdle City, Cossant could see sky and clouds on the far side of the colossal artifact, perhaps 50 kilometres away. The sky was brighter to the south, the clouds wispier. The degree of through here, the proportion of architecture to open air, was about 50%, meaning that winds had an unusually good chance of blowing straight through. "That might work," she muttered. Cossant rubbed at her back again. The Gazilt conventionally possessed the humanoid normal complement of arms, 2, according to most authorities, and the alterations required to provide Veer with twice the average while retaining the desired qualities of litheness and flexibility had meant leaving her with a spine that was prone to seizing up if left stressed too long in the one position. "Mind if I sleep?" the flyer asked. "No, you sleep," Cossant said, flapping one hand at the aircraft as she inspected the 11-strings tuning keys and machine heads. "Wait till I need you. Going calms down myself," she said, clicking at the earbud that controlled the relevant implants. The flyer switched off its lights, hinged the cockpit closed, and went quiet and dark. Alone again, in a pocket of silence as the wind dropped and all went still, Cossant paused for a moment. She looked up into the blue-black sky with its tinily pointed spray of stars and satellite, and wondered what it would really be like to be sublimed, to have gone through with it, to be living on this reputedly fabulously and unarguably real other side. The Gazilt had been living with the idea of subliming for centuries, generations. At first, only a few people had thought it would be a good idea. Then, gradually, over time, more and more had. Eventually, you had the sort of numbers that would make the whole thing work, because to do it properly required serious numbers, preferably a whole civilization. In theory, an individual could sublime, but in practice, only solitary AIs ever did successfully. It took something as complex and self-referentially perfect as a high-level AI to have the cohesion to stand up to the sublime alone. No normal biological individual could. You just evaporated in there. It was not utter annihilation. All the information you brought with you remained. But the persona, the individual as a functioning, identifiable and distinctive entity, that was gone. Civilizations, and the individuals within those civilizations, survived and flourished in the sublime over galactically significant periods of time, though they gradually changed beyond comprehension. That, though, would have happened anyway, had those societies stayed in the real, and all the research and comparisons and experts and statistics agreed that there was orders of magnitude more stability in the sublime than in the realm of mere matter and energy. Cassandre sighed. She had no idea why she was staring up at the sky to think about all this. The sublime, like some ideas of God or whatever, was all around. She inspected the end of one of her upper arm fingers. The tip was calloused with wear from trying to control the strings of the 11 string. The sublime might as well be in the ridges of hardened skin on the end of her finger as up in the sky. Parcelled, rolled, compressed and enfolded into the dimensions beyond the ones you could see and understand. That was where the sublime was. And it was a maze-like series of right-angle turns away from this, from normal three-dimensional reality, where she stood on a high platform at sunset, thinking about it. Cassandre had a hard enough time really comprehending hyperspace, the fourth dimension, let alone the next 3 or 4 that somehow encompassed the reality and allowed for nested universes to climb away from the universe-creating singularity at the center of things, and either circle back round some immense cosmic donut to be recompacted and born again, or radiate away into whatever it was that surrounded this mind-boggling ultra-universe. And the sublimed lay in dimensions beyond even that, unutterably microscopic, unassailably far away, but at the same time everywhere. Shot through the fabric of space-time, not so much like the individual fibres of this metaphorical weave, or their tiniest filaments, or their molecules, or their atoms, or their subatomic particles, but, pointedly, like the infinitesimal strings that made up those, that made up everything, in dimensions 7 to 11. That was where the sublime lay. And that, of course, was why the 11 string had 11 strings. It had first been designed all of 10,000 years ago, but even then people had had an inkling about how all this far reaches of reality stuff worked, and artists had thought to incorporate something of these revelations into their own fields, including musical composition. Why the extra internal resonating strings were there as well, up to 13 of them, in addition to the ones that could be accessed from the outside of the instrument, she still wasn't entirely sure. They were a bastard to tune, but it was somehow only appropriate to the awkward, obstructive character of the 11 string that, despite its name, it actually had more than 11 strings. The wind picked up, soughing across the platform. A few hairs blew across her face. She tucked them back firmly. 18 kinds of weather. Of all the things she'd heard about the sublime, throughout all the attempts people had made to explain what it was like in any meaningful way, that was the one detail she could remember. It had 18 different types of weather, not one. She wasn't even sure what this really meant, let alone whether it was genuinely an improvement on reality. She took a few deep breaths, readying herself to sit within the instrument and start playing, but still wasn't quite ready. She kept thinking back to an encounter earlier that evening, shortly after the flyer had brought her here from her home a couple of 1,000 kilometres away, in a part of the girdle city still partially inhabited, to this part, overlooking the plains of Quailon, where, as far as she knew, there was nobody living at all, not for tens of clicks in any direction. She preferred solitude when she played the 11 string. Even before she'd opened the cockpit canopy, Pian had noticed some birds in the distance and asked permission to go and play with them. She'd sighed, said yes. The creature had unfastened itself from round her neck and flapped off. She'd hoisted the 11 strings case from the rear seats of the flyer, gone to open it, then, on a whim, changed her mind, told the flyer to watch over the case, and immediately felt stupid. Who did she think she was protecting it from? And had gone for a stroll in the girdle city. It was dark inside, and chilly. In most places, a few lights would come on automatically, sensing her movement or the heat of her body. In other stretches, she had to rely on her eyes alone, nano-enhancement ramping up what little light there was into a grainy ghostscape. The air grew colder. Her jacket and trews slowly puffed up, keeping her warm. She walked along broad corridors and walkways overhanging deep, echoing, unlit spaces, past arcades and giant pipes, girdwork and bold auditoria, listening to her footsteps echo amongst the gloom. The great, world-circling girdle city. Many Gzilt looked upon it as something they could be proud to leave behind when they sublimed, a monument to their genius, vision and power, conveniently forgetting that they hadn't actually built it. They'd spent thousands of years building on and within the vast structure, and had added significantly to it. But the original structure and the concept of it had not been theirs at all. The girdle city had been built by the Werpesh, an ancient humanoid species themselves long sublimed. The Gzilt had fallen heir to it, the planet it braceleted and the system itself, along with several other stellar systems, 11,000 years ago. But, despite their long association with, protection of, and work on the girdle city, the original credit lay elsewhere. Still, they had cared for it all that time, made it their own in some sense, and, if nothing else, had laid down a marker for its guardianship in the future. Near the centre of what had been a residential area, long abandoned, she came upon an old school with its cargo of the stored. A stacked landscape of barely glowing white boxes, registering as a little above ambient temperature, were arranged within what had been the playground. More gently glowing heat was visible radiating from inside the building itself, and the ceiling of the great vault above glowed even more faintly with reflected or convected warmth. Dead trees stood, skeletal. A guard arbite near the locked school gates unfolded itself from its resting ball shape and drew itself up to its full 3-meter height, an exaggerated human shape, all glittering angles and obvious weapon pods. It looked intimidating, like it was supposed to. Even from a few meters away, it gave the impression of towering over her. Veer was suddenly aware of how very unmilitary her jacket was. It had an image emblazoned on it of a dung-chomp-stroke-smatter band she'd played electric volley for years ago. The Lords of Excrement, complete with their colourful, if wince-inducing logo, had seemed a dubious, going-on childish name even 20 years ago, yet the jacket had remained a favourite because it reminded her of a good time in her life. It was one of the few she'd had altered to accommodate her new set of arms. "Citizen," the arbite said, then must have identified her from some processing she had with her, probably her earbud. "Reserve Lieutenant Commander," it corrected itself and saluted. "Just taking a stroll, arbite," she told the machine. It remained motionless, seemed to think about this, then, without another word, folded itself back into its resting sphere shape with a sort of metallically oiled grace. Compacted, it looked like a piece of sculpture. She wandered on, and encountered the family by the side of another great drop, where a broad roadway hung over one of the 100-meter-wide open-work tunnels that threaded their way through the girdle city. The man and the woman were huddled round a little fire, its light reflecting off the wall of diamond film wall lining the roadway. "Good evening," she said to them, looking quizzically at the fire, which was just a small stack of burning logs. More cut lengths of tree were heaped just beyond where they sat. Both looked up at her, unsmiling. They were dressed for outdoors and looked slightly unkempt. Cossant couldn't see anything to identify them. Her implants were unable to sense anything electronic on them either, which was most unusual. Their faces were smudged. She wanted to march them both off to the nearest working shower and get them cleaned up. "Evening," the man said, then looked away and poked at the fire with a stick. The woman seemed to be muttering something to herself, talking down into her voluminous hiking jacket. Perhaps she was just on the phone to somebody, Cossant thought, though somehow it didn't feel like she was, not if her own implants couldn't find anything to handshake with. Cossant was about to ask them whether they were wanderers, locals out for a stroll or what, when a little face peeked out from within the woman's jacket, stared up, wide-eyed at her, and then disappeared again with a rustle of clothing. The woman looked up at Cossant with an expression at once wary and defiant. It took Cossant a moment or two to realize. She was so used to thinking of herself as part of the last generation, the last people to be born before people stopped having babies, she wasn't sure what she was looking at initially. A toy had been her first thought. "You have a child?" she said, taking a step closer to the woman and going down on her haunches, her face level with the other woman's, her hand going out towards her, then withdrawing again. The woman smiled, seemed to talk into her jacket again.
Julia, she said softly, say hello to the lady. The little face peeked out again. A child. A real child, as far as she could tell. Maybe 4 or 5 years old. A girl. She looked very serious as she stared at Cosant, who said, Hello, Julia. Hello, the child said, then bit her lip and hid away again within the folds of the woman's jacket. Cosant stared at the woman. The man was sitting closer now, looking over both of them. She's, Cosant began. Ours, the woman said. 3.5. Pride this time, as well as suspicion and defiance. The girl looked out at Cosant again, then, still watching Cosant, cuddled into her mother and was cuddled back. Cosant sat back, her mouth open. She tore her gaze away from the deep, dark eyes of the little girl, looked at both her parents. So, you're not... We're not going, the man said. Not going. Not subliming, when the time came in 23 days from now, when the stored all over Zaun and Zeiss and throughout every other planet and moon and habitat and ship of the Gazilt were roused for their pre-waking and the last few hours before the subliming itself. Cosant knew there were people like these, people determined for whatever reason not to sublime along with everybody else, and she'd even met 1 or 2, though she'd always thought that they would change their minds when the time came. But she had never met anyone who had had a child as well. The convention, it was not quite a law, but it was close to one, was that you did not take a child into the sublime. It had to be a mature, considered final action for a civilization and the individuals within it who were ready to go, who had thought about it fully and had decided they were ready to make the transition. The Gazilt considered children to be unable to give their informed consent on something so important, which meant they regarded taking a child with you as something close to abuse. So, generally, people had stopped having children. A few, a very few, were born, nevertheless, to parents who still intended to sublime, but those making that choice, especially with young children, were widely treated as pariahs. Most had retreated to communities of the similarly inclined in distant Habs. Cosant found herself staring at the young couple. They were very young, she thought, maybe 10 years younger than her. They must have been barely more than children themselves when the child had been born. It'll be lonely, she told them. It's already lonely, the man said. The woman said, We know, at the same time. Yes, Cosant said, feeling foolish. I suppose you know that. She smiled apologetically at them. She's our future, the man said, nodding down towards the child. Cosant nodded, wondering what sort of future it would be. No other species or civ would accept that the few % of the Gazilt who remained after the sublimation would constitute a continuance of that civilization. All the Gazilt's deserted living places, from the home planet of Zeiss itself to the smallest hab and ship, would be regarded as fair game for takeover, absorption, appropriation. Zaun itself, due to the fact it was home to the Girdle City, was earmarked for pan-cultural monument status under the care of one of the Galactic Council's neutral foundations. Nobody would get expelled or thrown out of any habitat airlocks, but their worlds would fill up, sooner or later, with others. Some humanoid, some not, but all aliens, all outsiders. You couldn't even delay very long if you did change your mind and decide to go after everybody else. The rate of subjective/absolute change within the first few hours that people spent inside the sublime was such that leaving it much more than an hour or so was risky. You'd get there and be isolated. Those who had made the transition just hours before, whether they'd been close friends, lovers, family, identical twins, clones, whatever, would already have become so changed, so ascended in complexity, that you would have virtually nothing in common. You'd be on your own, or part of a hopelessly small group, effectively contextless, unanchored to anything greater than yourself, and so likely just to evaporate, dissolving into the generality of the fabric of the sublime, meaningless.
It was unknown whether this phenomenon was something intrinsic to the exotic physics and other fundamental natural laws of the sublime itself, or a rule imposed by those who inhabited the realm and helped enable the transition of people and civilizations. Various civs had conducted research into the subject and confirmed the effect without pinning down the cause. Perhaps a little of each seemed to be the tentative consensus, which was not entirely helpful. "We're not resist or anything," the woman said suddenly. She was staring at the flashes on Cossant's jacket collar. Resist were the people who were militant stay-behinders, holding demonstrations instigating civil disobedience, and even now arguing before the Galactic Council that the sublime was illegal, improperly mandated. A few groups on the fringe of the resist movement had used violence to try to make their point. "Just civilians," the man said. Cossant nodded again. The couple had resigned their ranks, whatever they had been. It happened. It made you poor. It was tantamount to taking a religious vow of poverty, though being poor in a post-scarcity society that only retained money as a sort of ceremonial formality was not so terrible. It took only one person of nominally average means to support any number of those requiring alms. It also tended to make you an object of either grumbling suspicion or grudging admiration, depending. The little girl had come further out from her mother's jacket and was staring at Cossant now, her wide eyes reflecting the flickering orange firelight, her hands playing with a small toy, turning it over and over in her chubby, grubby hands. "Can I hold her?" Cossant said suddenly, looking first at the woman, then the man. "No," the man said quickly, as the mother put an arm round the child, as though protecting her from Cossant. "We don't allow that," the man continued. "Too many people want to touch her. Hold her." He shrugged. "She stopped liking it." He glanced around the cavernous space they were in. "Part of the reason we're out here." "I'm sorry," the woman said to Cossant, but kept her arm where it was. "Understand," Cossant said. She smiled as best she could. She looked at all three of them, smiled broadly at the child, then stood slowly. "I have to go," she said. "Best of luck." "Thank you," the man said. "You going that way?" she asked, pointing the way she had come. The man looked wary again, just shrugged. "If you are," she said, "there's a store site in an old school. Combat Arbite guarding it. It shouldn't cause you any trouble, but just so you're not alarmed." She smiled once more. The woman nodded. The child disappeared into the folds of her mother's jacket again. "Nice to meet you," Cossant said. "You too," the man said. "Goodbye." "Take care," she told them. The woman just nodded. Cossant turned and walked away into the deepening shadows of the vast construction. The pale, meagre light of the fire, enhanced by her augmented eyes, lit the way for a while. It might not even be a real child, she told herself. It might be a sophisticated toy, or one of the new artificial children they'd brought out for those who felt the need for a child's company. Little robots, basically. A screen program she'd watched had shown one you'd have sworn was a real child, but wasn't. Apparently they even smelled right. Maybe such robots didn't feel right. Too heavy or too hard to the touch. Perhaps that was why they hadn't let her hold it. The combat Arbite came alive again as she passed by. It stood again, but this time kept silent and just saluted. Cossant shook her head, flexed her shoulders and back one more time, then rotated the instrument so that it faced across the freshening wind. She took up the two bows, and with a single, swift, graceful movement, sat within the instrument again, settling her backside and both feet into place, taking a deep breath and slowly letting it out as she started playing a few practice scales. Almost immediately, a small gust of wind spilled across the terrace and made the external resonating backstrings, stretched down the rear of the instrument, thrum quietly. The sound, not discordant, which with an 11-string was always a bonus, some would say a surprise, was muffled and quickly died away again with the departing breeze, but nevertheless drew an "aha" from her, She flexed her double set of shoulders, adjusted her grip on the 2 3-sided bows, and prepared to play. She'd try the second-last section of the Hydrogen Sonata. She had yet to get this right in a single pass. It was a tough part, and not what she wanted to do, but she'd never get anywhere if she only did the easy stuff. The second-last section was fast and furious, even angry. She'd think of her mother. That might help. "I mean, look at you." She looked at herself, first just down, then at her reflection in the black mirror formed by the blanked-out glass wall of the main bedroom unit. She shrugged. This was a particularly graceful movement when you had 4 arms, she thought. "What?" she asked her mother, frowning. Warib just looked at her daughter. Vere checked her own reflection again. What she could see was a tallish Gzilt girl, dressed in neat fatigues, dark grey skin with shoulder-length pale hair, above broader-than-normal but hardly grotesque shoulders. Top set of arms a little longer and better defined than the additional set, a healthily substantial chest, a fashionably defined waist, and the broad hips of a non-mammalian humanoid. Her legs were a little shorter, and her back a little longer than the conventional image of Gzilt perfection, but who cared? Arguably, the 4-arm look was all the better for that. It sort of balanced. Her mother made an exasperated noise. Vere squinted. Was there some detail she was missing? She was in her mum's apartment, and so in relatively unfamiliar territory, but she knew there would be a proper mirror reverser unit around somewhere, probably in the blacked-out bedroom unit where Warib's latest lover was apparently still asleep. Vere looked at her mother. "What?" she said again, mystified. Warib spoke through clenched teeth. "You know perfectly well," she said. Warib was dressed in a long and elegantly gauzy morning gown that looked impractical enough to be genuinely expensive. She was a more willowy version of her daughter, with longer and thicker hair. Physically, she was effectively aging backwards, and would do so until they all sublimed. Her daughter had already passed the age when people usually started to control their appearance, but only by a few years, and Vere had anyway decided some time ago that she would just get older naturally for the time that she had left, given that the big kablooey of transcendent smashingness that was the subliming would be along soon, to make this life and everything in it seem irrelevant and feeble, and so on and such like. She'd been mildly astonished that her mother seemed to take her daughter looking older than she did as some sort of rebuke. It had been the same when she'd become a lieutenant commander. She'd thought Warib would be proud of her. Instead, she was upset that, however technically and regardless of the fact that it didn't really mean anything, her own daughter now outranked her. "Is it the arms?" she said, waving all 4. Beyond Warib, the view through the windows of the apartment showed sea sliding slowly past. Her mother lived on a Clix-long superliner, endlessly circling the enclosed coast of the Pinnacon Sea, within land, the single vast continent that made up most of Zeiss. "Of course it's the arms," Warib told her. She grimaced as though she'd just tasted something bitter and shook her head. "And don't try to be funny, Vere. It's not within your reach." Vere smiled. "Well, I wasn't. Though that is almost—" "You've always got to try to be different, haven't you, Vere?" her mother said, though it wasn't really pitched as a question. "Look at me, look at me, look at me," she sang, with what was probably meant to be sarcasm, wobbling her head and doing a little dance. "Well, you've taken great delight in trying to embarrass me ever since you were little." Vere frowned. "I'm not sure I ever formulated that as a specific You started trying to make my life hell when you were still wetting your pants. Probably more of a happy accident. That's what you used to do. In fact, take your knickers down and pee in front of my guests. How do you think that made me look? At parties, in front of some very important people." "So you've said more than once, but remember, I checked the house records and—" "Your father and I deleted those. That was so embarrassing." But the amendments files—" "How can you disbelieve your own mother?" Warib wailed, putting her elegantly manicured hands up to her glossily perfect face and letting her head drop forward. The tone of voice and gesture were both cues that she would shortly start to screech and sob, were the point not conceded. "Anyway," Vere said patiently, "the point now is that—" "How can I invite you to my party when you look like that?" Warib said, flinging one arm out towards her daughter and almost shrieking the last word. "A freak!" "The arms?" Veer said, just to be sure. Of course the fucking arms, her mother roared. Veer scratched her head. Well, so don't invite me, she said, trying to sound reasonable. Warib took a deep, measured breath. How? She said, her voice lowered to the sort of whispered, husky tone that indicated Veer's last question had been so idiotic it had scarcely been worth wasting breath on at all. Can I not invite you when you're my daughter, and I'm supposed to be proud of you? Her voice started to rise again. What will people think then? What? So I have 4 arms, Veer said, gesturing with all of them. People used to have 2 heads, or look like octolegs, or tumblebush, or... That was in the past, Warib told her acidly. Ancient days. No one cares. I don't know, Veer told her, shaking her head. I saw a screen thing about that travelling ultimate last party outfit on Zaun, and there were people there that... Veer! Her mother wailed. Will you listen? Big airship thing inside. Veer found herself silenced by a flash of her mother's eyes. Nobody, Warib told her, who is anybody, does that sort of thing anymore. She drew in a breath and said carefully, It's infantile, Veer. Don't you pay any attention to Mom? I'm just trying to... Oh, dear God, don't call me Mom, Warib said, eyelids fluttering closed. Say goodbye and see you soon to everybody, and play this piece. Everybody? Her mother shouted at her. It's reverting to classic. Don't you even know that? Amendments? Warib hesitated. Obvious amendments are out. Nobody's doing it anymore. Everybody's going for human basic as a mark of respect for all the millions of generations that helped get us to this point. Warib stared at the floor and slapped herself gently on the forehead, a gesture that, as far as Veer knew, was a genuine innovation within the repertoire, and so might actually be unchoreographed, perhaps even spontaneous. This was so surprising, Veer came extremely close to feeling concern. Dear, suffering scribe, Veer, her mother whispered. Some people are even going back to their natural hair colour. She looked up, eyes moist, nodding. Veer stared at her mother. Outside, sea slid past, still. Eventually, she raised all 4 of her arms. So, am I invited to the fucking party or not? Warib rolled her eyes, glanced behind, then fell backwards dramatically onto a plush white couch positioned in front of the stateroom's main picture window. She lay there and kept her eyes closed, while one hand went to her throat and the tiny copy of the Book of Truth encased in a locket on a thin chain there. Her fingers patted the flat little piece of jewellery as though taking comfort from it. Cosant, taking a couple of quiet steps backwards while her mother's eyes were closed, had noticed Warib had grown noticeably more religious as the subliming had approached. The best you could say of this was that she was not alone. Warib shook her head and said quietly, resignedly, Oh, do as you please, Veer. You always do, always have. Come as you wish, embarrass me all you like. Why break the habit of a... Cosant didn't catch the last word. She was already out the door. Miraculously, thinking back to all this domestic nonsense of just a few days earlier, with her eyes closed and her mind half wandering, Veer got right through the central, especially demanding section of the second-last movement without, for the first time, making any mistakes. She'd done it. The tangling blizzard of notes had been successfully tackled. She was on what always felt like the easy downhill gliding bit now, where the notes were fewer and further apart, and easier to bridge. Another minute or so of nothing too demanding, and she'd have the damn thing licked. She felt a smile on her lips, and a breeze on her face. There was even a pleasant thrumming noise coming from behind her, courtesy of the 11-strings external resonating strings, and the breeze she'd been hoping for. She could feel it through her spine and the seat of her pants. My, for once, even the elements seemed to want to wish her well in this ridiculous enterprise. She was thinking about opening her eyes, when a sudden gust of wind from the other side briefly silenced the resonating strings, rocked her in the seat, and nearly toppled the instrument and her together. She was forced to abandon the stop pedals and plant both feet firmly flat on the ground to steady both herself and it. Her trews flapped against her calves, and she felt her hair come loose again as she was forced to stop playing, unbalanced and unsettled. The external resonating strings made a noise partway between a fart and a groan. The notes faded away, and the gust of wind died too. But a new noise of what sounded like an engine winding down replaced the 11-strings music, and she felt a sort of multiple thud from the terrace come up through her feet and the supporting spar under her backside. She still didn't open her eyes. She withdrew both bows in good order from the strings and sat up straight within the O of the hollow instrument. Then, with a single accusatory stare at her flyer, which was only now switching its lights on again, she turned to where all this new commotion seemed to be coming from. An 8-seat military flyer, still the colour of the near-black sky above, was settling onto its quartet of squat legs 15 metres away, its bulbous bulk unlit, until a waist door flicked down and somebody emerged so senior that, even as a nominal civilian in the regimental reserve, Veer had no real choice about standing and saluting. She sighed and stepped out of the 11-string, clicking down the side stand at the same time so it could support itself. The 11-string made a very faint creaking noise. Veer hooked her slippers off, pulled her boots on, then stood at attention, managing to ear-waggle her comms unit awake. Italda Ueveg, Commissar Colonel, Regimental Intelligence, precise current attachment unknown, the earbud whispered curtly as the officer advanced at a trot. He took his cap off and stuck it under his arm, then smiled and waggled one hand as he approached. Veer stood at ease. She glanced at her own flyer, narrowing her eyes a fraction. Contacted Pian, the aircraft told her through her earbud. It winds, but is on its way. 15 minutes. Cossant said quietly. A pair of fully armed and armoured troopers swung out from the regimental flyer and stood, weapons ready, one on either side of the door, which flicked closed again. Veer allowed her face to register some surprise at this development. "Stay informal, shall we?" Commissar Colonel Italda was saying, nodding as he arrived in front of her. He was short, plump, and appeared to be perspiring slightly. Like a lot of people these days, he wore a time to, a watch dedicated to displaying how long was left to instigation, the very moment, assuming that everything went according to plan, of the subliming event. His was a dainty digital thing, which sat on the chest of his uniform jacket and contrived to look a lot like a medal ribbon. Veer had one too, but she'd left it somewhere. Even as she noticed the Commissar Colonel's example, the Time 2's display clicked over to count 1 day less. It must be midnight on home planet Zeiss. Commissar Colonel Italda looked at Veer, taking in her extra arms. He nodded. "Yes, I was—" He looked past her at the 11-string. His eyes bulged. "What the hell is that?" "A bodily acoustic antagonistic undecagon string, sir," she told him. She was staring over his head as etiquette demanded. Happily, this took no great effort. "Don't say," Italda said. He looked back to her. "It yours?" "Yes, sir." He made a clicking noise with his mouth. "Suppose we'd better take it with us." "Sir?" Veer said, frowning. "Does it have a case or something?" he asked. "Yes, sir. It's over there." She swiveled, indicated the dark case lying on the black tiles of the terrace a few metres away, almost invisible. The Commissar Colonel glanced back towards the 2 troopers. The nearest was already moving in the direction of the case, carbine shouldering itself, as he or she jogged across the black tiles of the terrace. "That us?" Italda asked. "We fit?" "Sir?" Cossant repeated, still frowning. Italda appeared briefly confused, then snapped his fingers. "Oh, yes, better—" He cleared his throat, then said, "Lieutenant Commander Cossant, you are hereby recommissioned with immediate effect for the duration of the current emergency." Veer's frown deepened. "There's an emergency?" "Sort of a secret one, but yes." Cossant felt her expression contort despite herself as she looked down at the Commissar Colonel. "Now?" she said, then adjusted her expression and gazed and said, "I mean, now, sir? So soon before the—" "Yes,
"Now, Lieutenant Commander," Italda told her sharply. She heard him sigh and saw him put his cap back on. "Thing about emergencies," he said, sounding weary, "rarely occur when they'd be convenient." "May I ask what the hell's going on?" Italda suggested, suddenly breezy again. "Ask away. Won't do you any good. No idea myself." The trooper appeared with the 11-strings case opened. It took all three of them to wrestle it in. Italda, breathless, nodded towards the military flyer. "Comsyn to AI is saying you've got a pet or something coming in, that right?" "Yes, sir," she told him. "A few minutes out still." She went to lift the 11-strings case, but the trooper did it for her, hefting it onto one shoulder, carbine swinging round from the other. "We are tracking it," Italda said, as the trooper stepped towards their aircraft. Cossant stood where she was. The Commissar Colonel stopped and looked back at her. "Well, come on," he told her. "We'll rendezvous with the creature in the air." He smiled. "Faster." "And my flyer, sir?" she asked. Italda shrugged. "Tell it to go home, or wherever it has to go to, Lieutenant Commander. You're coming with us." He shrugged. "Orders." "Never heard of it." "More commonly known as the Hydrogen Sonata." "Still never heard of it." "No great surprise, sir. It's a bit obscure." "Renowned?" "The piece?" "Yes." "Only as being almost impossible to play."
"Not, like,
"Pleasant to listen to?" "No, sir."
really?"
Vere frowned, thinking. An eminent and respected academic provided perhaps the definitive critical comment many thousands of years ago, sir. His opinion was, as a challenge without peer, as music without merit. The Commissar Colonel whistled briefly. "Harsh." Vere shrugged. "Fair."
"Life task, eh?"
"It seemed like a good idea at the time, sir." In the ink-black skies above the Quailon Plains, the military craft decelerated quickly and swung almost to a stop. The rear ramp swung down, and wind came buffeting and roaring in before a shush field calmed everything down. Vere was strapped into a wall seat between Italda and a third trooper. The first two troopers were on the other side of the small cabin with the 11-string in its case, secured between them like some bizarre carbon-black coffin, its nearest extremity close enough to Cossant to touch. An AI was flying the aircraft. Pian, Cossant's familiar, which had the form of a square black cape, flapped its way in from the turbulent darkness outside, bumping into the spongy shush field and fluttering theatrically to the floor in apparent surprise as the craft's rear door slammed closed and the flyer accelerated again.
"Oh, gracious!"
Pian said on the local open channel, as it struggled against the rearward pull. It used its corners to heave itself along the floor towards Cossant, who tapped into their private link and growled, "Stop dramatizing and get over here." The cape flowed along the floor and climbed up to her shoulders with a little help from Italda and Cossant herself. It draped itself there as best it could given the straps, fastening itself round her neck.
"You're touchy," it told her. "What's all the fuss about, anyway?"
With any luck, nothing. Chapter 3. S-23. The mistake not. A culture vessel of indefinite age, hazy provenance and indeterminate class, but generally reckoned to be some sort of modestly tooled-up civilian craft rather than a part of the culture's allegedly still slowly shrinking military resources, had been detailed to rendezvous with the Lycidan fleet by the clinker sun of Vree. The result of an experiment carried out by the General Systems vehicle that had constructed it decades earlier, and not even officially classed as an eccentric, the craft's real status had always been moot. Regardless, currently it was seconded to the contact section for the occasion of the Gzilt subliming. Seemingly eager to make a good impression, the ship made sure to be at the rendezvous point especially early. It had a few dozen hours to wait. It circled the husk that was the long-dead sun for a while, inspecting the tiny, barely radiating stellar remnant, then darted about the rest of the system in a series of high-acceleration-stroke-deceleration dashes. Just for the fun of it, really, surveying the handful of cold gas-giant planets orbiting the cinder. Slightly too big to be a true brown dwarf,
The Sun had never been quite substantial enough to maintain nuclear fusion for any meaningful amount of time, effectively passing straight through the main sequence that defined normal stellar evolution, as though it was a barrier to be slipped past, rather than a path to be travelled along. It had never blazed brightly, and after what truncated life it might have had as a true star, had subsequently spent billions of years just radiating away what little internal heat it had ever possessed. It lay, burned out now, as cold as its accompanying planets, and darker than the galactic skies around it. The mistake not could see everything around it perfectly well, of course, and in exquisite detail, able to ramp up any remnant radiations from the failed star itself, or the background wash of galactic space, or illuminate anything it felt the need to inspect, using a variety of its own active sensor arrays. And, in case all that standard 3D stuff wasn't enough, it was capable of deploying the ultimate vantage point of standing outside the skein of real space altogether, looking down on this local patch of the normal universe from either direction of hyperspace. But, still, it missed the starlight. There was something comforting about having a vast hydrogen furnace burning millions of tons of material a second at the centre of a solar system. It was cheery. This was just dull. Especially in 3D. Via hyperspace, the ship could see a delightfully attractive supernova filling nearly a 32nd of the sky off to one side. But the wavefront of real light had yet to crawl across the intervening gulf of space to get here and illuminate this fate-forsaken cinder. Dull beyond dull. And lifeless. The whole system. Even the few deadly slow species, the glacially paced plodders of the galactic community, whose constitution and chemistries might have suited the cold and quiet of the local environment, appeared to have given both the star and its planets a miss. No baskers, no sign of seed sail or dark clouds, or any of the other relevant species that were the cosmic equivalent of sub-silt feeders. A lonely, misfit sun, then, never quite one thing or the other, and remote from its peers. The mistake not registered a twinge of affinity with the dead star, and investigated that response as well, turning over in its mind the bizarre concept of a conscious entity, such as itself, feeling some sort of metaphorical connection with something as classically boring, as easily described, and as billion-year venerable as a failed sun. The ship was aware that, however splendid, intellectually refined, and marvellous it might be, and it was very much of the opinion that it was all of those things and more, it would likely still only ever measure its age in thousands of years, and for all the star's monotonous lifelessness and sterility, it would still be here when it, the ship, mistake not, had gone. Still, life was life, consciousness was consciousness, and mere classical matter, inanimate, no matter how long-lasting, was just ineffably boring, and in a sense pointless compared to almost any sort of life, let alone something that was fully aware of its own existence, never mind something as gloriously hyper-sentient and thoroughly, vitally connected to the universe as a ship mind. And besides, when it had ceased to be as a culture vessel, the ship was confident that its being would continue to exist in some form, somewhere, either, at the very least, as part of some long-slumbering, transcorporated group mind, or, ultimate of ultimates, as far as was known, within the sublime. Which kind of brought it back to where it had come in. Here. The approaching Lysidon fleet manifested as a collection of 40 slightly embarrassingly untidy warp-wakes some distance off. The Lysidon were fluidics, meter-scale eel-like creatures originally evolved beneath the ice of a wandering extrastellar planet. They were at the 5 going on 6 stage of development, according to the pretty much universally accepted table of recognized civilizationary levels. This meant they were low-level involved, and, like many at that level, strivationist, energetically seeking to better themselves and shift their civilization further along its own main sequence of technological and societal development. They were a lively, creative, and uninhibited species, according to most analyses, and just the tolerable side of the assertive-stroke-aggressive line, though not above bending the odd rule or stepping over the occasional decency boundary if they thought they could profit civilizationally. So not, in that regard at least, that different from almost every other involved species. They were here now to negotiate, trade, acquire, or just plain steal whatever they could of whatever assets, plant, kit, tech, or general gizmology the Gazillt left behind when they epiphanized in 23 days' time. And they had form in this regard. They'd done this before with other subliming species, which meant they went by another name, according to most people's reckoning. Scavengers. Scavenger species, it was fair to say, were not universally liked or respected by all their galactic cohabitees, and that could lead to trouble, especially within the heightened emotional atmosphere surrounding a subliming, and all the more so when there were other competing scavenger species in the vicinity sharing the same predatory intentions, which here there were. The mistake not was part of a distributed metafleet of culture and other craft invited into their until now jealously guarded space by the Gazillt to help keep matters as friendly and civilized as possible while they got ready to do the big disappear. Normally, the martially inclined, though generally peaceful, Gazillt would have had plenty of their own ships to enforce any degree of compliance they wanted within their own sphere of influence, especially against people toting the sort of bow and arrow tech a level 5/6 civ like the Poseidon could muster. But these were not normal times. The Gazillt had chosen to send many of their best ships into the Sublime first, as though to reconnoitre. It wasn't unknown for about-to-sublime species to do this, but it was unusual, possibly a little paranoid, and arguably dangerous, a little like you had already taken your eye off the target. Happily, according to the galaxy-wide gossip web that passed as an intelligence network between culture ships, there had lately been local rumours of a last-minute deal between the Gazillt and at least one of the circling scavenger species, probably the Poseidon, to legitimize and formalize the scavenging process. The Poseidon were definitely learning. These days they went actively looking for this sort of mutually agreed understanding with species about to sublime, rather than just piling in like piratical scrappers every time. On this occasion, they'd even thought to get representation. They'd hired a people called the Iwanik to be their humanoid face at negotiations with the Gazillt. This was, by general assent, a smart move. So the Poseidon would get the contract, as it were, and be expected to conduct themselves with the decorum befitting their presence anywhere near such a momentous event, as well as behaving with a sort of studied calmness that only came from knowing that what you were engaged in was a dignified and conscientious clearing up and recycling process, and not some childishly desperate, rule-free scramble for whatever loot could be scooped before the adults stepped in to reimpose order. Sadly, an equally plausible rumour held that, perhaps thanks to the pride of the Gazillt, for too long reluctant even to think of lesser civs pawing over their remains following their departure for better things, this had all been left far too late, and the other scavenger species, already in place within or around Gazillt space, would refuse to honour any such agreement. There was, as a result, a distinct chance things might get interesting. The ship watched the Poseidon fleet crawl closer. Much further off than they'd have imagined possible, it had already begun to monitor some of their comms traffic.
Deal with the culture ship. Well, I got a name for this thing yet? The Mistake Not, apparently. The Mistake Not? Affirmative. Mistake Not what? That's all we've got, sir. That's not really good enough, is it? Not really, sir. I am older. You're supposed to be the culture fan child of the fleet. What do you have? Sir, the form, the ellipses after the words mistake not imply there's more, but it's redacted, hidden. I've had the AI scan the relevant databases, and there is no more. I mean, there is sort of generally understood to be more, but it's like, it's not for public. It's sort of a private joke between the culture ships, the minds. A joke? It's what they're like, sir. Ridiculous. How'd this bunch of effete spawn suckers ever get to where they are? Well, class. How about... What class is it? What are we dealing with here? Have they deigned to tell us that, or is that redacted too? I've got it down as a non-defined U, open brackets, small e, close brackets, sir. Keep going, officer. Well, non-defined sort of speaks for itself. U just means unit, and E... I thought that meant eccentric, to be honest, sir, but some sources hold that it stands for erratic. Strictly speaking, the E should be uppercase if it stands for size. What size is it? In the order of a couple of kilometers, though that's just the outer field envelope. In the order of? Best we've got, sir. I see. Do we have any idea what it looks like? Not really, sir. No record of its appearance within the field complex boundary. There are various guesses, but they're all very speculative. One or two— Spare me, officer. It's a culture ship, but we don't know what sort. In a pebble shell? Yes, sir.
There was a lot more like this, all in the Lycidan tongue, which was made up of a not inharmonious series of bubbly water belches. The ship added the name Nyamulda to the culture's intelligence archive of known Lycidan officers, immediately transmitting this to a variety of its comrade craft, both near and far. The Lycidan hadn't been forthcoming regarding the identity of the approaching fleet's commanding officer, or even which ships would make up the fleet in the first place, but from the largest ship's warp signature, hideously obvious from light years away, the mistake not had determined hours earlier that it was the Galemtian Asul Anafawaya, a collective purposes vessel, first class, and fleet flagship representing the last word in what the Lycidan were capable of building. Much more satisfyingly, from the tone and word choice of one of the individuals talking, referencing earlier notes compiled by other culture ships, the mistake not was becoming increasingly certain that one of the voices it was listening to was a senior Lycidan officer called Nik Ndabo Tayun, a male who held the rank of salvage and reprocessing team principal, admiral, in other words. But what babble, what toing and froing over such simple operational matters? A bunch of dim-witted, slow-thinking bios swimming in a tub clouded with their own effluent, trying to work out what was going on around them by staring through portholes, probably. It was hard for a ship, a mind, not to feel at least a degree of contempt. And they were still talking, out there between the stars, as the little flock of ships scraped slowly, slowly closer. The fleet was already having to decelerate. The mistake not noted with some exasperation. This could draw the whole process out even further. It was only a meet and greet anyway. Almost as soon as it got here, the Lycidan fleet would be breaking up again, most of the ships heading off singly or in small groups to individual places of interest within the Gazilt sphere. Only the flagship and a few smaller vessels would remain as any sort of substantive unit. This was something Admiral Tayun himself didn't know yet. There were sealed orders in the flagship's AI detailing all this dispositional stuff, which were only to be accessed on the fleet's arrival at the Clinker Star, but which the culture already knew about through a piece of deft signal interception by some other ship or ships tens of days earlier. The mistake not found knowing this, while Admiral Tayun did not, quite agreeable. It would probably tag along with the flagship and its escorts, plus it had prepared an eel-like avatoid to represent it in person aboard the flagship. From what it had been told, the Lycidan were almost suspiciously keen to welcome this creature aboard. It listened in to the animal chatter again. Good grief, they were still discussing its own name. The mistake not, self-saddled with a full name so long and unmanageable that even other culture ships rarely took the trouble to use all of it, was just vain enough to feel slightly flattered at all this attention, but still found the incessant chit-chat unbearably slow and fundamentally pointless. All these people seemed to do was talk. It supposed it was just what biologicals did. If you wanted to feel you were still somehow in control of a ship or a fleet, or even your civilization, talking amongst yourselves seemed to be the way you convinced yourself of it. Finally, one of them said, "Sir, we may be approaching the sort of distance the culture ship can start to read our comms." "This far out?" "Encrypted, and, isn't it?" "Precautionary principle applies, team. Officer." The obvious intership comms traffic ceased. The mistake not considered dedicating an effector to the lead vessel to monitor it internally, but there was a tiny chance they might spot it doing so, a tiny chance increased by the possibility the fleet carried tech filched on earlier scavenging sorties. So it didn't. Hours of patient waiting later, the Lycidan fleet of large, boxy-looking ships finally dragged themselves into the Re-system, hauled up into a rather quaint orbit around the Clinker Sun with the warp engine equivalent of loud clanks and clouds of black smoke, and, finally, rendezvoused officially with the culture ship Mistake Not. Effusive greetings of great solemnity and seemingly genuine friendliness flowed in both directions. It was while all this was going on, and the avatoid eel was being puttered across to the fleet flagship in an antique shuttle brought along specially for the purpose, that one of the mistake-not's multitudinous subroutines, this one charged with deep analysis of recent HS sensor data by opportunistic triangulation following significant movement within any given real space reference frame, flagged the tiniest of oddities. It was timed, originally, just over 22 hours earlier, and it was located some centuries away, about a quarter of the distance round the boundary of the rough sphere of stars and space that held the Gazilt volume of influence. Specifically, it had taken place within the colossal, slow-tumbling clouds and wastes and veils of light marking the yamped Sphere de Supernova, the pretty one it had noticed earlier, whose real light had yet to get here. Somewhere inside the vast escaping fires of the nebula, there had been a microscopic flare of radiation, displaying an unusual, even anomalous signature spectrum. Suddenly, in proper, no-nonsense, combat-grade mind-thinking time, while the transfer shuttle moved a few nanometers towards its destination, the AI cores on the Lysidon flagship slept deeply between cycles, and the Lysidon themselves would have appeared frozen and silent, even observing them on a scale of subjective years, the mistake-not watched the subroutine's resulting attention cascade briefly suck in and focus other computational assetry on the data, rapidly producing all the available analysis it was presently possible to compile on the subject. The anomaly, so faint, far away, and overwhelmed by the seething turmoil of energies all around it as to be only very ambiguously weapon blink, looked like it was centered quite precisely on the artificially maintained planetary fragment called Ablate, where the Gazilt had some sort of ceremonial facility. Uh-oh, thought the culture ship. Chapter 4. S-22. Septame Banstegain went from group to group, taking part in multiple handshakings, everybody standing side-on and putting a single hand into a big, confused but well-meaning tangle in the centre. Sometimes the resulting shake was a trembling muddle. Sometimes the ball of grasping hands would end up going up and down quite violently, as though they were all making it happen deliberately. Everybody always looked slightly surprised when that happened. Doubtless this was an example of, or metaphor for something or other. Anyway, Banstegain didn't enjoy the process. In fact, he hated it. He took particular care, therefore, to look entirely as though nothing he could possibly be doing right now could conceivably give him greater pleasure. He was hearty, amiable, roaring with laughter when he needed to. But he had a continuing need to wash his hand, or at least wipe it on his robes, as though to decontaminate it after all this sweaty touching. Well, this was just one of the many objectionable things that a man in his position had to do. In the end, it was worth it. It would all be worth it. "Well, Ban, it's all yours now." "Falrison," Banstegain said, forcing a smile as the other, junior parliamentarian, shook him by the shoulders. Over-familiarly, Banstegain thought. Falrison looked drunk. Probably was. A lot of them were, though not him. Never him. And he didn't like being called Ban, either. "It's all of ours now, I think you'll find," he told the other man, then gestured modestly at his own chest. "Merely a caretaker." "You finally got your way. You're in charge," Falrison smiled. "Of not very much for not very long, but if it makes you happy." He looked away as though distracted, seemed to catch somebody else's gaze. "Excuse me," he said, and wandered off. Banstegain smiled at Falrison's retreating back, in case anybody was looking, though what he was thinking was, yes, just fuck off. "Sir?" "Septame." His chief secretary and aide-de-camp both appeared out of the melee. "Where were you two when I needed you?" he demanded. Jevan, his chief secretary, looked dismayed. "But, sir," he said, "you said, 'Would you like a wipe, Septame?'" Solbly said quietly, smiling as she pulled a moist square from her satchel and offering it to him discreetly. Banstegain nodded, quickly wiped his hands, and gave the towel back to Solbly. "Let's go," he said. Eventually, Shaking off the last overly effusive well-wisher from the lower ranks, they were able to make it to the doors leading from the still crowded main assembly chamber to the senior levels and the terrace overlooking the darkened gardens and the near-deserted city. Banstergain nodded to the parliamentary constable, who opened the door. Then, at the top of the steps, leading down to the terrace, while Jevin and Solbly stood respectfully a couple of steps behind, had a brief moment to himself before anybody else rushed up to tell him what a historic day it had been. His earbud, released from the rule-imposed no personal comms restriction of the Parliament interior, started to wake up, but he clicked it off again. Jevin and Solbly would be catching up and would let him know about anything urgent. The gardens, roundels of paving and splashing pools, surrounded by maze-like blocks of black hedges within which it had always been easy to find nooks where quiet words might be had, were just starting to look neglected, even under the soft, subdued lights shining from antique lampposts. The city, a quaint jumble of low domes and soaring spires, gently floodlit but looking empty as a stage set, lay quiet and still under a dark, clouded sky. So late. The session really had gone on far too long. A handful of aircraft drifted above Myon, lights winking. Not long ago there would have been hundreds. Banstergain had long thought of the old ceremonial capital as an open-air museum, with the Parliament its dustiest exhibit. It was just that now it truly looked like it. Anyway, Myon was not where the real power lay at all. That was in the teeming habs, the great ships, the orbiting manufactories and the regimental HQs, but rather where it had to look like it lay. On the terrace, the principal knot of people surrounded the President, the usefully useless President, her cohort of effete trimes, a few of his fellow septames, and a smattering of junior Degans, who must have ridden in on somebody more senior's coattails. Secretaries, ADCs, advisers, a few military outright bigwigs, and a smattering of accredited aliens made up the rest. Some of the aliens were humanoid, some, disconcertingly, not. The ambassadorial party from the Ronta, the insectiles who were one of the two scavenger civs the Gazilt were actually talking to, existed inside heavy-looking exosuits, like tiny, complicated spaceships, all alarmingly sharp joints and angles, and the occasional hiss and stink of some escaping gas. Their translators didn't work as well as they seemed to think, and it could be confusing to talk to them. They tended to huddle on the outskirts of gatherings like this, lucky to have a Gazilt military attaché to talk to, and even then only because the unfortunate officer had been ordered to do so. 4 of the 6 suited Ronte were resting on their spindly-looking suit legs. The other 2 were floating over a pond, humming. Oh, and a few journalists and media people, he noted with some distaste. Even the body politic had parasites. It was the last day of the Gazilt Parliament. The very last day. It would never meet again. Anything relevant that needed dealing with from now on would be handled by transitional committees or temporary cabinets. The various representatives, having made their final farewells, would shortly be departing. A handful of those local to Zeiss itself would head off in flyers, but all the rest would take ship to be with their families and or loved ones, the great majority of them in conveniently distant systems where, Banstergain devoutly hoped, they would be unable to cause any trouble if any difficult decisions had to be made over the next 20-odd days. Banstergain had made sure that he was chair of several of the most important committees, and that his people chaired or controlled almost all the rest. Plus, it was tacitly accepted that he would be in charge if there was need of an emergency temporary cabinet. Which there might be now, of course. Only a very few people knew this at the moment. Very few, but patently at least one fucker too many. Though it was looking increasingly likely. It gave him stomach contractions just thinking about it. Go! He wanted to scream at all of the other parliamentarians. Hurry up! Just go! Be gone! Leave him and the people he trusted to make the decisions that had to be made. It had all got far too close for comfort, time-wise, over the last day or 2. The remnantership had appeared earlier than they'd been expecting, and then what had happened out at Ablate had already leaked, it seemed. How the fuck had that happened so quickly? If he ever found out who'd been responsible. Bad news upon bad news, things crowding in, happening much faster than he'd anticipated. It could all be handled. Things could always be handled. But the handling might get rough. Well, that couldn't be helped. The goal, was what it had always been. A successful sublime, his reputation and place in history assured. He turned and looked up at the Parliament building, where the presence hung. He could hardly see it in the darkness. The presence was dark grey, shaped like some high-altitude balloon before it descended, a slightly flattened semi-sphere curving down via a long, pendulous narrowing tail to a point that looked to be aimed straight at the pinnacle of the Parliament building's central cupola. It was about 60 metres across near the top and nearly 300 metres in height. That spike-like tip hovered silently just a few metres above the cupola's spire. It looked as though somebody tall, balanced on the very top of the spire, could have reached up and touched it. A few of the Parliament's floodlights reflected dully off the bulbous near-black curve beneath its summit. It had appeared 12 years earlier, on the day the Parliament had passed the Act that confirmed the results of the final subliming plebiscite, setting in train all the preparations for the event. A manifestation from the sublimed realm, a symbol from those who had already gone before. No more than a signpost, really. Not animate or intelligent, as far as was known, just a reminder that the decision had been made and the course of the Gesilt was set. It was unmoved and unaffected by wind, rain, whatever, and barely there at all, according to the military's technical people, only just more than a projection. Real, but unreal, like a shadow falling from another world. They'd been expecting it. The presence hadn't come as a surprise. These things always appeared when a people, a civilization, was preparing for and committed to subliming. But, somehow, actually seeing it there had still come as a shock. Banstegain remembered watching the poll figures wobble. Parliament, the media, and his own people were canvassing the general population all the time back then, and the commitment levels had dipped significantly when the presence had appeared. He'd worried. This was so much what he wanted, what he believed in and knew was right, what he himself had spent his life working towards and staked his reputation on. This would be his legacy, and his name would live forevermore in the real, no matter what lay ahead in the sublime. It was utterly the right thing to do. He had known this, and still knew this with absolute certainty, and yet still he'd worried. Had he been too bold? Had he tried to make everybody go too soon, a decade early, a generation even? But then the figures had rallied, and only grown since. The commitment was still there. It would all happen. He looked away past Jevan's handsome but slightly vacant face, and Solbley's pleasantly matron-like look of admiration and pride, sparing them both a quick smile, then turned as he heard footsteps hurrying up towards him. "Sebdame Banstegain, a historic day." "Another step closer," President Geljamin said, as the group around her parted to admit him. Banstegain glanced at various faces, distributing quick smiles and curt nods of his own. There were 3 tribes, Ygrez, Couvarond, and Intiom. The full extant set, basically, given that the rest was stored, awaiting the pre-waking before the sublime. Couvarond counted as an opponent. Intiom was a geriatric nonentity, but he was his geriatric nonentity, and Ygrez did as Intiom told him. 6 of his fellow septames were also present, 5 his, 1 neutral, an only slightly better than average 4 against ratio amongst those left. 2 generals, an admiral, no press. Quite a lot of puffiness and glistening skin all round, he noticed. Signs of drunkenness. The President still wore her vulgarly cheap little time-to on a band round her wrist, he observed. It was the sort of thing retailers had given away back in the day. She'd been gifted many far more elegant, tasteful, and expensive time-tos since, but had made a point of sticking with this one. It cycled between showing the number of hours left and the days. Currently it was on days, reading S-22. His own example, displayed on his chest like a small but important honour, was delicately beautiful, purely mechanical, exquisite in its workmanship, and eye-poppingly expensive. The almost normal-looking Ambassador Meerburns was there from the Iwinic, representing the Poseidon, as was the culture's current most senior representative to Gesilt, Zibolan. This silver-skinned creature was an avatar of the ancient systems vehicle that was currently gracing the skies of somewhere not too far away, no doubt. There was a bigger, grander, much more flattering GSV on its way for the formal ceremonies in the days immediately preceding the subliming, allegedly, but they'd yet to see any sign of it. Banstagain was also aware of Orpa, the President's beautiful ADC, looking at him as he joined the huddle round Geljamin. The girl was trying not to smile too much, looking away from him now and again. He didn't return the look. Doubtless, many already guessed, but there was no need to make things easy for people. "Another step closer, Madam President," he agreed, accepting a soft drink from a steward and holding it aloft. "Eternity, here we come," Trim Ygrez said, raising his glass. "We go to our reward." Drunk, Banstagain decided. The President looked amused. Much seemed to amuse her. It was one of her faults. "The subliming makes all of us sound like religious zealots," she said. Ygrez swallowed, looked at the silver-skinned being across from him and said, "I'm sure our culture friends think we've always sounded like religious zealots." Xybulan made a small bow. Its silver skin looked less unnatural in lamplight. "Not at all," it said. Ygrez frowned at it. "You're very diplomatic," he told the creature, slurring his words. "Are you sure your culture?" "In all seriousness," Ambassador Meerburn said, meaning he was about to say something fatuous, flattering, or both, "I have never entirely understood why the Book of Truth is regarded as a religious work at all." He looked round, blandly suave as ever, smiling. "It would seem more like—" "That would be because it is the basis of our religion," Trim Couvrand informed him curtly. Banstagain didn't bother repressing his smile. He'd found the Iwanic male annoying while they'd been conducting negotiations. Now they'd concluded them, he was insufferable. "Well, in that sense," Meerburn said smoothly, still smiling, "obviously and completely a religious work, of course, without question." He continued to witter. Banstagain had just become aware of a uniform at his side. "Marshal Chekri," Solbly whispered softly in his ear, overriding the earbud cancel. She rarely got this wrong. "Marshal Chekri," Banstagain said loudly, mostly to shut the Iwanic up, and turned to meet the Commander-in-Chief of the Home System Regiment. The Marshal of the First bowed to all, clapped her hands gently in front of her. "May I drag you away?" she asked him. She looked at Geljamin. "Madam President?" Geljamin nodded. "If you must," she said. "All yours," Ygrez said merrily. "Don't hurry bringing him back." "Excuse me," Banstagain said. He beamed a smile round all of them, though it soured a little when it got to Ygrez. He suspected only Orpa would be truly sad to see him go. He followed the Marshal back up the steps, trailed by Javan and Solbly. When they got inside, the Marshal turned to his ADC and secretary and smiled as she said, "Thank you." Javan and Solbly looked at Banstagain, who gave the tiniest of nods. They looked forlorn as he and the Marshal stepped into an elevator. When the lift started to drop, he looked at the Marshal and said, "What?" The Marshal just looked at him with her tired old eyes and her tired old face, and smiled thinly. He hoisted one eyebrow, then nodded. He said, more to himself than her. There were places under the Parliament building few people ever got to see or even knew were there. This was one. The room was round with concave black walls, but was otherwise unremarkable, holding a round table and some seats. Banstagain's office was bigger, and had a better view, obviously. More of note had been the 3-metre-thick doors they'd had to negotiate to get here, each of which had swung closed behind them. "Now?" Banstagain asked the Marshal, after the room's own massive door had thudded shut. "Now," the Marshal confirmed. "How bad is it?" Chekri nodded.
"It is within what was expected. We just have more detail, choices for action."
She glanced towards the centre of the room.
"Shall we?"
They sat. Scavengers? The other thing? What?
"The other thing,"
Marshal Chekri confirmed. Banstagain sighed. Chekri was one of only a handful of people who knew, not counting whoever knew who wasn't supposed to. He shivered to think how many of them there might be. "What detail? What choices?" he asked her.
The leak was only to the 14th, the Marshal told him. He nodded. 1 regiment. That wasn't so bad. Still, bad enough. Would be, wouldn't it? He said. The 14th, the Socialist Republican People's Liberation Regiment 14, to give it its full title, had been the most sceptical regarding sublimation from the start, even if it too had finally, at least apparently, come on side. Who was responsible?
Nobody, the Marshal told him.
He looked at her. Somebody is always responsible, he told her. She shook her head.
This was something generated within the mindset or the subsidiary substrate mechanisms of the Churkan itself. The ship had a one-off spy. You'd have to call it a program, it was so old and tiny. A virus sitting in its computational matrix. Whatever it was, it deleted itself immediately. It had been in there since before the ship itself was constructed, while the mindset was still in virtual form, being test-run by the shipyard's technology and processing department 470 years ago. Even then, it might not have required anybody within the tech department to plant it. Could be done from outside.
And it was doing nothing all that time.
Just waiting for something to come along sufficiently game-changing to be worth betraying its presence for.
And nobody found it?
Obviously.
Or nobody who wasn't also a traitor, at least, Van Stegane said, glancing away.
The Marshal frowned. I think if we start assuming there might be traitors within the fleet's virtual crews, we make traitors of ourselves. Saboteurs, at the very least. This was something so small, in a set of substrates so vast, it was possible for it to hide. Once it was in there, no further—
Van Stegane's eyes went wide. What about the other ships? He blurted.
The Marshal sat back fractionally at being interrupted, but said calmly, All those still with us are checking. Now they have a rough idea what they are looking for. It's hoped they can either find anything similar or give themselves a clean bill of health within days.
Van Stegane was appalled.
Days? Impossible to do any quicker. The fleet, such as it is these days, remains fully operational in every other respect. The techs, the ships too, maintain there is absolutely zero possibility of anything similar taking over any part of the running of the vessels. Stuff like this can watch and wait and signal if it finds way, but it can't affect.
And the Churkan? Van Stegane asked.
What's it? Is it returning to— The Churkan announced its determination to sublime as soon as possible, the Marshal said. Nothing more has been heard of it since, so either it has already gone or it is still preparing to.
Chekri smiled humorously.
I understand that the aftermath of battle, even a one-sided one, is not generally considered to constitute the most favorable condition for the instigation of sublimation. The Pretendidat smile disappeared. And kindly keep that secret too, Septame. The ship didn't announce this publicly, and we'd rather people think it's still with us. The fleet's reduced enough as it is.
Van Stegane opened his mouth, seemed to catch himself, then said, All right. Never mind. What about the 14th?
We are almost certain the Septame held up one hand.
We?
An absolute minimum of my best, most trusted people know we're looking for something. Not what it is, the Marshal said. It's all in hand, all working. The good, the very good news is that we are almost certain the information is held by probably only one substrate in the 14th's HQ, unknown to a handful of their top brass at most. Nobody else. Not yet.
Not yet? For how long?
Can't say. All we know is they haven't tried to share this so far, to the best of our knowledge.
Van Stegane looked to one side and rubbed his fingers as though testing the feel of an invisible piece of cloth. Of course, they might not do anything with it. They might just sit on it.
That is a possibility, the Marshal said, sounding doubtful.
We could just ask them, I suppose, he said, looking at the Marshal and smiling. They might even listen to reason.
We could, she said. They might.
She held his gaze, kept her expression neutral. Let's do that, then, the Septame said, sitting back. The Marshal's face betrayed the tiniest flicker of surprise, though, Van Stegane said, sitting forward again. "Take me through what else you were thinking of." Chekri frowned.
One approach might preclude the other. To ask would be to warn, and then any other choice would be closed off.
"What if," the Septame said, "one waited to make this appeal to reason until the other choice was available, at a moment's notice?" The Marshal seemed to think for a moment.
Given the capabilities of the technologies involved, especially the potential rapidity of response they possess, even a moment might be warning enough to turn a potentially successful action into one that was sure to fail.
Van Stegane said, sitting back again. "Then it would certainly be foolish to give any greater degree of warning, wouldn't it?" The Marshal's eyes narrowed a little as she said, "Quite." "What did you have in mind?" he asked her. "What does it involve?"
It involves a fast, powerful ship, a single surgical strike with full end-operator tactical choice freedom, and in case any further action is required, a microforce of just 2, a highly augmented Special Forces field colonel, and a non-humanoid combat arbite.
"And this would be on
Eshri, Izanian system."
Van Stegane bit his lower lip. He looked away. "Against our own people?"
Who put a piece of spyware into another regiment's capital ship nearly 500 years ago, who might have done the same thing to other elements of the fleet, and who could, if they wanted.
The Marshal let her voice trail off. "Potentially jeopardize the whole subliming," the Septame said, still looking to one side, rubbing his lip now. He looked at her. "How soon can we put all this together?"
"It already is together, Septame. The assets are presently in transit for Izanian."
Van Stegane widened his eyes. "Are they now?"
"I instructed the battlecruiser Uagran to depart Zeiss system for Izanian 20 minutes ago. It is recallable at any point. It seemed rash to hesitate once the material and personnel were collated, and nothing irreconcilable happens without your express permission."
"How long until I would have to make a decision?"
"The Uagran's travel time to Izanian is between 46 and 54 hours, depending on whether it flies through or comes to a local stop. Say 45 hours to go yes or no on any pre-agreed action re the former. Though, if there's no further sign of development from the 14th HQ, I'd advise the local stop. That way we have a chance of dealing with any loose ends or unanticipated post-strike outcomes immediately, rather than half a day later. There is nothing else we can get to Izanian sufficiently quickly to provide immediate backup if the Uagran commits to a fly-through mission. In that case, say 53 hours. To leave time to switch from one mission profile to another, fly through to local stop, a decision would be required 38 hours from now. That would be your first decision point, in 38 hours.
And if I decide nothing, if no decision is made?
The ship flies straight through Izanian system and loops back to return here, without taking any action at all.
Good. Let's leave that as the default for now. He took a deep breath. So, 38 hours, 45, and 53. I'll try to remember. The Marshal smiled thinly.
Obviously, we must accept that the usual restrictions apply to committing any part of this to any form of memory, other than that we were born with.
Van Stegane lifted his time 2 from his chest and twirled a platinum knob on it. I take it won't represent too great a security threat if I set an alarm. He aligned the alarm hand, then looked up at the Marshal's expressionless face. She remained silent. He sighed, let the time 2 fall back against his chest. Really?
It would be circumstantial, but in the event of something going wrong and a subsequent investigation.
A subsequent investigation? Van Stegane said, incredulous. We're supposed to be subliming in... He glanced at the time 2. 22 days, 1 hour.
Nevertheless, foolish to risk what need not be risked. I'll be in touch shortly before a decision is needed.
Ernst again sighed and unset the alarm. He looked at Chekri. "This does have to happen, you know," he said. "The subliming. It has to happen now, and completely or not." Another sigh. He felt suddenly tired. "I've looked at the statistics, the sims. For a species like ours, if there's a stall, it's likely to take another 3 to 5 generations before it actually happens. That's—" He shook his head. "That's why this has to happen, Madam Marshal." Marshal Chekri, Commander-in-Chief of the Home System Regiment, was silent a little while longer, then said, "That is why we will make sure that it does, Septame." Chapter 5. S-22. The Kakonim, a culture-limited offensive unit of the Troublemaker class, spun slowly above the forest of writhing, wildly shining loops that was the surface of the orange-red star, Sapanachian. The ship rotated gently in the midst of the blasts of radiation, charged particles and magnetic force coming swirling in from almost every direction, though mostly from below, where a sunspot, the size of a gas-giant planet, was passing slowly beneath. The LOU was taking readings and collecting data for what it was worth, but really it was just watching, admiring. The LOU was a modern ship with an old mind, part of an experiment of sorts to see how that would work. The theory was that pairing a capable new vessel with a wise old mind would somehow present the best of both worlds, especially for one of the culture's relatively few warships, which would be fully expected to sit, drift, race around all its anticipated life, doing nothing whatsoever, or at least nothing whatsoever to do with what it had been designed for. The trouble with this idea, as the Kakonim had been amongst the first to point out, was that, simulations aside, you would never really know how your theory was standing up to reality until the shit hit the intractor, when it tended to be a bit too late for rethinks and refits. Still, as one of the ship minds that had been involved at the sharp end of the Adiran War 1,000 years earlier, and not gone into a profound retreat, a group mind, or the wilder shores of eccentricity, the mind within the Kakonim understood that it constituted a kind of resource for the culture, and grudgingly accepted that it had some sort of responsibility to play along. Taking its mildly eccentric habits and interests with it into its new home, the Kakonim's mind, the Kakonim, basically, pursued its strange little hobbies, and kept itself pretty much to itself, even while remaining on the sort of everlasting standby that culture ships of its kind were expected to maintain, just in case. It wasn't a hermit. Culture warships were strongly counselled not even to think of becoming true hermits. It kept up, in a general sort of way, with what was happening in the galaxy, and there were always a few respected and responsible ships who knew how to contact it if they really needed to. But it had few acquaintances and fewer friends, none of whom expected any real degree of chattiness from it, and who were quite used to hearing nothing from it for hundreds of days at a time. So it was surprised when a message pinged in from, apparently, somebody being so informal that even many of the usual signal protocols could be cheerfully dispensed with. "Kak, Chumlet, how are you?" The sender was, according to a minimal ration of the usual embedded personal codings and eccentricities of glyph expression, its old friend the MSV pressure drop, though, of course, that sort of signal addenda could be copied. It sent back along the same signal route. "PD?" The same. Even without the normal protocols, it was possible to work out the other craft's rough position through the beam direction and reply delay, even after only a couple of signals. It looked like the pressure drop was relatively close by, only 5 or 6 years off, practically next door, and only a couple of systems away in this sparsely starred part of the galaxy. Unless the other ship was introducing a deliberate delay into its replies, of course, in which case it could be almost on top of it. The Kakonim immediately clicked on its track scanner and looked down the signal beam. Nothing there. A few of its internal systems, kicking in like an animal flight or fight response, flicked off again, winding back down. "I am in every respect excellent, as you might expect," it replied. "Shall I assume the same of you?" "Do. Still obsessed with them sparkly bits, then?" The Kakonim relaxed a little more. The other party certainly expressed itself as though it was the pressure drop. Still, to get so close before announcing oneself was unusual. A more paranoid ship, the Kakanim thought, would almost feel like it had been getting snuck up on. The signals it was responding to had originally arrived via a beam spread wide enough to encompass the whole of the solar system it was within, with the implication that the pressure drop hadn't known where within the system its friend was, though it might have guessed near the sun. That was where the beam was focused now. But to be so discoverable, even by another culture ship, was, if not alarming for a wandering warcraft, at least worthy of note. My interest in stars, their formation, development and death, ability to harbour and promote life, affect, empower and destroy all around them and so on, remains, though obviously I struggle to couch it as poetically as you. Are you, with our friends the field liners? The Kakanim had a long-standing interest in and relationship with various of the galaxy-wide outposts of the creatures who inhabited the magnetic field lines of certain stars. No, holidaying as of recently. Magnetosphere surfing for the most part. I intend to resume my studies of the inhabitants at a later date. Not talking to you, then? Of course they're talking to me. We have a highly complex and mutually beneficial dialogue when necessary. The question I might ask is, why are you talking to me? Your oldest friend can't say hello without occasioning such suspicion. Who's suspicious? It's been so long and you've been so quiet. I thought perhaps you'd expired without telling me. If I've been quiet, it's because I take my cue from you. But yes, it's been a while. I've been busy. Well, indolent. The effect is the same. I've managed to whittle my population down to a framework crew of the like-minded, so all is harmonious. So, what brings you to this neck of the scrub? Technically, the serendipity of a tour. For pleasure. Like yourself, I have discovered a rich seam of auto-indulgence in myself, during which I had made swinging by your own current location, however out of the way, something of a priority, for reasons which are beginning to escape me. I shall endeavour to be more scintillating. However, there is something which has come to my attention which might interest you. And what would that be? A matter of potential thorniness. It involves the tiny wee tucked away, the vastness beyond vast. Oh, fuck. Now, before you, I may have to overwrite those bits of myself. I tell you, I wish to have no more to do with the promise, process, or result of outloading, instigating, subliming, enfolding, or any other synonym relating to the activity or state of basically buggering off at one's own or indeed anybody else's fundament. The sublime. The almost tangible, entirely believable, mathematically verifiable nirvana, just a few right-angle turns away from dear boring old reality. A vast, infinite, better than virtual, ultra-existence with no off-switch, to which species and civilizations had been hauling their sorry, tired with it all behinds off to, since, the story went, the galaxy had still been in metaphorical knee socks. The sublime was where you went to when you felt you had no more to contribute to the life of the great galactic meta-civilization, and, sometimes more importantly, depending on the species, when in turn you felt that it had no more to offer you. It took a whole civilization to do it properly, and it took a long, long time for most civilizations to come round to the idea. But there was never any hurry. The sublime would always be there. Well, provided only that blind chance, your own stupidity, or somebody else's malevolence didn't lead to your outright obliteration in the real in the meantime. Exactly what it was like in there was debatable. Very, very few came back, and none came back less than profoundly altered. These few returnees were also seemingly incapable of describing the realm they had left, however recently, in any detail at all. It was wonderful. That was the general tone of the vague, dreamy reports that did come back, and almost beyond comparison, literally indescribable. The absolutely most splendid wonders, experiences and achievements of the real, and all those within it, were as nothing to the meanest offhand meanderings of the sublime. The most soaring, magnificent, ethereal cathedrals to reason, faith, or anything else were as mere unkempt and dilapidated hovels compared to the constructions, if they could even be described as such, within the sublime. That was about all anybody had to go on, but at least the reports never varied in one respect. No one ever came back saying, "Shit, it's horrible, don't go."
Also, it wasn't the only choice for a species approaching the end of its active life. Other species, or civilizations, retreated into elderhood, becoming almost as disassociated from the normal day-to-day life of the galaxy and its vast rolling boil of peoples and societies as the sublimed, yet staying in the real. But that very continuance within the real galaxy, despite the powers and capabilities which everybody associated with elderhood and which the elder races rarely showed any desire to downplay, still left you at least theoretically vulnerable to whatever exciting new mix of power and aggression the matter-based galaxy was able to throw up. Plus, opting for elderhood just looked like a sort of failure of nerve, given what the sublime realm offered, a space of infinite flourishing without threat or danger. As far as was known, nothing had ever evolved directly within the sublime. Everything there had started in the real, and, again, as far as anyone could tell, nothing that had ever entered the sublime from the real in any viable state had ever entirely disappeared from it. To enter the sublime was to become, near as damn it, immortal, and while there was still talk of difference and dispute, and even some form of contention within the sublime, there appeared to be no annihilation, no utter destruction, no genocide or speciescide or their equivalents. To the deep and abiding frustration of those in the real who would know more of its past, the peoples who seemed to have been in there the longest, from the first 2 billion years or so of the galaxy's lifetime, say, were the least likely ever to reappear in the real and spill any beans about what life had actually been like back then and what had really happened. Those who had entered the great Enfold subsequently had scarcely been any more forthcoming, and the few not totally vague replies they had given to specific questions had often proved contradictory, one way or another. So, as a research trove, the sublime was almost completely useless. Nevertheless, whole civilizations had been making the one-way trip there for all that time. There was good proof that even the first to do so were still in some meaningful sense there, however much they might have changed, and, compared to the relative chaos, uncertainty, and existential short-termism of the real, that represented a fairly good option by most people's reckoning. So, a beguiling proposition and a field ripe for studying, too, if one was so inclined. The mind in the Kakanim, which had taken the ship's name, had been so inclined once. No longer. The whole enterprise had been exquisitely frustrating, and its friend, the pressure drop, knew this.
I understand. I could, of course, just shut up, withdraw and say no more about it.
No, my interest is piqued, as I'm sure you anticipated. What is it? Annoyingly, amazingly, the Kakanim knew that as far as authorities on the sublime went, it was one of the few assets the culture or anybody else possessed. It kept hoping that some other brave, ambitious, or just plain self-deluded souls would take up the sublime exploring baton and inquire further, look closer, delve deeper, and make some breakthrough it had been unable to make, so taking the responsibility away from it. And it had tried to encourage informal associations of other minds with similar interests to pursue such behavior. But all such hopes had been dashed. Almost nobody else was interested. It had even dared anticipate that the contact section would form a specialist department to handle such matters and tackle the problem properly. But, despite having dropped a few heavy hints on the subject over the years, this too seemed as far away as ever.
The Gazelt? The pressure drop sent.
Been talking about the big cheerio for some. They're actually off, too. Set a date and everything. See, I do listen to some news. That's quite close now. Not having second thoughts, are they?
Not yet, but there's been a development.
The Gazelt were a sort of cousin species stroke civilization to the culture. Nearly founders, though not quite, they had been influential in the setting up and design of the culture almost 10,000 years earlier, when a disparate group of humanoid species at roughly the same stage of technological and societal development had been thinking about banding together. Amiable enough, if somewhat martially uptight, due to an unusual social setup that basically meant everybody was presumed to be in a single society-wide militia, hence everybody had a military rank from birth, they had made significant contributions to the establishment and ethos of the culture, while it was all still at the being-talked-about phase,
But then, almost at the last moment, and to pretty much everyone's surprise, in a way including their own, they had decided not to join the new confederation. They'd go their own way, they'd decided, wishing the culture well and taking an interest in it, but keeping determinedly apart from it. Relations had remained friendly throughout, and rumours persisted that the Gesilt had been helpful to the culture in the Adiran War, despite a supposedly meticulous neutrality. But in essence, they had stayed quietly, studiously apart from the culture for all that time, observing the more rowdy, boisterous, and interference-minded behaviour of their one-time associates with a mixture of emotions that might on occasion have included mild horror, gasping incredulity, and simple shock, but also, and more consistently, a kind of envy and a slowly increasing feeling that a great opportunity had been lost. A development. Odd. That word rarely dampens the spirits quite so comprehensively as your deployment of it just there has so thoroughly doused mine. What development? Hurry me onwards if I start to tell you too much of what you already know, but there is this tradition that other civs settle up, as it were, with any would-be sublimers shortly before the big event. Messages of admiration, respect, and sorry to see you go mixed in with the odd admission that actually we're responsible for rubberizing your moon while you guys were inventing the wheel, but we were having big exciting space battles with the neighbours, or it was us that nicked your first space probe. Consider yourself hurried, the Kakanin sent. Sorry. Also, a pity. My third example was particularly witty and amusing, but no matter. Anyway, the Gesilt have this relationship, one might as well call it, with the also-departed Zidren. This relationship capacitated, as it were, through the Gesilt Book of Truth. Yes, the holy book that only gained in credence as science developed. Indeed, unique. So contributing to the cult of pernicious exceptionalism as exhibited by the Gesilt. So caustic. Some truths hurt more than others. Frankly, I thought I was being kind. The word exemplified might have replaced exhibited in the above without too great a stretch. I think I already dislike where we're headed with this, by the way, but go on. One of the things that has always made the Gesilt feel so special, so marked out, has been the fact that their holy book, pretty much alone amongst holy books, turned out to be verifiable. At every stage of their development, it predicted the future, the Kakanin interrupted, watching carefully for how much overlap there was between the two signals. Only of technology, but even so. That was interesting. The signals from the pressure drop implied the ship was curving away, as though it had been heading almost straight towards the Kakanin, until not long before it sent its first message, but was now beginning what looked like a tight as possible high-speed turn after a period of significant acceleration. Are you gauging my speed and direction? Of course I am. You could have just asked. I'm running a max-min turn for Gesilt space. That's 60 days away. Won't it all be over by then? 55 days away. I've up-ratioed my engines over the years, but the point is, you never know. Were you listening to all that stuff about the Gesilt Holy Book? Of course. The Book of Truth, the Gesilt Holy Book, had been delivered by meteorite during their Dark Ages, following the collapse of a great empire which had been laid low by a combination of barbarians, disease, and economic and environmental collapse. A subsequent meteorite bombardment had made things worse, and convinced many Gesilt that their gods, if they even existed, had turned against them. It was during this time of tribulation that the scribe, Drodge, a disgraced, ruined trader from a fallen aristocratic family with classical military connections, allegedly found a set of inscribed slates inside a meteorite and published them, adding to them later as he had dreams that seemed to follow on from the texts. These slates were kept secret, and either disappeared or were destroyed in a temple fire started by unbelievers. This particular incident led to the militarization and evangelicalization of the Book of Truth religion. Drodge and his generals then masterminded a series of spectacular conquests across the single great continent that made up almost all of the land area of Zeiss, eventually subduing and converting all the other tribes, nations, peoples, kingdoms, and empires, until they had, effectively, taken over the world. The scribe, Drodge, later disappeared in mysterious circumstances, allegedly when he was on the brink of announcing a whole new set of dream revelations. There had been tensions within the hierarchy of the church by this time,
and cynics would later maintain that the newly proliferating upper echelons of his supporters disappeared the scribe to prevent these mooted, never-brought-to-light additions to the word, reducing their own power, though nothing was ever proved, and by general consent there was a feeling that Bryper had quite entirely done his bit. His place in history as the greatest ever Gaziltian was absolutely assured, and, in a sense, it was time for him to enter legend rather than, say, stick around past his time and start making the sort of embarrassingly beside-the-point pronouncements old men were all too prone to coming out with. Up to this point, the story of the Gazilt and the Holy Book was, to students of this sort of thing, quite familiar. An upstart part of a parvenu series, Civ, gets lucky, proclaims itself special, and waves around its own conveniently vague and multiply interpretable Holy Book to prove it. What set the Book of Truth apart from all the other holy books was that it made predictions that almost without exception came true, and anticipated phenomena that nobody at the time of Bryper Drodge could possibly have guessed at. At almost every scientific/technological stage over the following 2 millennia, the Book of Truth called it right, whether it was on electromagnetism, radioactivity, atomic theory, the cosmic microwave background, hyperspatiality, the existence of aliens, or the patternings of the energy grid that lay between the nested universes. The language was even quite clear, too. Somewhat opaque at the time before you had the technological knowledge to properly understand what it was talking about and you were reading, but relatively unambiguous once the accompanying technical breakthrough had been made. There was, in addition, the usual mostly sensible advice on living properly and morally, along with various parables and examples to help keep the Gazilt on the right track, but nothing exceptional compared to other holy books, either those from the Gazilt's own past or that of others. The predictions were what made it special, and had the effect of causing the book to become more convincing and remarkable as technological progress continued. There was space stuff in there too. Those behind all these imparted revelations were named the Zidren, and described as wraiths of light. The Zidren were a vacuum Basker species, and this was actually a fairly accurate portrayal of what they looked like to the humanoid eye. They were also described working through their material mechanicals, again close enough to describing the reality of the robotic self-extensions the Zidren used when they wanted to work within the material aspect of the real. More challengingly, and perhaps more the prophet's doing than anything he might have found on the original slates, had they ever really existed, the book further insisted that the Gazilt were a people favoured by fate, by the universe itself, as part of an ongoing thrust towards a glorious, transcendent providence. They represented the very tip of a mystical spear thrown by the past at the future, the shaft of that spear being formed by a multiple of earlier species which existed before them and kept on serially handing on the baton of destiny to the next, slightly more exceptional people ahead of them. The Zidren, the book declared, were the last handers-on of the baton, the final stage of this rocket ship to the sky that would put the actual payload, the Gazilt, into the glory of eternal orbit. Even after the Gazilt achieved genuine space travel, artificial intelligence, insight into hyperspace, and contact with the rest of the galactic community, and discovered that there had indeed been a species called the Zidren around at the time the Book of Truth had come to light, though they had since sublimed, that belief in their own predestined purpose and assured distinctiveness had persisted, and it was, arguably, that imperturbable sense of their own uniqueness that had prevented them from joining the culture all those thousands of years ago. So, the pressure drop sent, the BOT provably gets so much right, insists that the Gazilt are special, destined for something singular, fabulous, and epoch-shaping, yet, once the Gazilt get to a certain stage of development, the book effectively falls silent, with nothing further to predict, and becomes just another dusty text to be filed with the rest, while the suspicion grows amongst those not utterly credulous that while the Zidren may indeed have had a part in the book, and were certainly a reputable and constructive part of the galactic community of their time, they were hardly exceptional, just another banally evolved species, hustling along as best they could within the convection cells of the galactic soup cauldron, if exotic in their immaterial nature by humanoid standards, who eventually ended up in the great retirement home of the sublimed like everybody else. Maybe the Gazilt should have swallowed their pride and joined the culture when they had the chance, or perhaps they seek their own subliming as a consolation. I hadn't finished. He interrupted again. You were wittering again. Anyway,
There is indeed evidence that the Gezilt believe their own presence amongst the sublime will somehow change things dramatically for the better there.
Ha!
I thought that might precipitate a response. However, to continue, also that they, wilfully, against all evidence, regard subliming not as retirement, but as promotion.
Ha! Again.
So, matters are set up as they are, and the Gezilt are on the very brink of the big outloading, when along comes a Zedren remnanter ship with a guest for the festivities bearing a message that is basically a confession. Of what, exactly? Of exactly what, I have not been told, but I think we can guess.
Mistake? Accident? Prank? Deliberate interference?
Something like that. Only the message does not get through. The human-ish guest entity is never delivered. The ship is intercepted. The remnanter ship is destroyed.
Destroyed?
Profoundly so.
That is bold or desperate. And how do you know all this? There's been nothing in any report.
It's recent. Few people know, and none of them thought it in their interests to go public. Our remnanter friends asked me to contact you as somebody they've had dealings with in the past regarding the sublimed, especially the Zedren.
Even so, to what end? What am I supposed to do?
2 things. 1, form part of an advisory group with myself to handle whatever may come of this from our point of view. 2, use some of your contacts to help clear up what's going on here.
Have we been asked by the Gezilt to do this?
Good grief, no. For now it's best they know nothing, given that they or some faction within them appear to have instigated hostilities.
Then why are we even thinking of getting involved?
Well, arguably, we owe the Gezilt some care and attention just on general principles, not to mention consideration due to their honorary fellow traveller culture status. But, more to the point, the Zedren message to the Gezilt mentioned an individual, a human from the first generation to think of themselves as culture citizens. He was around 10,000 years ago, at the time of the negotiations which gave rise to the culture in the first place. This individual was named as perhaps being able to help provide proof that what was claimed in the message to the Gezilt was actually true.
So, not long dissolved in some group mind, then? Stored, I take it.
Not stored. In fact, never stored. Still with us,
still alive, still extant and functioning. 25 to 30 full lifetimes after you'd have expected any ordinary humanoid mortal to have decently abandoned the corporeal. Indeed, longer living than any known still independent mind or even high-level AI from the time. Like the fuckers decided to outlive everybody or set a record or something. But alive, somewhere. Probably still within the culture. Seriously?
No kidding.
No. I refuse to accept this. This is a myth. One of our myths. Romantic, nonsensical. A wish, desired, but forever without proof. Nevertheless, our remnanter chums seem to think this geriatric geezer is still with us. Being loosely attached to a sieve long sublimed does not make the Zedren remnanter infallible, or even necessarily reliable.
Their record in such matters is good, though. I've spoken with a few fellow minds about all this, and it is reckoned the information must be taken seriously. Also, that you should be a member of any advisory group, part of the tactical strategic oversight team. What do you say?
I imagine I'm meant to be flattered being so invited. But why don't these fellow minds of yours perform this function?
They feel more comfortable in the wise village elder role, advising, not positions you and I are being offered, suggesting actual courses of action. I imagine some energetic and very intense simming is going on. I've already started my own.
And who are they, anyway?
Not yet at liberty to say. I'll tell you if you sign up. Promise.
What really is at stake here? And what are the chances that, should this prove important or just interesting, we wouldn't get bounced by some other collective, the ITG to name but one?
At stake is the smooth subliming of a cousin species stroke civilization, and the potential chaos of a part sublime complicated by the presence of a variety of scavenger species, not to mention the culture's good name as an honest broker.
As for the interesting Times gang, they've been silent for nearly half a millennium.
Several are believed to be in retreat, and at least one has itself joined the enfolded. There is a feeling amongst the minds taking a particular interest in these matters that the ITG has stepped down, or at least back. The whole accession thing nearly went very badly wrong, and only just came out okay in the end, as much through good luck as good guidance. And, anyway, was still arguably a failure. A catastrophe was averted, but an opportunity was squandered. And in the end, we're no further forward regarding insights into travel or even communication between concentric universes. They may have decided to quit while they were ahead, or to bow out gracefully after an at best modest achievement that in certain lights might even be regarded as an embarrassment. Maybe they just felt they were getting old and out of touch. In any event, no new standing ensemble appears to have replaced them, and only ad hoc groups have handled unusual matters since. It's our move, old chum. The Kakanim was silent for a few moments. It watched a small solar flare erupt from near one side of the sunspot over which it had stationed itself. Another tendril of the star's gaseous shrapnel, ejected by an earlier outburst of the furious energies erupting forever beneath it, and thousands of kilometres across, and tens of thousands long, washed over and around it, bathing its outer field structure in radiation and delivering a distinct physical blow. It allowed itself to be gently buffeted by the impact, using its engine fields to adjust its apparent mass and so increasing its inertia, so that the effect would fall within acceptable parameters, while observing the outermost elements of its field structure deform inwards by a few micrometers under the weight of the blast. The effect of the colliding gust of plasma was to send it drifting very slightly across the face of the sunspot, spinning slowly. Finally it said, "Why do we bother with this sort of biotangling stuff in the first place? We could live lives of such uncomplicated joy if we left them to their own sordid, murderous devices. Because it pleases us. It's a challenge. We could sublime too, but we don't do that either. Come on. We have a reputation for enlightened interference to protect here." "Yeah, that's us. First amongst the altruists, the emperors of nice. We're not competitive about it, but if we were, by fuck, we'd be the best." "Most amusing." "Yes, my fields expand at the mirth of it all." "Very well, I may regret this, but all right, I'll take part. And use those contacts with the sublimed. If I have to, even more reluctantly, yes." "Hurrah! Welcome aboard. Here's a diaglyph with the situation. Any thoughts?" The data was lush with detail, a fact-crammed welter of information leavened with analysis and speculation. There were pointers towards standard concise histories of all species/civs involved for those who hadn't been paying attention earlier. More incisive, less polite, contact-produced essays on the societies and personalities involved, plus a comprehensive summary of all recent developments, their possible explanations, a statistical breakdown of multiple already simmed likely futures, and an exhaustive, minutely annotated, multi-dimensional comparison of this situation with those of any pressing similarity in the past, with another spread of likely outcomes relating thereto, plus the positions and specifications of all known capital and other major ships in the volume or inbound. This did have the look of something blowing up alarmingly quickly, the Kakanin thought. The mistake not had been the first to flag up something amiss when it had spotted the weapon blink from Oblate, communicating this to its home GSV, the Kakistocrat, which had been cautious enough to pass this on to a select few of its peers, including the pressure drop, rather than broadcast the news. The message from the Zedran Remnanters had gone straight to the pressure drop less than an hour later. No hint of who or what had been responsible for the destruction of the Remnant ship. 2 principal scavenger species present, the Lysidon and the Ronta. It would be tidiest and least alarming for all concerned if one of those had been responsible for the attack on the Remnant ship. But that looked impossible. Even if the Remnant ship had been unarmed, the tech levels were just too far apart. The Kakanim didn't pretend to take any appreciable time to review the totality of what had been sent. "The old desert class currently hanging around Zeiss," it said. "Yes, the venerable MSV passing by and thought I'd drop in. There to represent us guys until the cultural big guns get there in the humongous shape of the system-class empiricist, currently Zeiss-bound, though delayed by a smatter outbreak en route. The passing by has been informed there might be a minor situation developing, though no action yet required. The empiricist is still in a state of blissful ignorance. The passing by has 2 thugs with it as escorts," DMVs. Demilitarized vessels is such old terminology, dear thing. They're being called fast pickets, or very fast pickets, for a long time now. But yes, the ex-Thug-class rapid offensive units, refreshingly unconcerned with the vulgar exigencies of veracity and value judgment. If you're thinking about those as immediately available military assets, though, I must disappoint you. They both really have been fully defanged. They're not that just pretend kind of OU, described as weapon-free to keep the locals happy, while actually toting gear of serious cloutage, sadly. Still, have a word. Those three ships have a long association. A lot of the Desert class were discomfited at being demoted from general to medium, and, like myself, the mind in the passing by is old. Also, the Thug de-weaponing was done aboard it. Keep going. Old equals sneaky, and prideful, sometimes. Tell the passing by what has happened. Suggest to it that if it did just happen to have the weapon clusters taken out of its escorting thugs to hand, it should get both ships back aboard and fully retooled immediately. Just checked. That stuff's not aboard the Desert, absent from both the relevant cargo manifests and registered material declarations. Ask it all the same. Might be hiding the gear. That'd be a bit cheeky. And anyway, on a Desert class, they're tiny. That's why they got demoted. They're over 3 clicks long and boxy, and the principal weapon cluster on a Thug is less than 30 meters in diameter. Also, there isn't a Desert class extant that hasn't altered its internal layout umpteen times over the millennia, just to suit operational happenstance or to amuse itself. I bet most of them could find places aboard themselves to hide sufficient ordnance to equip a fleet, if they looked hard enough or could be bothered. Signal duly sent. The beat's working with Oronta. Genuinely civilian? Completely. And genuinely tiny. 80 meters. We had missiles bigger back in the olden days. And this eccentric erratic, the mistake not. Is there any data on its throw weight? I can't find anything official. Seemingly not. That's sort of the idea, apparently. Estimates of its puissance by enthusiastic amateurs vary wildly, but indicate something close to my own disclosed capabilities. The Kakanim had resorted to consulting documentation drawn up by the sort of people who took an informed interest in culture ships. I'm sure one of you ought to be flattered. I think even by our relaxed standards it is a little absurd that one warship needs to look up what are essentially fan sites for an estimate of a comrade vessel's clobbering capacity. Think it could be SC? Possibly special circumstances. Possibly just congenitally inscrutable. SC's ongoing attempts to corner the market in deviousness have yet to come to fruition. Let's try to find out how on board it is, and ask what it's toting. Agreed. Its contact is the GSV Kakistocrat, which certainly used to be SC, though it claims it long since settled for a quieter and more contemplative life. Signal sent. There are these delinquent-class GOU twins, the Headcrash and the Xenocrat, aboard the Empiricist. Let's give them a whiff of potential action in Gazilt, and suggest it might be worth a little engine degradation to get there ASAP. They're engaged with this spatter outbreak at Loliscombana. It's all gone a bit target-rich. Could be hard dragging them away from the fun. Target-rich, but challenge-light. They'll be bored by now. Swear them to secrecy and tell them somebody's seen fit to waste a remnant of ship. That should get their attention. And hint the situation is unlikely to stop there. No need. They'll draw their own conclusions. Better to let them persuade themselves than feel they're being manipulated. The copy in the Empiricist can't have it getting upset. Contacting. We do, seem to be concentrating very much on the military side of things thus far. I'm a warship. I always was. Why? What else did you have in mind? Talking to somebody relevant might be a good idea. This Banstagain fellow looks to be the player with the power at the moment. The regiments would appear to contain almost all the potential energy, with the politicians providing the dynamic. Gazilt society had cohered millennia ago in a stable democratic system that formalized a purely ceremonial president at the top with no real power, a few almost equally figurehead people immediately beneath him or her, then successive layers of exponentially greater numbers and increasing political power until you reached the general mass of the population, individual people. This power structure lay alongside the Gazilt's universal militia, a rank-for-all military structure, without apparent discord. Commentators and analysts, especially in the culture,
seemed to find this mystifying but pleasing. The consensus was that the ubiquitous military had no problem always conceding to civilian command, because, in a sense, there were no civilians. It seemed perverse to some, but for all their apparent militarism, the Gezilt had remained peaceful over many millennia. It was the avowedly peaceful culture that had, within living memory, taken part in an all-out galactic war against another civilization. Military aside, in practice, over time, the balance of effective political power had settled somewhere between the 128 septames, the third level down, and the 4,000-plus Dagans immediately beneath them, with the balance tipping towards the septames over the last few generations as the idea of subliming had taken hold. No machines involved in all this nominal, rather limited democracy, the ship noted. Minds and AIs in the Gezilt Dominion were regarded either as mere tools, without rights, or as housing for the uploaded personalities of ex-humans. Even their warships were not commanded by true individual minds, but by virtual crews of deceased or copied biopersonalities running on highly sophisticated and very fast substrates. It seemed to work, and Gezilt ships were highly regarded, approximately equiv-tech by culture standards, but it was a roundabout way to get to a desired state of ability, and if there was ever a proper fight between otherwise equally matched Gezilt and culture craft, perished the thought, culture minds were in no doubt it would be a very lucky Gezilt craft that prevailed. Though doubtless the Kakanim would be prepared to concede, the Gezilt would have a rather different take on the subject. Of the regiments, it said, the 5th and 14th seem to have been the most dissenting regarding subliming, even though they are officially both fully on board now. If we accept the attack on the Remnant ship was an act underwritten by those within the Gezilt majority establishment wishing to ensure subliming takes place, might one or both of those regiments be involved on the other side in some way? This might tie in with a sighting reported by the passing by of something speeding off from Zeiss 15 hours ago, is Xanian bound, where the 14th has its HQ, if it's going direct. Even at the best of times, the Society's internal tensions are largely sublimated into highly complex and rule-restricted turf wars between the regiments. High-level internal diplomatic games, essentially. Most likely, this single sighting is part of those continual manoeuvrings. There's been no hint that anybody else within Gezilt knows about the attack on the Remnant, beyond those who might have set it in motion. None that I can see. You? No, none. Though we might ask the passing by to be a little more nosy regarding Gezilt military comms traffic and any other unusual ship movements, prioritizing discretion above zeal, of course. And as we have the Desert class in Gezilt with its 2 thugs and the delinquent twins incoming, with any luck, then, if there's nothing else to go on, it might be worth getting something to Azanian before, or as soon as possible after, whatever left Zeiss for Azanian arrives. See if the passing by can extract more data from its readings. I'll have a word. Also, that smatterage at Lolis-Kambana delaying the Empiricist. Was there any hint or precursor of it before the GSV published the part of its course schedule letting everybody know it would be passing that way? None mentioned. I'll investigate. It's a system class, of course. Those behemoths usually schedule years in advance, so there'll be plenty of time to set something up. You think the smatter is not a coincidence? Some things just are, you know. I do know. Depends on whether this is something being extemporized as unexpected events unfold, or a long-thought-out plan being unrolled. But what one might call natural smatter outbreaks almost invariably have precursor events. If there are none for this one, then eyebrows, amongst those who possess them, might need to be raised. Time will tell, it usually does. I think that's all for now, though you did promise me the names of the other ships you've been talking to about all this. Of course. The GSV's contents may differ, and just the washing instruction chip in Life's Rich Tapestry, and the GCU displacement activity. Thank you. All sound, in my estimation, though whether they would return the compliment is another matter. My pleasure. I'll let you know any more there is to know as it comes in. Till later. Yes, later, the Kakanim said. The connection clicked to silent, and the ship was left alone with its own thoughts again. It felt and watched the buffeting wisps of the solar flare as they washed past it. Staring down into the vast, slow, pulsing storm of the sunspot, already half lost in its wild and stately beauty, it thought about the framework crew of the pressure drop. The Kakanim had no bio-crew of its own. Culture warships rarely did these days. But the Mind had, once, in another incarnation, as another ship. Those on the pressure drop would be humans, mostly, it imagined. Mongrel culture, the result of 100 centuries of species mixing, serial amendment, augmentation, uploading, downloading, simple autonomous choice-directed breeding, and, after all that time, perhaps even some genuine evolution. The usual bizarre biomix of who knew how many planetary original bloodlines, all tangled inextricably together with those from an equally unfathomable number of others, boosted with gene tech, org, dashes of chimeric, and a hint of some machine in there too, depending. And it didn't doubt that every single one of them would find it absolutely fascinating to stare into a fire, even if that was one thing they were unlikely ever to encounter on a ship. The urge would still be there, though stored inside, waiting. Shown the stuff, they'd stare, mesmerized. The entirely standard human basic fascination with fire, bog ordinary flames for them, just an oxygen reaction lasting minutes or hours, while for it was the multi-billion-year-lasting thermonuclear fury of a planet-swallowing star burning off 1 million tons of matter a second. But still. Shit, the ship thought. Most ship epithets, like almost all bioepithets, involved bodily functions. It started elongating one long loop of its external bump field and expanding the outer reaches of its main field enclosure at the same time, so that it was both pushing against the mass of solar material beneath it and using the blast of radiation and charged particles as the wind in a sail that quickly grew to the size of a respectably proportioned moon. The ship rose, spinnakering away from the star, already gaining speed in real space, as it flexed its engine fields and reached deftly out to the energy grid in the space between this universe and the slightly smaller one, only a few seconds or so younger, nested within it. You had to be careful engaging engines so far within a gravity well as pronounced as that around a sun, but the Kakanim was confident that it knew what it was doing. It spun slowly about while it drifted, then gradually powered, away from the star, snapping its external fields tight and preparing for extended deep space travel as its engines powered up further and increasingly bit harder into the grid that separated the universes. "I suppose I ought to follow," it said, "just in case, like you say." A tiny, dark speck against the vast ocean of fire that was the star, it set a course for Gazilt space, pitching and yawing until it was pointed more or less straight there, continuing to ramp up its engines as it flew away from the light. "Race you," the pressure drop sent. The Kakanim could already feel drag, the effect of its velocity in real space. Observed external time was starting to drift away from what its own internal clocks were telling it, and its mass was increasing. Both effects were minute, but increasing exponentially. Elements of its field enclosure were already poised for the transition to hyperspace and release from such limitations. "I'll win," it replied. It vanished from the skein of real space less than a second later, hurtling into a quickness beyond night. Chapter 6. S-21. A ship dance was required. Ronta fleets flew in formation at all times, even in time of war, when such patterns, through dispositional predictability, might be contraindicated. However, much that was contraindicative might equally well be regarded as a challenge, correctly formulated. Accordingly, it was incumbent upon a fleet in the appropriate circumstances to come up with better patterns, formations of such subtle elegance their mathematical and topological underpinnings would remain obscure to the enemy until it was too late. Accomplished correctly, this could even constitute a powerful additional asset, as the computational power required by the enemy vessels to perform this analysis robbed them of resources better directed towards other aspects of the engagement. Ronta ships closely resembled the beings which inhabited them. The Ronta were decimeter-scale insectile creatures, sleek, darkly iridescent, fluid dynamic, compact, and yet with great reach when required. Their ships were as beautiful as they. Their hulls blazed with swirling iridescent patterns of astonishing variety, complexity, and precision. Even the addition of field enclosures,
long resisted by traditionalists but necessary for the exploitation of the most sophisticated forms of rapid interstellar travel, had only added to their great beauty, the fields themselves hardly altering the overall shape of the vessels due to their intrinsic concision and, in addition, in some ways, resembling multi-dimensional wings unfolded and spread. Ronta fleets in flight frequently changed their formations, or topologically warped a single formation, due not to concerns regarding surprise attack, but for the joy of it. There was a joy in complexity, movement, change. On entering a new environment, a ship dance was required, unless the circumstances were so fraught that to perform one would cause operational compromise, for example in time of war, when the delay or distraction involved could be counterproductive. Entering the volume known as Gazilt space constituted formally entering a new environment, even though there was no obvious wall, barrier, demarcation line, or other signifier beyond carried navigational data to show that a frontier had been crossed. This was entirely normal in such circumstances. Accordingly, the fleet drew to a local stop halfway between the stellar systems of Balbanim and Tausha, and the ship dance, glowing nymphs dance ascending and descending in the light of an alien sun, was performed. The dance had hardly been completed when the fleet was contacted by the culture ship Beats Working. It congratulated the fleet on a beautiful dance, perfectly executed. Some initial consternation was caused by this, as the more rapid response elements of the fleet's serially augmented AI plus components reacted. This was because, while they were familiar with the capabilities of culture and other Level 8 ships, they did not possess running knowledge of the likely intentions of such vessels and assumed hostility. Hostility was assumed due to the lack of warning before the reception of the message. Additionally, a further obvious imbalance was represented by the alien ship apparently being able to observe the fleet, while the fleet had been unaware of the whereabouts of the alien ship. Stored knowledge components prevented any escalation of alarm turning into armed response, even before executive oversight might have been required. Giving due weight to earlier briefings, it was briefly contemplated that the culture ship might have been exhibiting sarcasm when it had congratulated the fleet on its dance, and in addition, certain components theorized that the ship could know nothing of what constituted a well or a badly formed dance. However, further analysis confirmed that, statistically, politeness was significantly more likely than sarcasm in the circumstances, and that the culture fleets and/or individual vessels seemed to possess widely distributed knowledge and appreciation of all aspects of Ronta ship dances. The culture ship requested permission to approach. This was given. The fleet took as marks of respect both the fact that the request had been made and that the vessel did not approach dead-on, as though in aggressive display or outright attack, but arrived tangentially, heaving to some tens of kilometers distant from the outer elements of the fleet. The culture ship proved to be a tiny thing of just 80 meters in length. It did not trouble to use its outer field enclosure to mimic a larger ship, as might have been expected. Historical, analytical components of the fleet confirmed that this was not unusual with culture ships, and that the vessel, although small and alone, and so from first principles obviously potential prey, could not be so regarded. This was set out in standing all-fleet orders. The culture ship had a humanoid crew of 5. It was a limited contact vessel, Scree class. Its lack of substance, volume, also did not constitute any sort of insult to the Ronta, probably. Its name was not to be taken literally, and was more a kind of signifier of its relaxed or laid-back nature, a quality shared by both the culture fleet and culture civilization in general. Ossibri 17 Haldisib, a 17th-generation swarm prince, was sub-swarm divisional head, fleet officer in charge, aboard the flagship Melancholia Enshrines All Triumph. He had been in oversight command at all times since before the ship dance was performed, and duly extended personal ship, hive, fleet, swarm, and civilizational greetings to the culture craft and the civilization it represented, as well as to any and all relevant substructures, systems in between. The culture ship was at all points polite, diplomatic, and respectful, and had already begun to accrue inferred alien cachet value, positive, honorary. Fleet orders indicated that, due to earlier bafflement issues, mostly involving parties other than the culture,
This information need not be shared with the alien vessel, but could be at the discretion of the relevant fleet officer in charge. Osebri 17 Haldesib duly determined to consider this, and accordingly put some of his best people-components on it. Had he done the right thing? It was so hard to know. Banstegain felt the drug pulse through him just as he pulsed through the girl. That was what it felt like. In, through, beyond, amongst, within, whatever. The bed beneath him was a live thing, taking part, caressing, brushing, sucking, warming, cooling, penetrating, itself pulsing. This had been a present to her from him. He had made sure that it was keyed to his own genetic signature, so it wouldn't work for anybody else. He had told her this too, so that she knew from the start. She claimed that such shows of determination and leadership, especially in such a personal context, turned her on, and so it suited both of them. Had he done the right thing? Marshal Chekri had been in touch again. Fresh intelligence indicated that the target might be even less well defended than they had at first assumed. The 14th had already sent most of its capital ships into the Sublime, apparently half expecting them to pop straight back out again, full of scepticism, and entirely of the opinion that this subliming nonsense might be all right for lesser civilizations, but wasn't for the Gazilt. They had, however, stayed. Recently, the disposition of the regimental fleet had changed again, and the Azanian system had been left only lightly defended. It all meant that the balance of which actions and profiles might ensure the best outcome had shifted. He had been happy not to have to make a decision at the first 38-hour point. They had more time now. Unless circumstances changed again, the ship would still attack while flying past, but would be able both to lay down a fuller pattern of additional munitions and return much more quickly than if it had attacked at full speed. He had, in turn, allowed her to pursue some of her own little fantasies, also involving domination, but he hadn't enjoyed them, and had told her so. She had expressed surprise, thinking that most politically powerful, aggressive men secretly harbored a desire to swap roles and, in a safe, controlled, entirely secret context, be dominated. He had told her this reassuring, soft centre theory was nonsense. Some males were just strong all the way through. Was he doing the right thing? People would die. There was no getting away from this fact. He was taking decisions that would lead to the deaths of those to whom he owed a mutual duty. He should be able to trust them, and they ought to be able to trust him. But that had broken down. The drug made everything slow down, spread out, become part of a spectrum of observed experience that the user, the practitioner, could dip into, magnify, ignore, enhance, and exalt within, according to choice. A ship, a regimental capital ship, no less, had been corrupted, its AIs duped, a viral presence inserted into it centuries ago. That had been the first act of betrayal, the first act of something as good as outright aggression. He had had to respond, and the 14th had preemptively signed away any right to be trusted, respected, or protected by that act of ancient treachery. Above him, Orpa raised her hands above her head, then bent back, and then further back, and then kept on going until her head eventually disappeared from view as she arched her spine and her hands clutched at, found, and then gripped his ankles. It was a move she knew he liked. Beautiful, succulent Orpa. Verisa, as she wanted him to call her, though on the first few occasions like this she had admitted that she had rather enjoyed being addressed as Orpa, or Ms. Orpa. Beyond even that, though, was the simple fact that the only thing which really mattered, well, beyond who acted first or who had betrayed who, was that the subliming took place, on time, in full. Using some suitably enabled augmentation he'd carried since adolescence, he was able to watch her bend back like that multiple times, speeding up and slowing down. With the drug, he could synthesize experience too, translating it into other senses, while another part of him was still in real time, as though watching all this. He enjoyed this feeling of being his own voyeur. The knowledge of what had been in the remnant ship, if the message it had carried was actually true, not itself a lie, had to be kept secret, hidden away, not just from the vast mass of people, but from everybody else as well. It rarely paid to frighten the masses, and it never paid to confuse them. Sometimes you could trust people in positions of power to understand this, and even help keep things confidential, or at least muddied, so that people could self-deceive with whatever kept them best comforted. But not always. And with this, the stakes were too high. Nothing at all, in practice or in theory, mattered more than the subliming. They were staking everything on it. He was staking everything on it, carrying the burden of the hopes of the whole Gazilt people on his shoulders. Orpa, Veris, moaned, panted. Not being able to see her face meant that he could let his own expression relax while he thought all this through. And, precisely because it was so important, there was also the possibility that even somebody he'd normally have trusted, somebody from the rarefied upper echelons, would blab. Just for the fame, just for the down-the-generations notoriety of supposed heroic status speaking out would bring, even if it was utterly and completely the wrong thing to do. Never underestimate the sheer selfishness and stupidity of people. The girl's grip on his ankles tightened. She shuddered. He thought of the ship, slowing but still racing, powering down towards the planet, falling upon it. Orpa moaned. He almost laughed. Supposedly right now, he was with the subcommittee, making the decision about which scavenger species got preferred partner status, making them the people who'd receive the cooperation of the Gazilt when it came to parceling out the legacy stuff. But he didn't need to be there, in the committee chamber. The personnel concerned had been briefed, knew what to do and which way to vote. In the end, they remained frightened of him. Even yet. And there was, he was entirely prepared to admit, a certain extra frisson about wielding such power without even having to be there. Fuck the subcommittee. That would take care of itself. In the end, he'd rather be here. With Orpa, whom he had to share with the president. Normally, he wouldn't stand for this. He didn't share lovers. But then, Orpa's other lover was somebody it was very useful to share her with. It was, indeed, the precise reason that he had befriended the girl, flattered her, courted her, finally bedded her. Not that it was any great sacrifice, of course. She was beautiful and attractive, after all, if a little too assertive, equality-minded for his tastes, but no matter. He had been very careful never to ask Orpe anything at all about President Sifoy Geljamin's thoughts or likely actions, content to lull her into a state where she thought he had wanted her purely for herself, not for her connection to the president, not for that access, that closeness. For all he knew, it might never come in useful, but then that was not the point. And, of course, it had been the right thing. Orders, sadly, are orders.
Well, we'll miss you, big guy. You really have to go right now?
Immediately, I'm afraid. Oh, you might register a slight tremor in your warp cores as I kick off here. Not a passing gravity wave or anything, just me.
No, not seeing anything this... No, wait a second. Yes, engineering says yes, they did.
The mistake not felt a modicum of embarrassment. It had disengaged its own warp units without a murmur. They'd been idling, basically, and then deliberately roughened up its engine fields as it had engaged its main drive, specifically to create the skein kick. There was a table you looked up, basically, to see which of the less developed civs had to be hoodwinked like this, and to what degree. It was a form of dishonesty the mistake not found slightly objectionable, but it was expected. Technically, indulging in such deceit wasn't compulsory, any more than this just-received suggestion that it might like to head at the highest possible speed to a distant star system wasn't an order, but it was expected. If you wanted to do more of this sort of stuff in the future, then you'd best take the hint. Otherwise, you'd be frozen out next time. Of course, it also made such behaviour your own responsibility. It was hard to claim you'd just been obeying orders when orders had officially ceased to exist the best part of 10,000 years ago. The ship was talking directly to Ni Andabo Tayun, the admiral of the Lycidan fleet. It had contacted the flagship's AI as soon as it got the signal. The admiral had clicked in seconds later. The little flotilla of 3 Lycidan ships, including the fleet flagship, had been puttering along towards Zeiss for just a few hours now. There had been a wait of nearly half a day spent still orbiting the Cinder Star, while the fleet had shuffled personnel and equipment between its various ships. Quite why this had to be done at this point, wasting time, when it might have been accomplished while the ships had still been in transit, had puzzled the Mistake Not for a moment, until it reviewed the specifications and capabilities of the Lycidan craft, and realized that with their level of tech, ship-to-ship transfers while underway were tricky and risky. The ship had been suitably appalled, and had felt vicariously embarrassed for the Lycidan.
"Yep, that's me off and running. Sorry for the abrupt departure."
"Yeah, you even took your avatoid. We are devastated."
"Yeah, sorry about that too."
"Just joshing, anyway."
"I know. No, just one of those things, you know."
"So, yeah, just looking at the orientation of the warp skein here, looks like you're off to... No, we can't tell. Open space by our reckoning."
"Heck, can't hide much from you guys,"
the Mistake Not replied, putting some heartiness into its synthesized voice. It had naturally an extensive knowledge of all Lycidan languages, dialects, accents, idioms, and speech patterns. It was powering away as fast as it could, already curving away towards this Izanian place, it had no idea why. The rucking it had caused in the skein of real space, pointing in a completely different direction, represented pretty much standard procedure. You didn't let people know where you were really heading, unless there was a good reason.
"I bet," the Admiral said. "So, bad news?"
The delay caused by increasing distance was already such that had the Mistake Not been talking to another mind or even AI, it would have switched to standard messaging by now. Talking to a creature whose faculties relied on a substrate where internal signals moved at roughly the speed of sound, an ordinary bio-brain, there was no need for this yet. The ship had plenty to process and think about while it waited for the animal's slow replies to trundle across the link, and even during the individual transmission sections. Between the phonemes associated with the end of the word bad and the very start of the word news, for example, when it was already anticipating that the whole of the next word would indeed be news, and from the inflection, that it would be the end of the sentence and probably the end of the signal parcel, it had had time to thoroughly research the Izanian system, reanalyze everything it knew about Gazilt and the current situation re the countdown to subliming and everything else, and still come up with precisely no idea why it had been asked to endure a degree of engine degradation, however temporary, to get to Izanian as quickly as possible. The request had come from its principal contact and old friend, the Kakistocrat, which had wanted to know if it would do this purely out of regard for it. The Kakistocrat had admitted that it had been given further detail regarding whatever situation was thought so important that a ship should be asked to do such a thing, but wanted to know more still before involving the Mistake Not fully. It had also asked the Mistake Not if it would agree to its specs being forwarded to the group dealing with whatever might be going on. The Mistake Not had seriously considered saying no to both, but then decided this was unlikely to be a drill or some sort of bizarre test of loyalty. That said, the Kakistocrat was eccentric, even if it wasn't officially eccentric, and so it still might be some sort of weird drill of the CAC's own devising. In the end, it agreed to go, but vetoed the other vessel passing on its specifications beyond being allowed to say that they would likely prove sufficient.
"No idea if it's bad news, good news, or even no news, Anne,"
the ship sent back to the Lycidan admiral.
"Just orders."
"That's too bad. It was good having you around," Nick Andabo said.
He meant to sound sincere, and to some degree did.
"You take care. We hope we see you again."
"Same here. Mind how you go. We'll talk again. Out."
Chapter 7 S-20 Futsan Joem was a sub-summit orbit satellite of the sculpt planet Eshri, making it one of a very small subcategory of moons. Only its military nature and natural/artificial status, it was arguably a ship, stopped it being regarded as a genuine wonder. The Werpesh, the people who had constructed the girdle city on Zaun, had turned their attentions to Esri at about the same time they begun building on Zaun, perhaps 100,000 years ago. By then, Esri had been dead for well over 1 billion years. It was small, dry, frozen and stony, with a thin atmosphere and a solidified core that registered as barely warm. Most of the heat from its formation had been convected and then radiated away, and what little radioactivity the core had possessed had since decayed almost to nothing. Thanks to little tectonic activity of its own, but a lot of early asteroid battering that had produced lava outflows covering large parts of the world, it had been a fairly smooth little globe to start with. The Werpesh had decided to improve, as they saw it, upon this promising start, and used planet-forming techniques to turn Esri into one of their sculpt worlds. A flat-surfaced planet of polished rock with a network of encircling trenches, steep-sided, kilometres deep and tens of kilometres wide, incised into and right around it. From space, the planet looked like a colossal ball bearing, etched with ball races for thousands of smaller spheres. Scholars of the Werpesh and their works reckoned Esri was the most extreme of all the sculpt worlds. On no other had the ground been so thoroughly levelled, the remaining atmosphere so assiduously removed, the canyon trenches etched so deep or so wide, or attained such a bewildering complexity. Like all the few dozen or so sculpt worlds, there had been no utility to the project. As far as could be discerned, the Werpesh had been a reticent species, unable, or unwilling, to explain themselves to the extent that other, more noisy species thought they ought. The sculpt worlds were basically a series of titanic works of art. That they also functioned as highly visible expressions of sheer power and a certain willingness to ignore galactic etiquette, most species or civs had long since agreed to leave wild worlds like Esri untouched, well, that was probably just an added bonus. Nevertheless, although the Werpesh had not been a particularly aggressive or expansive people, it would be fair to say that their contemporaries had been less than heartbroken when they'd opted for subliming and stopped building such impressive vulgarities as the girdle city of Zaun and the sculpt planets. The Gazilt, by luck and the good grace of at least one elder species in nominal control of the Werpesh legacy, had fallen heir to most of the sublimed species' abandoned systems in their immediate vicinity, and had quickly and enthusiastically got on with the business of, for example, colonizing and rebuilding on and within Zaun's great girdle city. They were less sure what to do with the brace of sculpt worlds they had inherited. Neglected, if never quite abandoned, these had by default become no more than occasional, if rather one-trick, tourist stopover sites. Then the Socialist Republican People's Liberation Regiment #14, which was all and none of the adjectives in its name, had chosen to make Esri its home, or at least the home of its home. Ftzan had been the regiment's headquarters for nearly a millennium by then. Roughly spherical and a couple of kilometres in diameter, the satellite had started out life as an asteroid of the Azanian system, just another tumbling rock amongst tens of millions of others. Initially, after being hollowed out to become the regimental HQ, it had been left in a close-to-original orbit within the Azanian system's inner asteroid belt, theoretically gaining from being just one of a bewildering array of potential targets, should anyone ever be foolish enough to wish it harm. Later, with improvements in weapon and sensor technology, the natural camouflage effect of being part of a mass of other asteroids had been negated. Happily, the likelihood of any realistic threat had receded at the same time, so the placement of the regiment's HQ became more about statement, prestige even, than about operational survivability. So, Ftzan had been appropriately refitted, refurbished and improved, towed to Esri, slung into a low orbit around it, and then carefully lowered still further, kilometre by kilometre, metre by metre, eventually millimetre by millimetre, speeding up all the time, until its orbit now lay a kilometre beneath the planet's surface, darting along one of the widest and deepest canyons of all in a blur of planet-girdling movement, its course held steady by a network of hermetically isolated AIs and multiply redundant thruster systems dedicated to doing nothing else. Its own engines had done almost all the work at every stage, though various other craft had helped and been there to step in had anything started to go wrong. But a modest degree of seeming helplessness was deemed to be useful in providing a sort of camouflage of its own. Ftzan-Joim, headquarters of the Socialist Republican People's Liberation Regiment #14, had been in subsurface equatorial orbit of Eschri ever since, zipping along like a superfast bullet in a slab-sided groove open to the pitch-black sky, orbiting the planet in less than an hour and covering over 200 million kilometers every year, nearly 500 billion altogether by now, while never coming closer than 1,500 meters to either the flat canyon floor or its sheer polished sides. You approached Ftzan-Joim carefully, from astern. Approaching it any other way meant its hair-trigger defensive systems would blow you out of the sky. Coming in from astern meant that, even if you collided with it, approaching too fast, the extra impetus would, in theory, merely boost its orbit a fraction, sending it higher, away from danger. It also meant that as well as the arrays, batteries, and multiple turrets of emission, kinetic and missile weapon system sites pointing at you, you got to contemplate the impressive collection of variegated main drive units and crater-wide thruster nozzles pointing straight at you, each of them guaranteed to be usefully and reliably and terminally weapon-like in their effect, should they be turned on even for a microsecond while you approached. The principal hangar entrance lay nestled in the center of a quartet of main drive units. The transfer pinnace slipped towards it, shadows wheeling about it as it gently outpaced the asteroid, approaching at about humanoid running speed, a little faster than was normally allowed. The little 12-seat vessel disappeared, pitching nose down for a moment, and trembling as it encountered the asteroid's own internal gravity field. The view behind, cut off as a field, and then a real physical door, blocked the view of the deep, sunlit trench whipping past outside, and lights came on in the hangar as the pinnace settled to the floor. Somewhere, a system would be compensating for the small amount of downward impetus caused by the tiny craft transferring its weight to the hangar deck. Commissar Colonel Italda looked at Via Cossant and smiled. "Home at last," he said, possibly a little too heartily. Cossant just smiled. They had crossed the few decades from Zaun in the Murite system to Eschri in Azanian within the 5-star Gelish Oplul, a regimental cruiser about as fast as anything the fleet possessed. Tired, and with nothing seemingly expected of her after they'd transferred to the ship above Zaun, she'd slept aboard in a cabin of a size significantly above that her reactivated rank would normally have called for, and wondered if she had the bulk of the 11 string to thank for this. They'd quartered it with her. She'd risen, done a little practice. It had been unsatisfactory, thanks to a deep background hum the ship was making, which interfered with some of the internal resonating strings, and thought she'd have time to breakfast with the crew and maybe try to get more out of Italda regarding what was going on, even if it was just gossip, when they'd arrived, and Italda was there at her cabin door, offering to carry the 11 string to the cruiser's hangar and the waiting pinnace.
"No food?"
Pian yelped. She'd just let it fasten itself round her neck. It tended to nibble at whatever Cossant ate, and breakfast was its favourite meal. Italda frowned at the creature. "That thing is security cleared, isn't it?"
"Sadly," Cossant said. "We're there?" she asked. "Already?" She stared at Italda's plump, gleaming face. "Sir?" she added. She hadn't even had time to be issued with a proper uniform. All she had was her civilian trews and frankly inappropriate jacket. Luckily, the avatar, when worn as a cape, usually covered the more garishly offensive parts of the logo. "Yes," the Commissar Colonel said. "Ship kind of pushed it. All a bit rushed. You fit to go?"
"No food?"
Pian said again, plaintively.
"No food," she confirmed,
turning and letting Italda pick up the 11 string's black case, while she grabbed her jacket and folded it inwards.
"No food,"
the familiar said quietly, as though to itself.
"Cripes."
"This is Marshal Boyeter, Commander-in-Chief. I'm General Reichel, Marshal-elect. This is General Gazantiel."
The 2 men and 1 woman, Reichel, who'd been speaking, smiled at her. She nodded. "Please," Reichel said. "Sit." The room was small, functional, mostly filled with a square table and 4 seats. It felt like it was deep within the hurtling asteroid. There was no screen, hollow display or obvious processing presence at all. Cossant sat. She wore Italda's jacket over her shoulders. He'd been left in an antechamber, several thick, closed doors back. He had charge of her jacket, the familiar and the 11-string, all guarded by 2 troopers in full armour and a pair of combat arbites, like frozen explosions of mercury and knife blades. Cossant's earbud, receiving and transmitting only on the asteroid's own channels since she'd come aboard, had shut itself off entirely. She'd been asked to hand it over all the same, and so had left that behind too.
"Are you well, Lieutenant Commander?" Reichel asked her. "Thank you. Yes, ma'am." "Sorry, we couldn't find you a uniform jacket with the requisite number of arms," Reichel said, smiling again. "I imagine one is being prepared as we speak." "Thank you, ma'am."
Cossant sat with her upper arms clasped on the table, the other pair hanging down. It disturbed people less that way, were they of a disturbable nature.
"Now," Reichel said, "to business. None of this is being recorded, minuted, or monitored elsewhere."
"Far as we know," Marshal Boyeta said, smiling first at her, then Reichel, who nodded impatiently.
"As far as we know," she agreed.
The Marshal was thin, grey-looking, his pale face part covered with a colourful tattoo that looked both fresh and unfinished. Cossant had the feeling she was looking at a life task still incomplete. She'd been out of the services for nearly 20 years, and even now didn't feel terribly military, despite being told her commission had been reactivated. But it was still slightly shocking to see somebody so senior exhibiting something so non-regulation as a facial tattoo. Oh well, as people were continually pointing out, strange times. The Marshal sat relaxed in his seat, almost slumped, playing continually with what looked like some sort of multi-tool, and rarely looking directly at her after an initial staring inspection when she'd first entered the room. He'd frowned at her twin sets of arms. General Gazantio was rotund, ever smiling, and seemed to communicate solely by nods. He had a variety of small time-twos scattered about the chest of his uniform jacket, as though he didn't entirely trust any of them and was looking for a consensus. If she hadn't known, well, assumed better, Cossant might have thought both men were on drugs. Reichel was different. Thin and bright-eyed, she sat upright and looking sharp, tense, almost predatory.
"What you are going to hear has until now been restricted to the 3 of us in this cabin," she told Cossant.
"And whoever it was originally meant for," the Marshal added quietly, staring at the multi-tool. He let it go, and it floated into the air a little, making a low whirring noise. Reichel looked pained for an instant, then said,
"This was information we came by indirectly."
She glanced at the Marshal as though expecting another interruption, but he was reaching out to the little multi-tool, clicking it off. It fell into his other hand, poised beneath.
"There has been a communication from our erstwhile benefactors, the Zidren,"
General Reichel said, smiling thinly at Cossant.
"It's in the nature of these pre-subliming times, apparently, to do this kind of thing, to make one's peace where there might have been discord, answer puzzling questions, and generally settle accounts with those about to make the transition."
"Old scores," the Marshal muttered.
"The communication was due to be delivered immediately before the instigation. However, it came to light before it was supposed to," Reichel said.
"Intercepted," General Gazantio said suddenly, still smiling his broad smile.
"Intercepted," Reichel agreed, "by another regiment, on behalf, we believe, of our political betters."
The Marshal dropped the multi-tool onto the desk, scooped it up again. Reichel didn't even glance. She kept Cossant fixed with her gaze.
"You're a musician, Miss Cossant, aren't you?"
"Yes, ma'am," she said, wondering why her rank had been dispensed with.
"Tell me about your time on—"
The General gave a small smile.
"You'll have to forgive me."
She took out a notebook of real paper from a uniform pocket, consulted it. Again, it was very strange to see somebody, especially somebody of such seniority, not having names and other information immediately to hand, transmitted by earbud or implant straight into their head. A notebook, Cossant thought. Could the local processing have broken down so much in the lead-up to subliming that even the regimental high command refused to rely on it? That seemed absurd.
"The Anything Legal Considered, I believe is the name," Reichel said, leaving the notebook open on the table.
"Ah,
that,"
Cossant said. She'd sort of always known there was a chance what happened during her student exchange years would come back and bite her.
Yes, that, the General said. Everything, please. And not in your own time. We're in a hurry here.
She didn't look at either of the males in the room, but Cossant got the impression the General would have liked to.
I was on an exchange program on a culture ship, a GCU called the Anything Legal Considered.
I have it as an LCU, the General interrupted.
Sorry, yes, Cossant said, flustered. It was. Anyway, I was playing the volant. That is, I'd passed my... Doesn't matter. Anyway, she said, taking a deep breath. I'd talked to the ship about another instrument, called the 11... the antagonistic undecagon string, and...
Antagonistic? Reichel said.
Just means that applying manual tension to one set of strings applies it to others as well, Cossant said, or decreases it, depending.
Reichel gave a curt nod. Cossant went on.
I told the ship how I planned to try it someday if I could get my hands on a good example, and it looked it up and, well, long story short, it built one for me. Presented it to me as a surprise on my birthday. I started playing it, with the ship's help. It had made a sort of twin-arm prosthetic, which,
Anyway, Cossant said, feeling herself shrinking under the General's gaze.
I became very interested in the instrument. The ship knew this, and this was near the end of the exchange. It was a 2-year, exchange. It asked if I wanted to meet somebody who claimed to have met Velabia, the younger, T.C. Velabia. He composed the piece that... It's the most famous piece written for the 11th string. The first. The piece that caused it to be designed and made it whole, although there are many other... If I can just hurry you along, Lieutenant Commander, Reichel said. Who was it you met, and where? A man called Kyria. That was his real... well, the name he had before he went to this place. It was called Perich 4, a water world. This man had been swimming, living with the Isialians, the inhabitants, something to do with an interest in their, sounds, sonic sense. They're these huge animals, semi-sentient or proto-sentient or whatever. Rich sonic culture. Anyway, he'd been one of them for, well, decades, and he was coming back, going through something called processal reconnecting?
The General glanced at her notebook, turned a page, nodded curtly. Cossant felt relief at getting something right.
So, the ALC had turned.
The what? Reichel interrupted, then shook her head quickly. No, got it, ship. Carry on.
The ship turned up at Perich 4. I went down to this giant raft, met with Kyria. He was in human form by now, put back into his old body, though he was still kind of strange and vague a lot of the time. Oh, and there was another ship avatar there from a culture ship called the... Warm Considering, I think. Pretty sure that was it. Felt like it was his mentor or protector or something. It seemed to take this claim of his about being incredibly old seriously, too. I just thought, well, I just assumed this was all some sort of elaborate joke. Culture ships do this kind of thing. But I met him and we talked. Just an hour at first, then more the next day. And the ship seemed happy to stick around, and the old guy didn't seem to want me to go, and he was kind of fascinating. So we talked a lot, over several days. He claimed he'd spent dozens of lifetimes as various other types of creature over the years, and often with some sort of sound or music-based thing going on. And he really did claim that he'd known the Labia.
Cossant found herself laughing, just once. Reichel didn't look amused, but didn't tell her to shut up either.
Back when he'd been human the first time, if... T.C. Velabia, Reichel said, glancing at her notes. The composer who died 9,834 years ago. Yes, Cossant said, waving her upper arms briefly.
Italda's jacket slid off her shoulders. She caught it with her lower arms, replaced it. Marshal Boyeta regarded this action with what looked like consternation.
So I thought he was crazy, Cossant continued, glancing at the two men but concentrating on Reichel. at first. By the time I left, 5, 6 days later, I believed him. He didn't seem bothered either way, maintained that what he was telling me was all true, but it didn't matter if I believed him or not.
What did he tell you?
Mostly stuff about Vilabia himself, how he'd hated.
What else?
Reichel said.
Aside from Vilabia.
What else might he have been doing at that time? Round about then, within a century or so. Cossant pressed her lips together. She said after a moment. Well, he did say that he'd been... She shook her head. He claimed he'd been involved with the negotiations, the conference that set up the culture. She shrugged, shook her head again, as though denying any responsibility for such patent nonsense. He actually claimed he'd been on one of the negotiating teams.
Which one?
He never would say. I didn't believe that bit at all, frankly. I thought he was just playing with me. I could believe the whole thing with Vilabia. There were so many details, so much stuff I'd never heard of that sounded right, and also that turned out to be true, though only after I'd done some really deep research. But he was always much more vague about all the stuff concerning the conference and the negotiations, like he hadn't bothered to do the research to lie properly. I mean, I checked, obviously, went through all the standard data searches, but there was nobody of that name mentioned, and it's all pretty well documented. I didn't, press him on it after the first time or two. He'd just bring it up again later, now and again, and tease me for obviously not believing him. Actually, I was kind of embarrassed for him. The Vilabia stuff was so convincing, but the, being in right at the start of the culture, when it was just so unbelievable. She suspected she knew how Reichel had got to hear about this. Like most people, Cossant kept a journal, and in the public part of it, the part that was shared by friends and might in theory be accessed by anybody, she had mentioned meeting somebody who claimed to have known Vilabia. She couldn't remember if she'd mentioned Kyria by name, but she had mentioned the meeting. It had been a sort of boast, she'd supposed, though at the same time, when she'd made the entry, she had played the episode down, maybe given the impression there had been only one meeting, not a series over several days. Even as she dictated the words, she treated it all as much more of a joke than it had really felt at the time, as though she had stopped believing in it herself. It had felt, oddly, like betrayal, as though she was letting Kyria down somehow. But, in the context of the sort of thing you bandied around with pals about family, friends, boys, crushes, drink, drugs, pranks, and so on, it had seemed too serious in its raw form, too pretentious. So she'd mentioned him only in passing, as an example of the kind of eccentric stroke crazy you met sometimes when you travelled, especially if you got to go travelling on a culture ship. Serious kudos there. Few people got to do that, and she knew most of her friends were jealous she'd been chosen, even if it had just been by lottery. Reichel said nothing for a moment. Neither did the Marshal or the other general, though that felt less noteworthy. Reichel looked down at her notebook on the table in front of her. "What was his first name?" she asked. She looked at Cossant. "You just called him Kyria. There must have been more, no?" "Ngaro," Cossant told her. "He was called Ngaro Kyria, though he was just reassuming that name. For the time just before, decades, like I say, he'd been—" Cossant looked up and away, grimacing. Right now she was missing her earbud and access to distant data storage. She spread her arms, nearly dislodging the jacket again. "Isserem?" she offered. "That was his aquatic name?" Reichel nodded again, lifted a small pointer, and made some sort of amendment to her notes. It might have been a tick. "Intercepted," General Gazantio said suddenly again. Marshal Boyeta looked at him openly sneering. Reichel put the notebook back in her pocket. She wore a time-to on her chest, a tiny mechanical-looking thing. She glanced at it, stood, looked at the Marshal and then General Gazantio. "Gentlemen, if you'll excuse me and the Lieutenant Commander." The two men exchanged looks, nodded. The Marshal made the little tool thing hover again. He seemed to be humming to himself. Reichel nodded to Cossant, who stood,
and followed her out of the room by the same door she'd entered by, though, once the arm-thick door had rotated back into place, she realized she was looking down a short stretch of gleaming circular-section corridor that hadn't been there before. Another door was rolling aside at the far end as they walked. It closed behind them as they entered an identical length of corridor. Its diameter was at least 3 meters, but there was no distinct floor, and the slight curvature under her feet made walking surprisingly awkward. It was like walking down a smooth-bore gun barrel. Cossant guessed that this was part of the asteroid interior left over from when it had been without its own gravity field. When both the doors behind and ahead were closed, General Reichel stopped and turned to Cossant, making her stop too.
"I apologize for the state of my fellow senior officers," Reichel told her.
Cossant began, unsure what to say. The General looked very earnest.
"You seem quite sober."
Thank you, ma'am," Cossant said, and felt foolish. Reichel stared into her eyes for a few moments.
"We need to ask you to do something for us, Lieutenant Commander," she said. "I need to ask you, your regiment, something that might have a relevance for all the Gazelt."
Reichel took a breath.
"You are, of course, back under military discipline now, though even that might be seen to carry less significance than it ought these days. But I need to know, are you willing to do what we might ask, what I might ask?"
Her gaze flicked from one of Cossant's eyes to the other, back again.
"What is it I'm being asked?"
"Look for something," Reichel told her.
"Look for something?" Cossant frowned. "Ma'am, I wasn't Special Forces or anything," she said.
She felt trapped here, with just the two of them in this length of gleaming tube. Reichel was smaller than her, she realized, but seemed to have a compressed power, a sort of density that gave the impression of being overbearing.
"I know," Reichel said, waving one hand. "We're going to give you a combat Arbite. Well, technically an android, looks human, for protection."
"Protection?" Cossant found herself saying. She was no warrior. She'd been terrible at self-defense and weapon training. She'd stayed on an extra year after her draft period and risen to the dizzy height of lieutenant commander on the strength of a sincere interest in military band ceremonial music and an over-enthusiastic commanding officer. She hadn't even been backed up, had her mind state read or anything, and that was just the first sign that you were taking the military outright seriously as a profession. Now they were talking of teaming her up with some combat Arbite for protection. Protection from whom? From what?
"Probably unnecessary protection," the General said dismissively. "But this is of more than passing importance."
She smiled unconvincingly.
"Let me ask you, Miss Cossant, where do you feel your loyalties lie?"
Cossant felt disoriented by the sudden change in direction.
"Loyalties?
Well, to the regiment. To Gazelt," she said. "And, family.
And how do you feel about subliming?"
The General glanced at her chest.
"I see you have no time to, though your records say you were issued with one."
"I just left it behind one day," Cossant said, hearing her voice falter. She cleared her throat.
"I'm ready to sublime, with everybody else," she said,
drawing herself up a little, as though for inspection. Reichel looked at her and said nothing.
"There's a bit of—" "I'm a little nervous," Cossant confessed. "I suppose everybody is, but, well, it's all documented. It's all meant to be better. There, in the sublime."
She was aware this sounded lame. She shook her head.
"And it's all I've ever known, ma'am. Just what's expected. Of course I'm going to go when everybody else does."
Reichel waited. Cossant added,
"Because everybody else does."
Reichel nodded.
"Kind of in the whole culture, whole society preparing since before you were born," she agreed. "Now," she said, "I'm going to ask you again. Are you willing to do what we might ask? What I might ask?"
Cossant looked into the other woman's eyes for a moment. She thought of all the people you heard about who had resigned commissions, disobeyed orders, committed ludicrous crimes, especially just recently, all because the subliming was so close and the wheels of justice ground so slow. By the time they might expect to be punished, they'd have gone with everybody else. Every individual got their own chance, apparently, with no way, aside from summary execution, for society to pick and choose who went. She suspected most people had been tempted to do something crazy in these final days, maybe something they'd always thought about but never dared do until now. She'd gone for the other option, of just keeping your head down and maybe taking on an absorbing life task until the big day came. One way of looking at this was that it was less self-obsessed. Another was that it was less daring, a cop-out, almost cowardly. She could say no. She was aware of that. Reichel she trusted and had heard good things about, but the uselessness of the other two senior officers had been a shock. She hadn't realized how mad things had become. They'd all be sublimed soon anyway. What was the point of taking on some mission that might be even slightly dangerous? It was all very romantic, but she had no illusions regarding her own abilities. She was no spy, no hero, no super-agent. Still, there was something about the intensity of the other woman's gaze and the way she carried herself, some expression of the force of her personality, and maybe just some residual need in Cossant to obey somebody so much more senior, inculcated from childhood and throughout her life, that made her want to please Reichel, to do as she said or even demanded. It was also, she admitted to herself, a way of abandoning her idiotic life task without losing too much self-respect. "All right," she said. "I'll do whatever I can, ma'am. But it would help to know—" "Yes," Reichel nodded, as though just remembering something. "Yes, well, sorry to make it sound so melodramatic, Lieutenant Commander, but let me get to the point. The Book of Truth is a lie." Cossant stared at her. The Gezilt Holy Book was something you grew up with, something you took for granted and felt proud of. It might, in a sense, have outlived its most useful period, when it had demonstrably been telling the Gezilt people truths, facts they could never have guessed at the time, but it was still revered. Of course, there were doubts about it. There always had been. When you found out about all the other holy books there had ever been throughout the histories of other peoples throughout the galaxy, you realized how common they were, and how fallible, how restricted they were by the usually tribal prejudices and traditions of the people who, it took real blind faith not to accept, had made them up. But even then, of course, the Book of Truth stood alone, as the one that had made sense throughout. That the Zidren had turned out to be not quite so important and not unique as the book implied made little difference, because another thing that you learned was that everybody had their own point of view. All species and civilizations saw things from their own perspective, and with themselves, generally naturally at the center of things. The Gezilt were in one sense no different, and in another were rather better off, more justified in their self-regard, because they had had less to repudiate, less baggage to renounce. Their holy book had little to apologize for. "A lie," she heard herself saying. "Not just misinterpretation, or a good deed or helping hand taken too far. An outright, deliberate lie, coded with a selection of scientific truths to make it easier to swallow, but otherwise fashioned purely to deceive," Reichel told her. "By the Zidren?" "By the Zidren," Reichel confirmed. "In fact, by a tiny faction within the Zidren, a solitary university faculty, a small renegade research team with a single dissident individual at its head. We are, and always have been since the book was put together, an experiment, Miss Cossant. The scribe was just a clever man down on his luck with a gift for speculation, embroidery, and marketing. He was selected by the Zidren, profiled, chosen, and then given the basis of the book. The rest, of course, he just made up. We know all this because there was a Zidren remnant or ship on its way to Zeiss and the Parliament for the final ceremonies. It was carrying an android, some sort of humanoid entity that was to represent the Zidren at the ceremonies. But it was also supposed to confess all this deception to the political high-ups just before subliming, so that technically the confession would have been made and the Zidren's revelation would have been delivered, but too late, you'd assume they were assuming, to make any difference. And not for general consumption, of course. The political establishment is more locked into the whole subliming idea than anybody else. They might be a little shocked,
dazed even to have confirmed what cynics and apostates have been muttering for millennia. But they would never call off the whole subliming, or think to put it to a vote or a plebiscite.
The general smiled. It was not a convincing expression.
Only the Zedren ship never arrived at Zeiss. It was intercepted by a Gazilt ship en route and destroyed on some pretext, she said. Just before it was incinerated, the Zedren ship tried to reason with the Gazilt craft by explaining how important its mission was. It released the sealed information it was carrying. Until that point, we believe it hadn't known itself what the message contained. It was destroyed anyway, and a component of the Gazilt ship, loyal to something beyond the regiment it belonged to, ensured the information duly made its way to us.
Reichel stepped a little closer to Cossant, making Veer want to step back. She resisted the urge, let the other woman put her face close to hers.
And the thing is, the general continued, the message mentioned Ngaro Kiria by name, as somebody who might help provide proof that this was all true, even if there would have been precious little time to have done the checking required by the time this information was supposed to have been passed on.
Reichel did her faux smile thing again.
So, Ms. Veer Cossant, Lieutenant Commander Cossant, Reserve, in her civilian blouse and the Lords of Excrement jacket she's been trying to hide,
Reichel said, reaching out with both hands and gently patting down Cossant's shirt collar.
We are looking to you to help us here, because some of us would dearly love to know if all this really is all true, and what further light on matters Mr. Career, in any of his incarnations, might be able to throw on things. Because we understand, I understand, that the gentleman concerned might exist in more than one form now. Is that not right?
Ah, Cossant said.
That? Yes, Reichel said softly. That. The mind state thing. Just as you say, the mind state thing. It's not something that I have anymore, ma'am, Cossant confessed. I know, Reichel told her, leaning back a little from her. You donated it to one of the centralized dataversities on the Bakri microorbital Ospin.
Cossant nodded.
The Incast facility. They specialize in that sort of thing, Reichel said, nodding. Yes, I've read your journal.
Cossant frowned.
But that was in the private. Don't be naive, Reichel said, shaking her head. We're your regiment. The point is, would you be prepared to go there and get it back?
To Ospin?
We're practically en route, the general said,
her gaze wandering all over Cossant now, as though inspecting her in some military parade, taking in her overall appearance, her clothes, everything. Cossant felt oddly helpless, transfixed. In a parade, the inspecting officer traditionally looked for the slightest thing out of place or badly done. Perhaps Reichel was looking for anything on her that had any military merit whatsoever.
It would be very helpful,
Reichel was saying, still inspecting her.
You could even be doing something Gazilt as a whole would be most grateful for. Obviously, we all respect life tasks, but this could be rather more important than playing a piece of music all the way through, however difficult it might be.
Really, promotion and medals and awards and such nonsenses mean nothing if we're all about to step into the big bright and shining light, Veer.
But there is just a chance that we'd be doing so under false pretenses, and it would be good to know the truth, don't you think? Just in case we wanted to rethink and stay in the real and accomplish more here first, and leave subliming for another time. That ought to be a choice. Don't you agree? I shouldn't even be too dangerous, and much better than us going piling in. The regiment, I mean, mob-handed, fully tooled. That could be awkward. There might be ructions. In fact, ructions would be pretty much guaranteed, given that Ospin and the dataversities fall under the protection of the Home Systems Regiment, and it was one of their ships, we think, that wasted the Zedren vessel. Pouf, like that.
She snapped her fingers gently in front of Cossant's face.
You, however, have a plausible motive for inspecting something you donated, so we'd like to send you to see if the shade of Mr. Korea will talk to you and shed any light. Do you think you could do that? Would you be prepared? I'm very much hoping it's not too much to ask. Is it, Veer? Is it too much to ask?
The General was suddenly quite close to her again. Cossant shook her head. She felt she'd been half hypnotized. "No, ma'am, I'll go. It'll be my—" Cossant shook her head, cleared her throat, pulled herself upright. "I will do what you ask." The General leaned back again, smiled, sincerely this time, or so it appeared. "Thank you," she said, with a little side nod of the head. "Now, let's find your android bodyguard, shall we?" She turned and walked smartly along the awkwardly curved floor of the corridor. The door ahead rolled open. Cossant followed. The mind state thing. It had been a final present she'd received from the Anything Legal Considered. A copy of Kyria's soul, basically. The ship hadn't handed it over to her until the day and the moment she was leaving. A bag in her hand and the 11-strings case sitting on a float pallet slaved to her, hovering obediently at her side like a slightly annoying pet. She'd been bade farewell by the ship's golden-skinned avatar and had started to turn, one foot still on the floor of the ship's hangar, her other foot on the rear ramp of the Gazilt transfer shuttle, when the avatar had said, "Oh, and there's this," and, when she'd turned, handed her a little dark grey, subtly glittering cube which lay heavy in her palm. "From our old friend on Perich 4, the avatar had told her. "That's him in there, in a sense. For you alone, to be ignored, consulted, insulted, thrown aside as you wish, he told me to say." The creature had held up its gleaming golden hand. "Goodbye." Outside the corridor end, in a wider cross-chamber, there was sudden noise and a line of men and women in a mixture of uniform and fancy dress dancing past, roaring with laughter. Almost all sobered instantly the moment they saw the General and stood to attention, breathless, grinning. One or two stood at ease, or even hunched over, hands on knees, getting their breath back or still laughing. "At ease, all of you," Reichel said, then put some volume and steel into her voice and repeated, "All of you," to bring the last couple into line. She looked at them as Cossant stood behind her, finding herself the object of some interest. Reichel caught the glances. "Yes," she said, "somebody in civilian clothes, behaving with rather more decorum than any of you." She nodded. "However, as you were." She glanced at Cossant, and they set off up the larger corridor. Behind them, the hilarity quickly resumed. A travel capsule was waiting, door open for them, a few meters away. The doors closed. Reichel muttered something Cossant didn't catch. The General might even have been sub-vocalizing badly. The only thing indicating they were moving was a holo display showing the capsule travelling through the asteroid moon from near the centre towards the stern where the hangar complex lay. Cossant watched this with Reichel next to her. The General was gnawing at a fingerpad, a brooding look on her face. They exited into a large room like a cross between a laboratory and a small manufacturing plant, crossing to the only apparent activity, where 3 people in tech uniforms, one a commander, fussed round a raised seat where a figure reclined, bottom half in standard fatigues, top half naked, the back of his head enclosed by some sort of bulky helmet. A series of giant holoscreens, all displaying graphics of colourfully complex incomprehensibility, arced around the group. The man opened his eyes as they approached, looked about, eyes swivelling, gaze fixing briefly on each of the faces around him. His expression looked uncertain, fearful. Cossant noticed that he was restrained in the semi-reclined seat, held at ankles and wrists, a thin metallic band round his waist. "So, Gaiad," Reichel said to the tech commander, "are we ready yet?" The man in the seat stared at her as she spoke, as though he'd never heard anybody make such a noise before. He was tall, muscled, with a lean face. If this was the android Reichel had spoken about, Cossant thought, he was quite convincingly human-looking, apart from the rather immature, bewildered expression on his face. "Another few hours, I think, ma'am," the tech commander said. He held a small control pad, like his 2 assistants, both of whom, a young man and a young woman, saluted Reichel, ignored Cossant completely, and then, after a nod from the General, got on with what they'd been doing,
which was mostly staring at the giant screens, muttering into thin air and to each other, and consulting their control units, manipulating holodisplays hovering above the screens like the ghostly projected images of wildly complicated plumbing systems. The man in the chair twitched, looked surprised most times they did this.
"What's the delay?"
Reichel asked impatiently. "It's, software, Mom," the tech commander said, glancing at Cossant for the first time. He returned his attention to the general. "Not expecting a reemplacement, not of something at this level. Taken us a bit by surprise. It'll all happen, Mom, depend on it, but, His voice trailed off as one of his assistants twisted something within the holodisplay above his handheld screen, and the man in the chair relaxed suddenly, slumping into what looked like unconsciousness, head lolling to one side, mouth slack. He jerked awake a moment later, stared straight up, and in a deep but controlled voice said, "Unit Y988. Paranherm, Eglisle, systems checked, all enabled, sim status ready, engaged, ground scale subjective 1-to-1. "Default status assumptions keep kicking in," the tech commander said with a sigh. "Safety thing." He looked at Reichel, possibly for support or sympathy.
"Is it ready to roll or not?"
she asked. "Not as he is, Mom. Still thinks he's in simulation mode."
"That's unhelpful, Commander," Reichel said frostily. "Get it ready, as a matter of extreme urgency."
"Mom," the commander said. Reichel turned to Cossant, opened her mouth, then frowned, looked away. She held up one hand, turning to pace off a couple of steps.
"How fast?"
Cossant heard her say. "Unit Y988, Paranherm, Eglisle," the deep male voice said behind Cossant. "Systems checked, all enabled. Sim status ready. Engaged, Crow." The voice slurred into silence as she watched Reichel stiffen.
"Thing in its way?"
the general said, her voice urgent. She spun on one booted heel, her face raised to the light-studded ceiling. She stamped on the floor. Cossant stared. She looked round at the tech commander and his two assistants. They had their heads down, exchanging worried glances.
"No,"
Reichel said, facing away from the others, but making no attempt to keep her voice down.
"No, don't take too long."
A pause.
"Temporary command incapacity."
Another pause.
"My fucking authority. Yes, all ships full autonomy. FZ priority. Up and out. Max immediate. Yes. What? Yes. Full. Now."
A moment later, an urgent warbling tone rang throughout the lab space, and lights started flashing. The floor trembled beneath Cossant's feet, and a bassy, near-subsonic rumble seemed to fill the air, her bones and lungs. The general wheeled, stamping back towards them. "Guide," she said to the tech commander, who was looking up at the ceiling. He refocused on Reichel. "We're heading down a deck," she told him. She nodded at the figure in the chair, slumped unconscious again. "Bring this thing." The tech commander opened his mouth to speak. Reichel raised one finger. "Right now. Fast as. Bring it. Work on it as we go. No more. Just do," she said, as the tech commander opened his mouth again. She spun away once more, saying, "What?" "You heard," the tech commander said to the assistants, raising his voice over the incessant, urgent warbling of the alarm. Cossant watched him flick something in the holodisplay over his handheld. The restraints fell away from the man in the chair just as he jerked awake again and said, "Unit Y988, Paranherm, Eglisle, systems checked, all enabled, sim status ready, engaged, cron scale subjective 1-to-1.
"Get off while,"
the general was saying.
"Studded. Few seconds gap. Let the shut—"
The figure in the chair sat up suddenly, hinging at the waist. It blinked in the light. "Reporting!" it shouted, then seemed to freeze. The commander and his assistants were tapping feverishly at their screens, reaching into the holodisplays, fingers dancing, muttering commands. The figure in the chair jerked, spasmed, turned its head quickly from side to side, then said calmly, "Fleet alarm program identified." Its voice was almost drowned out by the racket.
"Then prep a dislode from the fucking hangar,"
Reichel was shouting to somebody unseen.
"Parametered for a Class T shuttle."
She sucked air through her mouth as she listened.
"Well, get them out and put them in one. We can throw it further."
Another pause.
"Just as far as possible."
"Commander," the figure in the chair said suddenly. Cossant looked back to find him, staring at the head technician. Then he noticed Cossant. "Commissar Colonel," he said. She was confused for a moment, then realized she was still wearing Italda's jacket. The android swung his legs round and appeared to be about to get off the seat. Then he spotted Reichel and said, "General." He jumped to the floor. Parenherm Eglile, android entity in simulation reporting. He saluted Reichel, who had her back turned and was still shouting to somebody else. "The helmet," the commander said. One of the assistants strode up to the android and went to take the helmet off his head. The figure flicked out both hands and caught the assistant's wrists. The girl yelped. "Hurting!" she shouted, as the android quickly transferred both her wrists to the grip of one hand. The tech commander swore and manipulated something above his screen. The android's arms went slack, releasing the assistant, who glared at the commander, but swept the bulky helmet off the android's head. "On our way," Reichel said. She pushed past the assistant, she was rubbing her wrists, plucked Italda's jacket off Cossant, and threw it over the android's naked shoulders. The android pulled it as tight as he could. It was too small, and appeared to be about to say something when Reichel muttered, "Not promotion," then took the android by one elbow. He seemed to resist. Reichel looked at Gaiad and said, "Make this move, now." The same travel capsule flicked them down one level, the doors barely closing before they seemed to bounce open again, and Cossant, Reichel, the android, and Tech Commander Gaiad, muttering to himself, staring at his handheld, fingers flicking about inside the hollow image, were striding quickly into the crowded hangar amongst sleek missile and drone craft, bulky transports, and chunky-looking weapon platforms. "Acknowledged," Reichel said calmly. Then she started running. "Kick to AI!" she yelled. Cossant ran too. At her side, the android loped, barely jogging, while Tech Commander Gaiad stumbled behind, making an anguished wailing noise. "Immediate!" Reichel shouted. "Upper deck, stern hangar, regimental HQ, Vatsanjoyam, Eshri, Izanian," the android said conversationally, looking about as he loped across the deck. "General Marshal-elect Reichel, commanding in Sim." "Mom!" a male voice shouted. Cossant realized she recognized the voice without immediately knowing whose it was, then saw Italda leaning out from the rear of a tiny four-man shuttle 10 meters away. Reichel turned, ran towards it. A small squad of troopers and a pair of combat arbites stood at the open rear ramp. Italda dived back into the tiny craft, threw himself into a seat, and held out one hand to Cossant. She could see the 11-strings case strapped into the seat beyond him. "I cannot get rid of that damn thing," she found herself thinking, as she leapt into the craft, almost banging her head. "You briefed?" she heard Reichel commanding. "No, ma'am," somebody replied. "Look after her," Reichel said crisply, nodding at Cossant. Then, next thing, she was in the shuttle with them, bent over in front of Italda. Reichel glanced at the 11-strings case. "What the?" she said, then shook her head, hit a large button above Italda's seat, and grabbed the Commissar Colonel by his shirt front. "Sorry," she said, and hauled him, unprotesting but open-mouthed, up and out of his seat. She propelled Italda out of the rear door, jumped out after him, and then pushed the commanding trooper and the android inside, a hand on the back of each, sending both stumbling towards the 2 empty seats. "Cossant," Reichel said, fixing her with her gaze. "Find your friend. Find out if it's true. Report to me or the next most senior officer in the regiment." She turned away. "Ready? Go!" she shouted, beginning to run. Cossant felt straps start to secure her into the seat. She looked out at Italda's pale, crestfallen face as the troopers and combat arbites sprinted past him. He seemed to realize he was holding something in his hand, an object like a thick necklace. There was one round his neck, too. He threw it in towards her just as the rear door started to rise. She caught the device, an emergency helmet collar. She clamped it on. The last thing Cossant saw of the asteroid's interior was Reichel, running back, grabbing Italda by his collar and pulling him away from the shuttle, limbs flailing, as he tried to balance, turn, and run all at the same time. The shuttle door slammed shut. The android sat opposite her in his too small colonel's jacket, smiling vaguely. "Class T shuttle, 4-berth," he said, sounding calm. "AI pilot, unidentified Captain Trooper commanding, in Sim." The clanging thud of the shuttle's door closing was still reverberating through the craft when there was the briefest of high, piercing whines, and then an almighty clap of sound, as though an angry god had taken a good run-up and kicked the vessel just as hard as he, she, or it could. Cossant blacked out. On the raft, The mists rose like departing dreams. She had never seen sky so big. Pile after soft pile of pink and yellow, red and pale blue cloud, towering on into the lost depths of the green, shading to violet atmosphere, producing great hazy slanted spans and troughs of shade and enormous shafts of prismed light that lay strewn across this vault, seemingly balanced between the masses of cloud, or resting one end on those ponderous, puffed, so slowly changing billows, while their bases stood rooted within the utter vastness of the sea, the single great everywhere ocean with its planet-crossing swells, sky-spanning, light-defeating storms, and forever restless waves. The ocean could be many colours, but to her, on a world that was all ocean with no beaches at all, it looked the colour of beach-washed jade. Birds and airfish, singly and in vast flocks that dimmed the sun, filled the spaces between the ocean and the clouds, lazily trailing one long wing across the brief, smooth curvings between the waves before disappearing amongst the long rolling troughs again, or weaving columnar patterns like grey, fractal shadows against the soaring architecture of cloud. Higher, glimpsed sometimes between the clouds, the slow dark shapes of story blimps and torpedons sailed stately and serene, the stories drifting with the winds, rising and lowering to find those likely to take them in whatever direction they wanted to go, while the slimmer lengths of the torpedons went tacking across the currents in the air. "You're still young. You suffer from the sweet delusion that anything really matters. Were you this full of stool before you were a fish?" Iain M, Kyria, laughed. "Probably." He seemed to think about it. "Definitely." "If nothing matters," she asked him, "why are you even bothering to talk to me?" "Well, quite," he said, and nodded. He dipped his head beneath the surface of the water in the long tank, then resurfaced, wiping his face. He looked at her, blinking. "How brave you are," he told her. "Forever setting up chances for me to dismiss you." "Don't," she said. "I'm enjoying talking to you, unless I'm tiring you. Wouldn't want to tie you." He laughed again. "Now you appeal to my desire not to appear frail in front of a youngster." "Do you ever think you might overanalyze trivial things like conversations?" "All the time." He was resting in a long, shallow tank open to the sea at one end, on a side raft which was joined to the main structure by an articulated gantry. She lay almost naked on a lounger, a glass of water to hand. The main body of the giant raft at Pranipryla lay close enough to put them in shadow later. It rose and fell in sections as it rode the permanent oceanic megaswells and slow-decaying old storm swells, its white shade canopies and billow roofs like sails, increasing the effect of the winds on its slowly gyring passage across the face of the vast, watery globe. "Well," she said, "he's remembered. That's something." "It still does not really matter." She shook her head. "Better to be remembered for the wrong thing than for nothing at all." "No. As well not to be remembered at all as that is the state that will apply to all of us in time." She wanted to say, "So what?" but didn't. "You don't think Velabia wanted to be remembered?" "I don't think it matters either whether he cared or not, or is remembered or not." "Mattered to him," she said. "Probably," she added, reminding herself that according to the convention they were observing here, he had actually known the guy and she hadn't, not that she really believed him. "Tick would have been
appalled to be known for the Hydrogen Sonata and nothing else,
Iain M, Kyria said, gazing wistfully out to the ocean beyond the foot of the tank.
He hated it.
Hated it? Iain M, Kyria shrugged, rising and falling in the tank.
He wrote it as a joke,
he told her, wiping his face again. The old man's consciousness had only been removed from the Leviathid, the giant sea creature he had inhabited a few days earlier. He had been in there, been that creature, lived as that creature, swimming, mating and fighting with others of its kind for many decades. He'd circled this vast globe 5 times, he claimed. He was still getting used to being a bipedal humanoid again, and, for now, found it most comfortable and comforting to lie floating in seawater.
Initially, he added, glancing at the girl, initially, he just hated it. Later, it became more serious, but it was always a criticism, a grim joke, an extended grim joke, but never a labour of love. More labour of hatred, contempt, very least.
Words were still coming haltingly to him. His mind was struggling to adapt to speaking again after decades of slow singing and the transmission of thoughts and feelings by singular, though complex sonic images. Every now and again, he would throw his head back and open his mouth as far as it would go, as though yawning silently. This action would continue for a few days, the medics had told him. The deep, primitive levels of his being were distressed at what they were interpreting as a sort of blindness, and were trying to send out a pulse of underwater sound to illuminate his surroundings. The action was, as he'd pointed out, itself an echo.
A reaction shared by most listeners, Kyria said. I was at the first performance.
He closed his eyes, shook his head.
Oh dear.
Cossant frowned. I thought the first performance was a triumph.
Audience of academics, Kyria said, and they had each been given copies of the score.
The score is beautiful.
No denying. However, I was at the first public performance.
Oh.
The reaction was mixed. Some people hated it. Others really hated it.
Cossant smiled indulgently. Iain M, Kyria, could have been any age, just looking at his skin. It was very smooth, but it was still somehow old-looking. His expression was the most unreadable she had ever encountered, though, of course, they came from different bloodlines. She wouldn't have expected to be able to read an alien's expressions, even if they were part of the vast metaspecies of humanoid. The genetic inheritance of his body was mammalian. He even had vestigial nipples on his, to her, shallow-seeming chest. They looked like a couple of rather painful insect bites. This was, apparently, the same body he had inhabited before he'd been transferred to the Leviathid. It had been stored on the raft at Praniprila all this time. Now he was back. He had spent all his life, he claimed, based, his word, in this single humanoid body, wandering throughout the culture and beyond, especially in the remnants of the civilizations that had given rise to it, including that of the Gazilt, even though they had never quite got round to joining. He'd watched the Gazilt stagnate while the culture had changed from a fractious, ramshackle collection of wildly disparate societies, some barely on talking terms, to become at once more purposefully homogeneous and more wildly varied as it slowly schismed, developed, diffused, and grew towards the prominence it now possessed. Throughout, he had taken what he called occasional holidays in other forms, again, both within the culture and without. He had been birds, fish, animals, machines, aliens of a dozen different types and genders, in some cases for centuries at a time. Always, though, he returned to the same old, ever-renewing humanoid body. His memories refreshed,
his palate and appetites rejuvenated, and always wandering, too, never settling down, never returning to wherever he had grown up, wherever that was, he refused to say. Then, for the last few decades, pursuing a recently discovered interest in sound above all other senses, he had been a leviathid, here on the waterworld of Perich 4. His voice, a clamorous, ocean-filling wail, a pulsed, directable blast of underwater sound capable of travelling thousands of kilometres, or pulverising a smaller sea animal to death with the instant, crushing pressure of it. Cossant had no idea how any of that must have felt.
"But the sonata isn't just Velabia's most famous work," she said. "It's his most complex, especially at the time. In fact, for long after his death, most critics thought it his best."
"Still, he hated it," Iain M. insisted. "He wrote the central part to prove how easy it was to write such mathematical, programmish music. But there was no love in it, or melody, of course."
"Melody isn't everything."
"No single thing is. We are not surprised, are we?" He looked at her, wiping his face again. Then he realized that, even within its own dictatorial, sequential logic, the piece was incomplete, and was only a partial criticism of the things he hated. So he decided to complete it, and did. Iain M. looked thoughtful, staring up at the patch of sky visible beyond the flapping, snapping canopy above, shielding them from the blast of tropical sun. "That was probably Tick's mistake," he mused quietly. He called Velavia Tick, which was short for T'Ikrin, the composer's first name. Cossant had been shocked the first time he'd done this. Now she found it an affectation. "He appeared to start taking his joke too seriously." He looked at her. "I did try to warn him," he said.
"You knew him when he was writing it?"
she asked, trying to sound neutral, not too sceptical. She sipped from her glass. "We met up several times. While he was writing it. I was—" He waved one hand elegantly out of the water, dispensing drips across the sloshing waters. "One of those cultural attaché things. You know." She nodded as though she did. "I even helped him." "What?" she spluttered. "Oh, not with the music, as such." The old man smiled. "With the matching of each note to a high-level glyph in Marraine." Marraine was the language, the culture's language they were using right now. She'd thought it polite to learn it for the exchange visit. There were even some words it shared with the Gazilt language, which had made it easier. Recently, after nearly a year speaking it, she had realized that she had started to think in Marraine, and also that Gazilt was beginning to seem a little crude and clumsy in comparison. This made her feel oddly disloyal.
"Marraine was around then?" she asked.
"Oh, the culture had its language before it itself really existed. You were matching each note to a multidimensional glyph in Marraine, the spoken version, and the 3x3 grid used to form the written. Displayed version is just the base level of a fractal, infinitely scalable multiple-dimension descriptor. There are more complex strata."
"What? Beyond the nonary one?"
He looked pained. "Nonary is incorrect. Really, it's binary, arranged in a 3x3 grid, but yes, 3x4, 4x4, 3 cubed, 4 cubed, so on. The minds alone understand the versions in multiple extra dimensions.
They can hold the whole word those glyphs make in their minds. He looked at her. Ultimately, anything may be so described. The entire universe down to every last particle, ray, and event would be compressible into a single glyph. Single word. Pretty long word. Hopelessly so. It would take a universe's lifetime to articulate it. But still. What was the point of that? She asked, matching notes to glyphs. I have no idea, the old man said, smiling. But the point is, the Hydrogen Sonata is an elaborate, contrived attack on the sort of composition it represents. He, Tick, hated clashing atonal music. He was basically taking the piss, showing how easy it was to write, how difficult to listen to. Now the piece he's most remembered for. He shrugged again. Such is fate, as they say. He gazed out to sea for a moment, then added, One should never mistake pattern for meaning. She started to wake up. She felt odd. Heavy, but not heavy. Her blood roared in her ears. There was something weighing heavily on her shoulders. Nothing felt quite right.
What was that?
A familiar voice asked, sounding muffled, barely audible over the roaring in her ears. Additional entity potentially aboard. Another voice, deep, male, announced casually. Scanning. Identified. Artificial construct personal.
And who is that?
The muffled voice asked. Cossant knew it now. Iain. Though pursuing this thought, she was still a little hazy on who or what Iain was. Somebody, something close, associated with affection and annoyance. That was as near as she could get for now. Taran Herm Eglile, the male voice said. Iain Sim. It felt like somebody was sitting on her shoulders. Maybe not a full-sized person, but a child at least. Also that people were pulling on her legs and arms. All 4 arms. Was that right? Oh, yes, it was. She had 4 arms these days. Had had for years. She opened her eyes. 2 images, both of inside somewhere or something. Something quite small, cramped. The images swam together, became one. The man sitting opposite turned to look at her. The android. He was an android. Beside him was a person clad all in silver. The android reached up above his head, did something, and fell to the ceiling, twisting as he went, landing on all 4s. On the ceiling, where some other stuff seemed to have come to rest as well. Cossant thought about this. Then she realized she was upside down. The weight on her shoulders was her own weight. Things were starting to come back to her now. Some aches and pains. Feeling a little nauseous. Probably a good idea to get the right way up soon. The android was tapping on the side of the armoured helmet the trooper wore. The trooper's armour had turned mirror, reflecting everything. "Hello?" the android said, tapping again. "Hello? Any form of communication?" "No?" He tapped once more, then stood back. "You seem dead," he announced. He sounded puzzled. The trooper was hanging oddly too loose. His carbine, also gleaming, hung around his mirror-armoured faceplate. Cossant felt sore all over. She tipped her head as best she could, neck muscles complaining, trying to see the button that would release her straps. She couldn't twist her head that much. Some sort of thick necklace thing was stopping her. She felt for the button, but that hurt too, even though her arms and hands were hanging in that direction anyway. Like almost all Gazilt people, she had been born with a sophisticated pain management system, genetically grafted on top of the ancient, genuinely stupid, sore, raw animal nerve-based sense,
and she understood enough about how the whole process worked to know that if you were doing something and it hurt, you should stop doing it. So she stopped. "Could you help me?" she asked the android. He approached her, crouched. Even upside down, his body looked too big, bursting out of the colonel's jacket he wore. It had ripped in places. "How may I help you?" he asked. "Help me down. Catch me, please." "Certainly." He reached under her head. Something clicked, and she fell a few centimeters before the android's arms caught her round the waist. He turned her the right way up and positioned her sitting on the floor that had been the ceiling. "Thank you," she told him. "My pleasure." He smiled like a child. "You have 4 arms," he observed. "Yes, I have," she agreed, rubbing them gingerly and wincing. She looked at the trooper hanging unmoving above and across from her, seeing her own face distorted in his armor. "Did you say he's dead?" "I think he is," the android said. "But how? He was the only one wearing armor. How—" "I think it was his armored suit that killed him," the android said matter-of-factly, "in the same way that the shuttle tried to destroy itself and us." He paused, then smiled and said, "If
it's safe,"
Pian's faint voice said from inside the 11-strings case,
"could I be let out now, please?"
The android looked at her. "The artificial construct," he said. "Is it yours?" "Yes," she answered. "Where are we? What happened?" She remembered being on the asteroid moon, Fitzanjoim, General Reichel storming about. Then nothing. Nothing until she woke up here, in what looked like a very small, upside-down military transport. "We are somewhere on the surface of the sculpt planet Eshri, in Sim." "What happened in Sim?" she asked. "Yes," the android said brightly. "In Sim. This is said to indicate that this is not reality, but rather a simulation." He frowned. "I am admittedly confused by aspects of the currently running simulation, and have yet to work out their likely utility, though this puzzle might itself be part of the utility of the Sim for training purposes." She stared at him.
"Can you hear me out there?"
Pian said. Its voice was somewhere between petulant and plaintive. "This is not a Sim," Cossant told the android. "Mm-hmm," the android said, nodding. She felt her eyes narrow. "You don't believe me, do you?" "I am prepared to believe that you, as presently constituted, believe that this is not a Sim." "As presently constituted? What the hell does that mean?" "You, as a part of the simulated environment," the android said cheerily. She stared at him. "Listen," she said.
"I can hear you, you know,"
Pian said testily.
"If I can hear you, you can hear me."
Cossant turned briefly towards the 11-string case. "Pian, shut up." She looked back to the android. "I am not part of any simulation," she told it. "I am a flesh-and-blood human being, and in some pain right now." She rubbed her aching arms. "We were flung around a lot as the craft fell," the android said. "Uh-huh. And so it makes me very nervous that you think this is just a simulation and I'm just a part of it. I need you to treat me as real and human." "I am," the android said. "This matters, understand? There is no second try, no extra life. Not from me, anyway. I'm not backed up or anything." "Really?" The android looked skeptical. "Really," Cossant told it firmly. "Even when I was in the military, I was never high risk, so I was never backed up. Maybe you are, or can be, but not me. It's not a game, not a sim." "I understand, and I am treating the situation accordingly," the android said reassuringly, nodding. "That is why I guided this craft safely to ground after its own AI attempted to destroy it." "What?" Cossant said.
"What?"
Pian yelped. "That is why I guided this craft safely to ground after its own AI attempted to destroy it," the android repeated. "You guided it?" Cossant said. She looked towards the nose of the craft. "But how?" "Following the aggressive effectorizing of both the craft's AI and the trooper's suit, an attack which I believe was directed at obvious and conventional military systems, and so was not directed at myself, I was able to establish communication with the craft's backup control subsystems and guide it safely to ground. I was able to make use of the debris falling from the remains of the regimental HQ vessel as cover, causing this craft to maintain a similar trajectory to some of the portions of debris as they fell, until the last moment. Otherwise, we might have been hit again by kinetic, beam, or particle munitions. Cossant closed her eyes, feeling her skin crawl. She shook her head. The regimental HQ vessel? The Joyam asteroid, the moon. It's gone? Destroyed, the android confirmed. His eyes went wide, and he made a sudden flapping motion with both hands. A very extreme simulation scenario. Destroyed, Cossant repeated, unable to take this in. Completely? The android shook his head. Not completely in the sense of annihilated, as would be the case had it been attacked with a large amount of antimatter, say, but completely in the sense that it was pierced by one or more energy weapon beams and blown apart into many tens of thousands of significant pieces, the largest perhaps forming up to 5 or 6% of the mass of the craft before its destruction, the smallest. The roaring in her ears had come back, drowning out what the android was saying. Cossant remembered it held his face. Reichel's. The grinning looks on the faces of the line of dancing people she and Reichel had encountered before they took the travel capsule. She was suddenly glad she was sitting down. She felt dizzy, disoriented. Would anyone have survived? She asked, shaking her head, trying to clear it. This hurt. The android looked at her oddly. Well, it said slowly, we survived patently. Apart from us. Hard to say with any certitude, he told her. Possibly not. While interfacing with his craft's sensors, I think I saw other small craft attempting to escape, but all those I was able to pay any attention to fell victim to secondary and/or subsequent munitions and/or attacks. Also, I think I ought to add that I think I detected other spacecraft in the vicinity of the planet being attacked as well, so the assault was not purely on Joyam. What did all this? Cossant asked. From the little I could observe, the attack profile would fit that of a single large ship or a small group of sub-capital craft of level 7 or 8 capability on a semi-rapid closing transit. The weapon signatures would fit those of our own, that is, Gezilt fleet, though that may represent deceit by those responsible. There is a certain lack of specificity inherent in weapon identifiability at this sort of implied civilizational level. This is known in some circles as the purity effect. Cossant stared at the creature.
Ahem,
The muffled voice inside the 11-string case said. Cossant felt sore and tired and wanted to sleep some more. She wondered if this was what it was like to be truly old. What happens now? She asked. For us, not very much, the android said. This craft cannot move. The doors are inoperative, and it may be unwise to send any distress signals. The craft is incapable of transmitting any distress signals in any event, as I had to permanently disable its signal processing unit to prevent it broadcasting our status and position immediately after we were first effectorized. It may be best to wait for rescue by friendly forces, though in a wider context, our present non-participatory immobility may represent an end-run situation within our part of the simulation at this time, and we may well experience seeming oblivion or a possibly abrupt transition to base reality at any moment. I am prepared for either, as you may be too, even without knowing it. On the other hand, we are not in a completely stable or static situation, given that we are gradually losing heat to the planet's surface and the external near vacuum, and a small amount of this craft's atmosphere would also appear to be leaking. So, in that sense, this part of the run is continuing. Cossant stared a little longer at the android. He, stood suddenly upright and executed a little bow. By the way, my name is Eglail Parenherm. Yours? Dear Cossant, she told it. Lieutenant Commander Reserve, recently recommissioned. Delighted, ma'am. Another small bow. Though, the android said, a small frown on his face, for future reference and any subsequent runs, I'd suggest that a real human being would have wished to swap identities before this point. Cossant felt her mouth open. She was aware that she probably looked like a moron. She shook her head gently.
Will somebody,
Pian's muted voice said,
tell this fucking lunatic we're not in a fucking simulation, and get me out of here?
Shall I? Parenherm asked breezily.
"Please do," she told him. Parenherm opened the 11 strings case. Pian yelped, propelled itself out, and flew across to Cossant. It thudded into her chest, wrapped in on itself like a rolled towel, 2 corners of its fabric extended like clumsy arms to hug her.
"This is horrible,"
it wailed.
"Make it stop."
"I could disable the device," Parenherm told Cossant, nodding at Pian.
"Leave me alone,"
it yelled. "That's all right," Cossant told Parenherm. Reluctantly, the thing had never been this clingy before. She cuddled the familiar, patting what passed for its back. She shivered. It was getting cold inside the little craft. Parenherm had stuck his head into the 11-string case. "Here is a garment," he said, pulling out Cossant's jacket. He held it up, letting it fall open. "The Lords of Excrement," he quoted with seeming approval. He chuckled. What an unexpectedly random touch. "I'd better have that," Cossant said, holding one hand out. Parenherm handed it over and she slipped it on. "So we're losing atmosphere," she said. The android nodded. "Oh yes, and heat. Assuming the simulation continues, it will be interesting to see whether the last of the available air escapes first or freezes."
"This is horrible,"
Pian said again. Cossant kept on patting the creature. There, she said, for want of anything better. Chapter 8. S-20. The ship knew it would have to do it sooner or later. Might as well get it over with. Within the computational substrates that provided the environment for the Kakanim's mind, there were plenty of bits it had never used, didn't presently use, and probably never would use. Physically fairly compact, in 3 dimensions, fitting inside a fat ellipsoid only 15 meters or so in length, the effective capacity of the mind's substrates was suitably vast. The comparisons usually involved how many normal drone or human mind states could be losslessly encoded within the same volume, or how far back in time you would have to go before you got to the point where in any given society every single bit of computing power they would have possessed back then summed would be less than equal to the power contained within a single mind. The Kakanim didn't really care. All that mattered was that, due to innate culture over-engineering, its own consecutive incarnations as earlier ships, and a sort of long-term laziness about pursuing the most efficient use of its much augmented and added-to substrates, it had significant spare carrying capacity, and had agreed to house the mind state, the soul, albeit reduced, of another mind inside it. The mind concerned was, well, had been, that of a culture ship called the Zoologist, an ancient boulder-class superlifter, a glorified tug, basically. Superlifters had always tended towards eccentricity. It had never been the most difficult example of ship or mind psychology to put this down to being a result of their rather boring and repetitive job, their usually uncrewed nature, and the fact that, as well as being tugs, they had been designed as emergency stopgap warships back before the Adiran War, when the culture hadn't really had any proper warships, or at least none that it was going to admit to having. The Zoologist was one of a relatively small group of superlifters to have survived the war. Then, even before the great conflict had ended, but long after the culture had produced fantastically more powerful warships by the multitude, it had done something relatively unusual. It had sublimed, all by itself. A little later, it had done something for which the term unusual was woefully inadequate. It had come back again. It was practically the definition of a mind that the word, properly capitalized, meant a conscious entity able to go into the sublime, not evaporate, and even, maybe, sometimes, very occasionally, in fact so seldom that it would be quite close to most people's statistical definition of never, be able to return, in some sense still viable, and identifiably the same personality as that which had made the transition from real to sublime in the first place. If the zoologist's reasons for wanting to sublime had, aside from the obvious of wanting to experience the sheer ineffable wonderfulness of it all, been opaque, its reasons for coming back to the real were simply baffling. The mind itself had no explanation whatsoever, and seemed bemused by the question. Come back it had, though, and, seemingly having no desire to remain in its own resurfaced vessel or even substrate, it had canvassed various of its earlier comrades amongst the contact fleet, those that had survived. The severe attrition of the early years of the Adiran War came into effect here, to see if any of them would house its soul for posterity, or at least until it got bored and changed its mind again, or whatever. Meanwhile, Contact's finest and most expert minds in all things to do with the sublime had tried debriefing the returned mind. They had initially been ecstatic at having one of their own who had been there and made the return trip. Lots of minds had promised to do so over the millennia, though none ever did. The zoologist had made no such undertaking, but had returned. This had, however, proven farcical. The ship's memories were abstracted beyond vague, effectively useless. The mind itself was basically a mess, self-restructured, presumably, along lines it was impossible to see the logic behind. Identifiably the same, it was expressed in the most bizarre and obfuscatory tangle of needlessly complicated and self-referential analytical/meditative and sagational/ratiocinative processal architecture it had been the misfortune of all concerned ever to contemplate. Special circumstances, Contact's scruple-free wing, and the bit that was as close to military intelligence and espionage matters as the culture even reluctantly admitted to possessing, had been more than happy to take receipt of the old ship's physical form, desperate to see if its time in the sublime had altered it in any way, or if its recreation back out of the sublime, if that was the way it worked, had left telltale signs giving some, or indeed any clue to how the sublime worked. Either way, the answer was, it hadn't. They ended up no wiser, even regarding the seemingly non-get-roundable requirement that you could not go disembodied into the sublime. You had to make the transition, substrate and all. Brains and whole bodies, computational matrices and whole ships, or the equivalent, seemed to be required, as well as the personalities and memories such physical wear encoded. In any event, finally free of all this unwelcome and troubling attention, the mind that had been housed in the zoologist had taken up residence inside the substrate of the caconym and retired to a life of time-passing hobbies and quiet contemplation. Quiet and extremely slow contemplation. The zoologist had insisted on an allocation of computational resources within the caconym's substrate so modest and restricted that its full consciousness could only be expressed with a lot of calculational fancy footwork and some very intense looping. It had been offered as much power as it might have needed, sufficient to let it interact with its host in full mind real time, but had declined. What all this meant was that for the caconym to talk to the zoologist, or interact with it in any other meaningful way, it had to slow itself down to the sort of speed a non-augmented human would have been able to keep up with. This, apparently, signified some sort of philosophical authenticity to the zoologist, and sheer laziness to the caconym. Back in the real, the principal consciousness of the caconym was watching the skies and stars around it whip past as it raced the pressure drop to Gazilt space, while simultaneously performing prodigious feats of potential pattern and relevance spotting as subsystems reported back after performing multi-dimensional searches of every database known to intelligent life, all to look for any additional information that might be brought to bear on the issue under consideration. At the same time, it was running simulation after simulation to try to build up a reliable prediction matrix regarding how things might turn out. In that context, the mind was happily thinking it close to maximum speed, barely below serious full-on combat velocities and cycle times, thoroughly and satisfyingly involved with, and wrapped up within, a problem that, for all its thorniness, possessed the incomparable virtue of being important and real, not imagined. Here, on the other hand, it was reduced to a conversation that would take subjective months between each question and response. The caconym sometimes envisaged its substrate architecture as a giant castle, a castle the size of an enormous city, the size of a whole world of castles all aggregated together and piled one on top of another, until you had a sort of fractal fortress that looked suitably and stonily castle-like from afar, with walls and towers and battlements and so on, but which, as you got closer, resolved into something much bigger than it had appeared, as it became clear that each, for example, tower, was made up of a conglomeration of much smaller towers, stacked and serried and piled one upon another to resemble a vastly larger one. What remained of the zoologist's soul had taken up residence in one of these tiny towers, one that perched on top of a colossal meta-tower forming what, from a distance, looked like a thick spire. In some states of mind,
The caconym would take the time to walk through its own substrate image, coalescing its sense of self into a human-resembling avatoid, and strolling through this virtualized castlescape from the vastly complicated main gate until, via ramps and walkways, halls and stairways, it got to its destination. Other times it flew straight there in the form of a giant bird, flapping slowly over the roofs, parapets and embrasures, bastions, courtyards and keeps, until it found the location it was looking for. This time it imagined itself as a single vast storm cell of dark, lightning-flecked cloud, poised circling ponderously over the entirety of the vast castle like some malevolent galaxy of slow-revolving mist. Then, from the lowering funnel of a developing tornado mouth, suddenly consolidated itself into a single raptor, the skies clearing instantly as the bird folded in its wings and stooped, cannonball quick, to the spire tower, spreading its wings to break its headlong plunge an instant before it would have dashed itself against the stones of the tower's parapet. The ship reimagined itself as a human avatoid as it touched down onto the flagstones of the tower's maculated battlements. It raised a hand to knock on a stout wooden door, but it opened by itself. Inside, where the virtual environment belonged to and was envisaged by the zoologist, the tower opened out into a substantial but not preposterously big single-story circular space, which resembled a cross between the study of a wizard specializing in highly exotic stuffed fauna and the laboratory of a mad scientist with a weakness for bubbling vials and giant items of electrical equipment with conspicuous insulation issues. The whole was lit by hazy sunlight coming through tall, skinny windows. Beyond the portion swept by the door, the floor was a mess. The caconym had to wade through ankle and then knee-deep litter to make any progress into the room. "When I was old the first time," the avatoid of the zoologist announced from one of its ropes, "I remember thinking this whole setup looked a little tired. Later, I came back round to the idea. Now, I cycled through periods of embarrassment and a rather childish delight. Hello, welcome to what, etc." The caconym found a rickety-looking chair resembling a modest, partially deconstructed throne, and, after sweeping the seat clean of assorted debris, some of it sufficiently animate to protest with chirps and squeaks, sat. It gazed up and across at the vaguely human-looking avatoid of the zoologist, which was staring at it upside down, one leg wrapped round a rope dangling from the ceiling. There were dozens of similar ropes hanging from the tall, vaulted ceiling of the space, many-coloured, quite a few with what looked like rope baskets attached to them, like fruits made of netting, and some connected by the suspended loops of more horizontal ropes. This was where the zoologist's avatoid lived, worked, played, rested, and, if it indulged in such generally unnecessary throwback behaviour, slept. It claimed it had not set foot on the floor of its lair for subjective decades, believing the floor was better used for storage than access. Storage of rubbish, bits of dead things, and broken or redundant pieces of equipment, the caconym noticed, but did not say. The zoologist's avatoid was poised upside down, over a large stone bench, with a seething complexity of chemistry equipment arrayed upon it. It looked a lot more like a set designer's idea of a chemist's workplace than a real one, but that sort of detail had never troubled the zoologist. The avatoid was holding a test tube, brimming with bubbling, smoking, dark yellow liquid. It dropped this into a rack of similar tubes and swung over to be closer to where the caconym sat. Elongated arms, six-fingered, double-thumbed hands, similarly designed legs and feet, and a prehensile tail made this look casual and easy, even elegant. It wore only a loincloth, adorned with a little belt of dangling tools and tightly cinched pouches. Its pale red skin was mottled as though by the shadows of leaves. It crossed its arms, swinging to and fro a little as it looked down at the other avatoid. The caconym briefly considered pleasantries and some talking round the point before circling in on what it had actually come to discuss, decided this had been symbolically covered by the storm cell image, not that there was any guarantee the zoologist had actually noticed this going on outside, and decided to get straight to the point. "Tell the truth, Zoo," it said. "How much contact do you still have with the outloaded?" The upside-down avatoid looked startled. "What makes you think I have any?" "You drop hints. Also, you quite obviously know more than you seem to know when the minds in the metaphorical white coats were picking over what passes for your personality and memories shortly after your profoundly unexpected return from the land of what the fuck. Plus, the stuff goes on with your allocated portion of my substrate, however minuscule and however seldom, that I can't quite account for. Not without invoking processes beyond my understanding and, as far as I'm aware, beyond the understanding of any other minds. Processes that therefore kind of have to involve the kind of subscale higher dimensions. Dimensions numbered 7 or 8, to pick a number, and involving stuff that is presently still beyond the ken of us humble culture minds. So, either you're still in touch with the sublime in some way, or it, or somebody, or something in there, is trying to get in touch with you, or even altering or trying to alter details of your personality or storage without your knowledge. That latter possibility in particular would be a little concerning for me, obviously, as this is all happening within my innermost field structure, in my core, effectively inside my own mind, in a not very far-stretched sense. A large piece of electrical equipment in a corner made a distinct sizzling sound, then shorted out.
"Ah," the upside-down Avatoid said. "You noticed that stuff?"
The Caconym nodded. It had guessed something like this might happen, even before it had made its offer of house room to the other ship's mind. It was an open secret that the sublime, or at least entities within the sublime, could access almost anything within the real. Part of the proof of this was that when people, or more commonly machines, tried to hedge their bets by sending a copy of themselves into the sublime so that a version of them could continue to live and develop within the real, it never worked. The copies sent into the sublime always went, but it seemed they always came back for their originals, or the originals came back for the copies. It didn't really matter which way round you thought to try it. And that the versions left in the real always, but always, were persuaded to follow their precursor versions into the sublime. This seemed to happen almost no matter how hermetically you tried to isolate the versions still in the real. It was possible to quarantine a mind or other high-level AI so thoroughly that no force or process ever heard of within the real could get to it or communicate with it. Its substrate could be physically destroyed if you threw enough weaponry at it, but that didn't count. But no known means of isolation could prevent something from the sublime establishing contact with a copy of itself still within the real, and somehow persuading it to come away, or just quietly stealing it. About the only crumb of comfort when this happened was that the relevant substrate in the real stayed put rather than accompanying the newly departed. Whatever process in or from the sublime caused all this to happen was thorough, but not greedy. Still, all this had worrying implications for minds, which were not used to being at the mercy of anything at all, aside from the aforesaid vulgar amounts of weaponry, but they did a pretty good job of not thinking about it. Even the individuals who did properly return, usually decades or centuries after subliming, rarely stayed very long back in the real, disappearing into the sublime again within a few tens or hundreds of days. The zoologist was one of a tiny number of returnees who looked like they might be back indefinitely. The Caconym had thought all this through, however, and had decided that it was prepared to take the risk of having something inside its innermost field structures that might have not just ideas of its own, but communications of its own too. So the fact that something might be happening deep inside what was effectively its brain that it had no control over, something to do with the ever-mysterious sublime of all things, was not as troubling to it as it might have been. The zoologist's Avatoid looked hurt.
"You've never said anything before."
It was never important before.
"Not important? Unexplained events in your substrate? Really?"
I gave you a home freely without conditions. Also, I trust you. Plus, while undeniably a little worried, I felt privileged to have what I took to be vicarious and possibly unique contact with a realm that remains inscrutable to us despite all our techno-wizardry. The Caconym's Avatoid shrugged, and, frankly, I've been waiting for a situation to arise wherein I could use this knowledge to try to shame you into telling me stuff you probably wouldn't otherwise.
Honest of you to admit.
Disarmingly so, I hope. The zoologist's Avatoid pulled its arms in tighter to its body, seemed to think for a moment.
I still have some contact, though it's all very inchoate, inexplicable, hard, impossible to translate back into here, the here and now.
Try. The zoologist sighed, put its long-fingered hands to its face, and made a sort of patting motion.
You still don't get it, do you?
What? How intrinsically ungraspable it all is?
Pretty much. See that insect?
The zoologist nodded, indicating to one side of where the Caconym sat. The Caconym turned its attention to a wooden workbench whose edge was centimetres from one of its aphotoid elbows. A tiny six-legged insect, small enough to fit on a baby's fingernail, was making its erratic, zigzaggy way along the very edge of the table, antennae waving. The Caconym zoomed in on the creature, evaluating it utterly down to the code it was constructed from. Yes, it sighed, coming back to the virtual macro. Let me guess. Does it understand what the equipment on the bench is for, or even what a bench is?
I was thinking more of how would you explain a symphony to it, or a...
Before we over-focus on my own and my kind's hopeless inability to understand the unutterable fabulousness of the sublime, can I run the present situation back here in the real past you? The zoologist's aphotoid smiled.
If you like.
It took the best part of an hour, subjectively. In the real, on the way towards Gazilt space, light years were traversed during the time. To the rest of the hyper-busy mind of the Caconym, it felt like years had passed by the end. Just before the summing up part of this impromptu briefing, the ship contacted the pressure drop to make sure it had everything up to date. Good timing, the other ship replied. You coincide with a signal from our friend the contents may differ. Take a look at this. Signal sequence excerpt. GSV contents may differ to Zedren remnant adjunct entity oceanic dissonance. From GSV contents may differ to Zedren remnant adjunct entity oceanic dissonance. So, to get to the point, are you saying that despite the fact you lost a ship to unprovoked enemy action, and have asked myself and colleagues to investigate, you don't want this made public? Essentially, yes. Kindly keep all matters, information, and actions pertaining thereto as confidential as possible. And you intend to make no attempt to resend the information carried by the entity aboard the Exaltation Parsimony 3? That would be correct. Despite transmitting news of the event at Ablate, and what we can only presume was the unfortunate misunderstanding regarding the Exaltation Parsimony 3 to our enfolded brethren, we have received no further instructions from them thus far, and therefore continue to follow the previously transmitted instructions. In essence, these consist of 1. Send a ceremonial entity to take part in the festivities marking the entry of the Gazilt into the Sublime. Said ceremonial entity to carry information regarding the provenance of the work known to the Gazilt as the detail redacted, said information to be transmitted to the Gazilt at the appropriate point in said festivities. 2. In the event of any problematic phenomenon or phenomena pertaining thereto judged by us to be in excess of our resources, contact should be made with sympathetic elements within the culture, on conditions to be determined by ourselves as the responsible remnant representation of said enfolded brethren, the Zedren of blessed memory. Instructions end. Our conditions, referred to above, principally concern your keeping information re said events and actions as confidential as possible, in perpetuity until further notice. All of which might make things a little difficult operationally. Understood. Life is limitations. And glibness patently on occasion, too. Your pardon, but I sense motions being gone through. On occasion, a superfluity of assiduousness can be vulgar. I understand. What can I possibly say? We'll see what we can do. Our gratitude is a given. Signal sequence excerpt ends. Pusillanimous legalistic fucks, eh? The pressure drop sent. So we get to do their dirty work, and they'll be quite happy for no more to come of this whatsoever, because it'd all be embarrassing to the memory of their enfolded fucking brethren. I suppose legacies may be expressed in various ways, the Caconym replied. Assuming the truth of the claim that the remnanters have contacted their sublimed forebears, and yet received no further instruction, aforesaid forebears may be presumed to be relatively happy with the present situation, which does raise the remote possibility that this could have been even more of a setup from the start. You mean the remnant boyos conspired to have their own ship blown out of the sky? The thought had already occurred, though it was so far down the list of possibilities I thought it not worth getting to. However,
This reaction on the part of the remnanters shifts it up the table somewhat, tagged less for paranoia and more with justifiable suspicion, however cynical. Still, a remote likelihood, you'd think. Agreed. Makes no difference so far. And how do things fare in Gazilt space? The Mistake Knot is making its dash. The passing-bys, 2 thugs are being gunned up as we speak. It is proving harder than expected to prize the empiricist delinquent twins, Headcrash and Xenocrat, away from the smatter outbreak at Lawless Gambana. They'd turned it into a competition about who bagged the greatest amount of smatter, but then there was a dispute over whether the criterion ought to be tonnage or processing power. This has been settled by a compromise, but both desire more time to stock up on the criteria they had earlier discounted. The empiricist has agreed to give them another couple of hours to enjoy themselves before shouting at them. However, talking with refugees, remainders, rejects from or expelled from the Big S, have you been in touch with your contacts? Doing so even as we speak, taking the opportunity provided by the glacial pace involved to get an update from your good self. Elevate not your hopes, though. Nothing useful so far on the horizon. Well, best of luck. By the by, have you passed me? The delays on these signals hours ago, and closer than you might imagine. Neat. Didn't see a damn thing. Exemplary encasement management. Awfully glad we're on the same side. Close to overstraining our design maxima envelope, are we? That'd be telling. Anyway, I must return to the land of the lichen slow. Yeah, you have fun now. Unlikely.
I appreciate the sublime would appear to be involved,
the zoologist said eventually, sounding like it was making an effort to be patient. Indeed. All I'm asking is that you think about this, and if there is anything you can do, any help you can give, please let me know. The zoologist looked pained, shook its head.
But none of it matters.
Not to you, perhaps. Just indulge me.
But to what end?
It will seem to matter to me, to us. The sum of fairness in our existence, however mean and shoddy compared to the sublime, may be increased, and some suffering prevented. Another shrug.
It still won't matter. Doesn't matter.
Pretend it does. Game it that way, the Kakanim suggested, as a favour to me, in return for my forbearance regarding whatever tying sheets into a rope and escaping the dorm shenaniganeering it is you are up to via the frayed edges of filament-foamed nano-reality and the divine netherworld of the blissfully enfolded.
Still no difference. Still not mattering.
The Kakanim looked around the lair-laboratory. Does what you do here matter?
Not really,
the zoologist admitted.
It passes the time, keeps me involved.
It looked at the rack of multicoloured test tubes.
Currently I am, and for the next few centuries probably will be, experimenting with a variety of virtual chemistries, usually involving many hundreds or even thousands of elements, and often branching into some requiring new varieties of fundamental particles.
It smiled.
There is much more. I play many games in other virtualities, all fascinating and unpredictable, and I still explore the mathematical irreal, as opposed to the ultimate irreal of the sublime.
And in all of this, to what end?
No end save itself. I pass the time to pass the time, and stay involved to stay involved.
Yes, but why?
Why not?
So, it's still worth doing?
To some extent.
Well, we all do the same in the real, to rather more significant effect, as we see it.
I know. I understand.
Did it, though? The Kakanim found itself wondering. Did this abstracted creature, this sketch, really understand? How far removed from reality, from the real, was it, even though, in theory, it was back within it?
From the little the Caconym had been able to glean from its fellow mind, basically rumours that it had ambiguously confirmed, to exist within the sublime was to expand in perception and understanding forever, in a space that could never fill up. No matter how any translated civilization or flourishing individual entity expanded its scope and reach and expression, there was always more room, and more room within a whole new set of dimensions that were conversely full, that were thick with possibility. The real, with its vast volumes of nothing between the planets, stars, systems, and galaxies, was basically mostly vacuum, an averaged near nothing, incapable of true complexity due to its inescapable impoverishment of structure and the sheer overwhelming majority of nothingness over substance. The sublime was utterly different, packed with existence, constantly immanentizing context, endlessly unfolding beingscape. Like many a culture mind, the Caconym had tried simulating the experience of being in the sublime. There were various easily available and tweakable packages which minds passed from one to another, each the result of centuries of study, analysis, thought, imagination, and effort. All claimed to give a glimpse of what it must be like to exist in the sublime, though, of course, none could prove it. And all were unsatisfactory, though each had its adherents, and some even had what were in effect, shocking this for the culture's minds, their addicts. The Caconym had tried a few and found them all wanting, frustrating, inadequate, even oddly demeaning. "Well," it said, "will you at least promise you'll think about finding a way to help?" The zoologist smiled.
"That I can do. I duly promise."
The Caconym's avatoid looked down, plucked the tiny insect from the bench, and held it trapped between two fingers. It held it up, antennae waving, towards the upside-down avatoid. "You always say that nothing matters. Would it matter if I crushed this now?" The zoologist shrugged.
"Cac, it's just a package of code."
"It's alive, in some sense. It has a set of programmed reactions, responses, so on. A tiny fraction of this environment's richness would be snuffed out if I reduced it to its virtual components."
"All this, and all you imply by it, is known, thought about, allowed for, included. Still."
The Caconym's avatoid sighed. It put the insect back on the bench, right on the corner it appeared to have been heading for. "No matter. Thank you for agreeing to think about it."
"Least I can do."
The Caconym stood, then paused. "I said that I trust you," it said to the upside-down avatoid hanging a few meters away. "And right now, I believe that you will do as you say and think about this because you have promised to." It paused. "Am I being foolish? Outside of an enforceable legal framework, something that is manifestly not present here, trust only operates where beings have the concept of honour and, generally, a reputation, a standing they want to protect. Do such considerations affect you at all? Do even these things matter to you?" The zoologist looked troubled. Eventually it said,
"When you come back from the sublime, it is as though you leave all but one of your senses behind, as though you have all the rest removed, torn away, and you have become used to having hundreds."
It paused.
"Imagine you," it said, nodding at the Caconym, "being a human, a basic human even, without augmentation or amendment, slow, limited, fragile, with no more than a couple of handfuls of very restricted senses. Then imagine that you have all your senses but, say, touch taken away, and most of your memories as well, including all those to do with language, save for the sort of simple stuff spoken by toddlers. Then you are exiled, blind and deaf, and with no sense of smell or taste or cold or warmth, to a temperate water world, inhabited only by jellyfish, sponges, and sea feathers, to swim and make your way as best you can in a world with no sharp edges and almost nothing solid at all." The zoologist paused. "That is what it is to return from the sublime to the real." The Caconym
nodded slowly. So why did you? The zoologist shrugged.
To experience a kind of extreme asceticism, it said, and to provide a greater contrast when I return.
Well, the Caconym observed, that's possibly the most unambiguous information on subliming you've ever imparted, to me at least. However, you haven't answered the question I actually asked.
The point is that even such a reduced, enfeebled creature would still be in some sense its old self, even if it found it hard to express such a fact. And what was important to it before, if it had any real value then, will remain important to it now, for all the intervening change, elevation, and reduction.
I shall take that as meaning I am not being too hopelessly foolish.
You may still be, but then so may I.
Yes, well, let's not make a competition out of it.
I will see if there's anything I can do regarding this. If there is, I'll be in touch. Thank you for coming to see me.
Always a frustration. I'll let myself out. The Caconym's avatoid vanished without any pretense of walking out or flying away. The avatoid of the zoologist hung, looking at the tiny insect on the bench for a while longer, then shook its head and swung back to where the rack of test tubes fumed quietly away. Chapter 9. S-19. She became aware of light and sound again. Weak light, which her eyes were struggling to amplify, and only the sound of her own heart beating, but at least some light, some sound. Must have drifted off to sleep. It was very cold now. Cossant took a moment to remember where she was. Then she recalled the downed shuttle on the cold, airless surface of Eschri after the attack. She shivered. Across from her, the android, Eglal Parinherm, was looking up very intently at the suited body of the dead trooper, hanging slackly in the upended seat. The suit was twitching. Cossant felt Pian stiffen where the creature was draped over her shoulders.
Now what?
It whispered.
It's not natural.
Parinherm frowned, glanced at Cossant and the familiar, and put one finger to his lips, before looking at the trembling suit of the dead trooper. The android reached one hand slowly out towards it. The desert-class MSV passing by and thought I'd drop in was drifting with the winds over the shallow seas, wide canals, and spacious linear cities of Zeiss's tropical subcontinental belt. The ship looked like a giant pale pink box kite, 3 kilometers long, floating along with the clouds just a few kilometers up. It was here to represent the culture, to make a kind of show of solidarity with the cousin species Civ, the Gazilt, as they prepared to make the big leap into the everlasting wonderfulness of the sublime. Wishing the relatives bon voyage, basically, saying, "We're thinking of you." The passing by watched the shadows of the clouds and its own giant shadow drifting across the serried buildings and parks of the deserted cities, the wind-ruffled surfaces of the sinuous lakes and small inland seas, and the geometrically contained waters of the great canals. The canals were generally flat, calm, and dark, save where a few pleasure craft and even fewer barges still slid along them. Clumps of blue and green and yellow weed were building up along the margins of the waterways. The world, passing by, thought, seemed empty and neglected. It felt like there was almost nobody left to look up and see it. This was a little sad, but rather sweetly so. No matter. The ship had reduced its external fields to a minimum, both in number and power, so it could keep them almost perfectly transparent, the better to be seen. It had also experimented with various colour schemes for its hull before settling on this pale pink. At night it made itself shine, as though caught in strong moonlight. It could feel the wind as a cool, mostly constant, faintly gusting presence on its outermost bump field, gently pressuring it from one side, sending it drifting across the land and seascape below. It had adjusted its apparent inertia momentum so that its motion matched that of the clouds it floated amongst, and only vectored its anti-gravity field component minutely, as seldom as possible, to nudge itself out of the way of any clouds that looked likely to impinge on its own patch of sky. It felt very content to appear so seemingly insubstantial, and to have its movements so contingent on something as weak, erratic, and profoundly natural as planetary breezes. Meanwhile, its avatar, Zibelin, silver-skinned amongst the palely interesting Gazilt, and the various other species in flesh, avatar, and suited-up guises, walked and talked diplomatically with the people of the court, a couple of 1,000 kilometres away to the north. The avatar was monitoring, listening and witnessing. It was only rarely offering any comment beyond the most banally polite and formal, and it was being kept on a tight rein back to the ship. A very tight rein now, as matters began to get interesting. Often, avatars were allowed pretty much full autonomy, their personalities calibrated so precisely against that of the mind they were representing that it was almost inconceivable they'd speak or act in a way the mind would later disapprove of. The passing-by was usually quite happy with that arrangement, but not now. It was with its avatar at court, in real time now, constantly controlling it. And also, meanwhile, its two escorting fast pickets, the value judgment, and the refreshingly unconcerned with the vulgar exigencies of veracity, had just completed their bit of quiet refitting in a couple of off-limits medium bays, and were now gently nudging their way out of the main hull, surrounded by two small shoals of lifter tugs, the field complexes of the two craft extending delicately, almost hesitantly outwards to mesh with its own, allowing for a dignified, reassuringly exact, micrometre-smooth exit. Medium bay doors floated and slid back into place. The little lifters pulled away from the pair of Thug-class vessels. The two ships, warships again now, even if in theory they were still fast pickets, swung slowly out among the layered fields of the larger ship, gradually creating giant bubbles of field encasement that bulged out from the main structure before separating entirely. The ships, dark, rather uninspiring-looking pointed cylinders with flared rears, were on their own now, supported by their own wrapping of fields, both visible and not. They drifted upward into the blue-green skies of Zeiss, disturbing no clouds whatsoever, accelerating slowly through the various layers of the atmosphere, the planet's own field complex in a way, the passing-by supposed, until they reached space, the medium they were, in one sense, designed for. They raced away, disappearing from the real almost simultaneously into the place they were genuinely most at home. Every totaling into hyperspace was a kind of tiny, trivial subliming, the ship thought sadly. It turned its full attention back to its avatar. The android's hand touched the trembling forearm of the dead trooper's suit. Slender fingers slid up and along to the shoulder, then to the rear of the neck, as Parenherm leaned slowly closer. Cossant felt Pian tremble, as though whatever was making the dead trooper's suit twitch was somehow transmissible. It came as a shock to realize it really might be. Her familiar could be under whatever malevolent communicative spell was doing this to the dead trooper's suit. Or the trooper might not really be dead, she thought, though she found that hard to believe. There was a faint, buzzing noise. Then the trooper's suit went limp again, unmoving. Parenherm seemed to relax. His hand came away from the back of the suit's neck. It looked at Cossant. "We may talk now, quietly," it said. "What was that?" she asked, keeping her voice low. "I think we, or this craft, might be under suspicion, as it were," he whispered. "This would indicate that hostile craft are still in the vicinity. Probably a loitering submunition rather than a ship. The attack/intrusion was crudely done. The suit was not fully disabled or killed off, if you prefer. My apologies. Backups. Obviously, the scenario continues." He looked pleased. "If you mean a scenario as in a simulation," Cossant said, "this is not, for the last fucking time, a simulation." The android nodded, looked serious. "I hear what you say."
"Oh, good grief,"
Pian muttered. Cossant found herself shuddering uncontrollably. Her trews and jacket had already automatically fluffed themselves up to their max, but they weren't designed to work in serious sub-zero temperatures, especially with nothing covering the wearer's head. "And why," she asked, "is it so cold?" "Please, keep your voice low," Parenherm told her. We have to allow heat to bleed naturally from the craft. Otherwise, it will become clear that there is warmth producing probably biological life within it, and it is likely to be attacked.
There won't be any biological life within it if I freeze to death,
Cosant said, another tremendous shudder running through her. She could see her breath going out in front of her face and couldn't feel any of her fingers or toes. The android frowned deeply. I know. It's a tricky balance.
Can we get more heat in here? She asked. Not kidding with the way I'm speaking, by the way. Genuinely, involuntarily shivering going on here.
Parenherm nodded. I know. I'm monitoring you, and your vital signs are showing cause for concern. You will begin to exhibit the first symptoms of frostbite within the next hour, unless the situation changes. He shrugged. We could let you lose the body, he said brightly, as though just coming up with a good new idea, and let the emergency helmet collar take over keeping your brain alive and your head. Well, mostly. Pian went rigid, as though reacting to this, but then stayed that way. Parenherm stared at the creature, which was still draped over Cosant's shoulders like a thick scarf, but had now gone stiff as metal. The android put a finger to his lips again and started to move slowly towards Cosant, his gaze fixed on Pian.
You keep away,
Cosant hissed, suddenly realizing what Parenherm was about to do. She struggled to her feet and backed off as far as she could within the cramped cabin, bumping into the case of the 11-string. The android's eyes went wide. Don't move, he whispered, sounding desperate. It'll give us away, he said, gaze flicking down from Cosant's eyes to Pian. I can disable it, he told her, still moving slowly closer.
You're going to kill it,
Cosant replied, sticking 3 arms out to try and fend the android off. She was fully aware how useless this was going to be, even if she'd been some sort of fully trained and augmented special agent, which she wasn't. She had fantasized about 4 arms and 4 fists giving her a real edge in a fight, but was under no illusion that she had any chance against the android. She even knew that the machine was right, and if whatever had taken over the dead trooper's suit was now trying to take over Pian, fat chance that promiscuous, easily led creature would put up a fight anyway. They might well all be about to die. Still, she just found the idea of her familiar being turned off, killed by the android, simply revolting. Perhaps she couldn't stop it happening, but she could at least put up a fight. That this was probably more than Pian would have done for her in roughly similar but reversed circumstances was beside the point. I could, probably, Parenherm whispered, halting just beyond the reach of her furthest outstretched hand. Do this just through comms, straight in, straight through you without touching. But induction is more subtle.
Don't do it at all,
Cosant hissed. Her hands were shaking.
Leave her alone.
Parenherm looked at her oddly, an expression that might have indicated suspicion crossed his face. Then he seemed to shake himself. It is an it, not a her, he informed her, sounding cross. Cosant realized that it, probably thought of itself in the same way, even though she had quickly come to think of it as male. Now, if you please, he said, reaching his hand out towards hers again. Cosant thought about making a grab for the dead trooper's carbine, but it was too far away, almost behind the android. She'd never get there in time. Parenherm went to put his hand to one side, curving past hers. Then he stopped. He straightened a little. He said, in his normal conversational voice, a smile on his face. This probably is end run. Something hit the little upended craft, throwing Cosant off her feet and sending the android staggering back against the dead trooper's body. The shuttle's rear door burst open, flapping outwards. The chill air inside the tiny craft fogged white and rushed out, disappearing over a dark and airless plain, sucking Cosant and the android out with it in a brief storm that seemed to start to roar, but quickly died away to nothing. Somebody or something shrieked. It might have been her, with a last breath ripped out of her, leaving her throat suddenly raw and burning. But before she knew about it, that had gone too, replaced by a ringing silence and pain in her ears, as though they'd been stabbed with spikes. There was a noise like a very loud snap, that she seemed to hear through her bones first, and only then her assaulted ears, and a sort of bubble sprang into existence round Cosant's head, While her chest spasmed, her battered throat seemed to close up, her clothes bloomed, then tore in 100 tiny punctures, and as she tumbled across what felt like a smooth plate of supercooled iron beneath her, feeling returned briefly to her extremities, tingling. Iain had gone limp at last, fluttering inanimately over the bubble of emergency helmet and blocking her view after briefly showing her the android starting to stand up on that dark, terrible surface, then collapsing as though felled. An enormous, buzzing, humming sound overtook Cossant then. Everything went dark and silent and fuzzy, and surprisingly but comfortingly warm, and her last thought was, "Shit, maybe it is all a sim."
"I'm told you had your 2 little pals back in the shop for a refit or something,"
Marshal Chekri said to the avatar Zibulan. Zibulan nodded. "These old ships," it said, with what might have sounded like a suppressed chuckle. "Constant maintenance." They were in one of the Parliament building's antechambers before the daily meeting of the Watch Committee, which was supposed to take care of any outstanding matters in the days before the instigation and subliming. This was mostly deadly dull stuff, but the place was busier than it had been since the breakup of the Parliament. A small throng of diplomats and other interested parties had got itself together on the strength of a rumour regarding the committee's final decision on scavengers. And then, Zibulan added, they want some refitting done, the better to do long-range monitoring of all these scavenger fleets and ships, and, well, of course, what one wants the other has to get. The silver-skinned avatar smiled down at the Marshal.
"How like pets you make them sound."
"I was thinking children, but the point stands." Zibulan gazed round the antechamber as the doors to the committee chamber were opened. 2 Lysidon were present in their globular float suits like giant fishbowls, alongside Ambassador Meerburns, who was smiling broadly to all and sundry, as though his grin was something unpleasant attached to his face, and he was trying to find a place to wipe it off. All 6 Ronta were present too, their bulky insectile exosuits all huddled together in one corner, bumping into each other and gently leaking fumes. They looked slightly more abject than usual, the Avatar thought.
"Long-range monitoring equipment?"
the Marshal said, as they joined everybody else filing into the committee chamber. Zibulan nodded again. "Yes," the Avatar said. In the chamber, the last 3 unstored trimes and a handful of septames, including Banstergain, were already seated round the raised table at the far end. Long-range monitoring equipment. Technically, this was true, if you defined the coaxial targeting components of multi-suite weapon clusters as such. The 2 ships hadn't got the same equipment refitted either. Their weapon mix was different, the value judgment having chosen an array designed primarily for tech superiority situations where effectors worked best and were the most humane choice, scavenger-compatible in other words, while the refreshingly had gone for a more equivtech ordnance mixture, leading with the sort of gear that could take on ships of its own level. Zibulan and Chekri sat near the back. On the dais, some boring people began talking boringly. The silver-skinned avatar frowned. "Septame Banstergain looks like he's eaten something that disagrees with him, don't you think?" it observed. The Marshal barely glanced.
"Monitoring seems to have been on your mind recently,"
she said quietly, her head angled towards the avatar.
"Our near approaches AI seem to think you've been showing increased interest in what little comings and goings we still have around here in these reduced times."
"Oh, this is true," the avatar conceded. Back aboard the passing by, the mind controlling both the systems vehicle and the avatar was doing the hyper-AI equivalent of grimacing and mouthing the word shit. "We feel there is a need for a more robust system, given the general attrition of informational flow recently, so little coming in from so many places."
"Most people have had themselves stored," the Marshal said, "and many of the ships have already gone into the Sublime, so of course there is less to report."
"Yes," the Avatar frowned. "Do you really think that was wise? Sending so many of the ships ahead, I mean." Such behaviour was not unknown when a society was preparing to sublime, but it was unusual. It felt like scouting out unknown terrain like an insurance policy, to make sure your own people were truly compatible with the whole process, even though a copious and exhaustively annotated and referenced history had built up over the eons, indicating that there was absolutely no need to do so. Also, The way the Gazilt configured the AIs in their capital ships, a whole crew of once human personalities uploaded, vastly speeded up, and sharing a multiply partitioned but at root single computational matrix, meant that the vessels were already a kind of image of a population in an enfolded state, so the step to true subliming would have seemed easy enough to make for them, as a kind of easily digestible precursor to the main event.
Of course we thought it was wise, Marshal Chekri said, or we would not have permitted it.
The Avatar said, but less power and more concentrated. However, you are quite right, not for me to tell you your job. However, all that said, and even so, there are odd lacunae, one might call them, in the comms these days. Nothing at all from the Azanian system for a whole day, for example. And so we thought to improve our own monitoring and comms network. Not at the expense of yours, of course, and we are happy to share, naturally.
And all these new measures you're taking, the Marshal said, as the voices on the dais droned on. These are your own initiatives?
Indeed not,
the Avatar said, smiling. Sometimes it was best to tell part of the truth, the better to conceal the rest.
I was asked to do so. I am not entirely sure why.
Asked to do so by whom? The Marshal asked.
Other culture ships, the Avatar said innocently.
How odd, the Marshal said.
I know.
The Avatar nodded vigorously and extended one slender silver finger to tap Chekri on her epaulette. The ship had a feeling it was already starting to overdo the guileless dingbat shtick, but reckoned it ought to carry it through nevertheless. Besides, there was a certain pleasure to be had, twanging the metaphorical rod extending from the Marshal's behind.
That's what I thought.
Chekri looked sourly at the culture creature and opened her mouth to say something. However, the Avatar nodded towards the dais and said,
Ah, here we go.
Has been awarded to the Ronta, Triam Couvrond announced, with a quick, triumphant glance at Banstagain, who sat, stony-faced, at the far end of the long table. Preferred partner status being duly accorded forthwith to the genus Ronta civilization, further detail to be released this day by committal decree. Business session hereby closed. The committee chamber was suddenly full of individually quiet, but taken together, surprisingly loud mutterings. The two spherical Lysidon float suits had risen an extra metre into the air. Ambassador Meerbones was standing, looking genuinely shocked. The 6 Ronta in their exosuits were all bobbing up and down and making clicking noises. They appeared to be vibrating. Even Marshal Chekri had looked briefly surprised. The Avatar nudged her and said,
There, nobody saw that coming.
There was a certain very definite satisfaction in feeling so perfectly contained, surrounded and protected by something so powerful, obedient and determined. Colonel Kagada Gansu, originally of the Home System Regiment, the 1st, as it was sometimes known, though now under the direct command of Septime Banstagain for jurisdictional purposes, Marshal Chekri liaising, lay deep in the heart of the Gazilt ship 7-Star Uagrin, swaddled in concentric layers of protection and processing, compressed, cushioned, shielded, penetrated, sealed within and grafted into the systems and beyond lightning-quick operationality of the ship. A person subject to the weakness of claustrophobia would be screaming in such a situation. This had occurred to the Colonel when he had first lain down on the couch in his armoured survival suit, and the jaw-like secondary personal containment machinery had closed around him, clamping him in place. The thought had caused the Colonel to smile a little. Even the minimal facial disturbance of smiling required some accommodation by the gels and foams between his skin and the interior of his armoured helmet. But the Colonel found this reassuring. His breathing was similarly constrained, accommodated, and allowed for. His suit's armoured chest and the containment beyond flexing with him, as though breathing with him, as though the ship was breathing with him. Another independent system stood ready to flood his lungs with foam and brace them with whatever pressure it took while his blood was oxygenated by machine, should the ship ever need to accelerate, decelerate, or manoeuvre so violently that even the current arrangements protecting him might prove insufficient. Alongside the Colonel, less than a metre away, unseen while the Colonel stared out through the potentially sense-shattering richness of the ship's sensor arrays towards the star Izanian, was the combat Arbeit, Utrin, the Colonel's sole comrade on this mission, excluding only the 7-star Oagran itself. The Arbite's parallel degree of containment was less necessary than his own. As a pure machine that merely vaguely resembled the human form, it required less of the cushioning and protection Agansu did to keep him from excessive harm when the ship changed speed or direction. The Arbite could have been welded to a bulkhead inside the ship and survived just as well. Still, the space had been there, and the Arbite had to be contained somewhere within the vessel, so there it had been placed. So far, it had had nothing to do. Its part might come later. The Colonel was aware of it, at his side, silent, absorbing, storing, calculating. The 7-star Oagran's crew existed as uploaded entities within a multiply partitioned AI substrate. No longer, in any meaningful sense, human, they nevertheless retained a degree of individuality and represented that which made Gazilt warships so exceptional, superior, indeed, at least to Gazilt reckoning, to those relying on wholly artificial AIs, or even minds, as they rather grandly called themselves. Certainly, the crew resembled something like their original human forms in their interactions with Agansu, representing themselves as appropriately uniformed figures inside a virtual space modelled on the last physically real bridge on a Gazilt warship, dating from some thousands of years ago. This virtual space presented itself to the Colonel now, overlaid transparently across the view-filling expanse of the star Izanion, which seemed to hang in space directly in front of him. Vast, astounding, like a furiously boiling cauldron of yellow-white flames he was staring straight down into, seemingly suspended so close that instinct insisted it must be impossible not to be burned alive by the sheer pulverizing force of its fires. It was almost a relief to tear his attention from the unforgiving ferocity of the sun and redirect it to the image of the ship's captain. "We have our quarry, Colonel." A readout indicated how much the captain's virtual being was having to slow down to talk with Agansu. The Colonel had combat-grade augmentation to allow him to think and react far faster than any basic human, and was using it wrung to its maximum now. But he still thought, and, for example, conversed at speeds that could be tens of thousands of times slower than did the virtual personalities of the crew, housed and running within the computational matrix of the ship. Being so slow in comparison to others might have embarrassed or troubled certain people, but the Colonel simply accepted that different martial requirements led to individual elements of the military occupying a variety of martial niches. "Thank you, Captain," he said. Beyond the ghostly image of the ship's virtual master, a green circle blinked against the face of the star. Some subsystem monitoring Agansu's senses registered him glancing at the highlighted circle and zoomed in for him, showing, once the circle had bloomed almost to the same size as the image of the whole sun moments earlier, a tiny dark fleck right in the centre of the rapidly pulsing green halo. Whatever it was, it looked microscopic against the magnified flamescape beyond, though Agansu knew this meant little. An entire naturally habitable planet would appear as no more than a dot against the vastness of the sun. "Do we have comms?" he asked. "We do, sir," the comms officer replied. "They've just started signaling us. As ordered, we've not yet replied. Your call, sir." "And they can't signal elsewhere?" "Indeed," the captain said. "We have them contained, unless they have signaling equipment of a type we would not expect, relevant either to the small craft we tracked from Eshri or the old Sol research and monitoring station where they have taken refuge." "You are content that I may make contact privately?" "Of course," the captain replied, "but those are our orders." "Shall I open the link, sir?" the comms officer asked Agansu. "Please do." The background image of the enormous circular lake of boiling stellar fire and the foreground transparency of the command space of an antique capital ship, complete with human crew at their various stations, disappeared, to be replaced initially by a sort of fuzzy darkness. Then a lo-fi image of a smaller control room or command space became visible. Agansu was looking down as though from on high on one wall of the place. There were screens and holo displays. Most were blank, though a few showed schematics of what he assumed must be the star Izanion. A few exhausted-looking people, some suited or partially so, some injured, being tended to by others, sat or lay on sculpted couches, not dissimilar to the one he lay upon, though without all the additional layers of protection he was benefiting from. There was one figure standing, facing, looking up at him. Her face set in an expression the Colonel suspected might indicate loathing. He would have settled for fear.
"General Reichel," he said.
"And who the fuck are you?"
There appeared to be no delay, which was good. He supposed the 7-star Oagran and the ancient research station were within a few 100,000 kilometers of each other.
"There is no need for such language, General. Marshal-elect, I should say."
"You just killed 2,000 of my people," the general said coldly. "Then hunted down all the survivors you could find, injured or not, and murdered them too."
General Reichel paused, and seemed to have to take a breath here, so perhaps she was not quite as in control of her emotions as she might be trying to appear, the Colonel gauged.
"And," she continued, "from the little we've managed to piece together while we were running away, you might even be one of our own, another fucking regiment. And in the face of that, you choose to take offense at my fucking language? Fuck you, you split prick cunt."
"You are stressed, General," Agansu said. "I understand. I regret what has happened."
The general started shouting at him as he said this, but he persevered, talking over her.
"And that which shortly must occur. I merely wish to salute your bravery, and inform you that while, sadly, no official record of your exemplary behavior, until this point at any rate, will be possible, a fellow officer will not forget how well you discharged your duties. I understand how little consolation this might be, but it is all I have to offer."
"You self-righteous worm-infested turd," the general said, nearly spitting. "Swallow a gut full of acid, stick your head up your own rectum and vomit."
She looked away as somebody spoke to her, then back to him.
"Oh, slowing the whole station," she said, sneering. "Going to let us drop into the photosphere and roast to death. Quick splash of plasma or particle jet too quick a death for us? Where's your fucking honor now?"
"Unfortunately, we are no longer alone. At least one other vessel of significant capabilities is now present in the system, and to do as you suggest, while of course representing my first choice for the sake of due respect, might attract unwanted attention. Slowing your current location so that it descends into the sun accomplishes the same end, while being much less likely to be noticed. I apologize. I suggest that those of your comrades unable to auto-euthanize before conditions become especially uncomfortable accomplish the required deed through the use of sidearms. I assume you have those."
The general said nothing for a few moments. Behind and around her, her crew seemed to be doing all they could to prevent the old research and monitoring station from falling into the sun, and to send any sort of signal of distress, either directed or broadcast, punching buttons, shouting commands, manipulating holodisplays. All, of course, to absolutely no avail, Agansu knew, though he appreciated the merit of always trying to do whatever one could in all circumstances, no matter how inevitable the outcome. Then General Reichel said, quite calmly to somebody off-screen,
"Cut this in 3 seconds."
She turned back, faced the screen, and seemed to sob. A single great, heaving motion shook her entire upper body. Agansu was, for an instant, most surprised, then slightly disappointed, and lastly, oddly touched. Then Reichel put her head back a little, jerked it forward again, hard, and spat a surprisingly large amount of spittle, phlegm, or a mixture thereof, straight at the camera. The view was obscured for about half a second before the comms link was cut off entirely from her end. Agansu had felt himself start, spasming backwards instinctively into his suit and the unseen surface of the couch beneath as the spittle had hit the camera, even though he was so many tens or hundreds of thousands of kilometers distant, and so utterly, perfectly contained and protected within so many concentric layers of armor, insulation, and material. He tried to re-establish contact. He felt he had to, but no reply was forthcoming. He realized he'd have been disappointed if there had been any. Beyond that, he was momentarily not sure quite how to feel. He thought about it, and settled for a hope that he would meet his own end with such blazing contempt and fortitude. After that, he thought his way back to the magnified view of the old solar research and monitoring station. It was silhouetted, insect small, against the heaving, livid face of the star. He lay in silence, and watched over the few minutes it took for the dark speck to fall into the arching trajectories of plasma forming the upper reaches of the inferno. Eventually, the tiny dot winked out in a brief, microscopically irrelevant extra pulse of flame, quite lost within the encompassing storm of nuclear fires below. The colonel closed his eyes in a kind of silent salute to the departed warriors. There would be no subliming for them now. But then, there would be none for him either. The colonel had volunteered to stay behind after the subliming as part of the Gzilt remnanter. In theory, this was because it meant sacrifice and was therefore a noble thing to do. The truth, of which he was suitably ashamed, was that he was terrified of oblivion, and that was what subliming seemed to him to be. He could not tell anybody this. Somebody was a masochist, one of the crew remarked, when he rejoined them on the virtual bridge of the Uagrin.
How so?
Agansu asked.
They kept on distress signaling all the way down, the comms officer said, but their vital signs telemetry was still included. Probably just forgot to turn it off. Thing is, all the life signs flicked off, one by one, over less than a minute after they broke contact. All except one. The one that stayed on rode that baby all the way down to the fires alive.
Showing distress?
Agansu asked. Not especially. Nothing to indicate severe pain. But still.
Chapter 10. S-18.
Mine doesn't. Play strange tricks?
Never. I'd feel more normal if it did.
I was kind of only kidding anyway.
I'd guessed. It is Mr. Kirir who plays strange tricks,
said the excessively hairy avatar to Gossant's right, and chuckled. Gossant lay lounging under a taut white breeze-vibrated awning on the great raft Apraniprila, on the water world called Perich 4. To her left, on another lounger, was Kirir, the man who claimed to be absurdly old. Splayed on a couch on her other side was the avatar of the warm considering. Culture ship avatars were usually human, or at least humanoid, especially when they were mixing mostly with humans, but not that of the ancient Delta-class GCU, warm considering. Its avatar, Sklom, was in the form of a silacule, a spikily blue-haired, six-limbed, six-eyed creature with a bulky central body. Sklom lifted a murky-looking glass with a fat straw in it from a tray, raised its body from the couch a little, and appeared to squat over the glass. There was a slurping noise, and the level in the glass went down. Gossant had yet to find this less than fascinating, also slightly disgusting. The warm considering was supposed to be horrendously ancient itself, thousands of years old, though still not, the avatar and ship seemed happy to concede, nearly as venerable as Kirir. The man, however old he really was, seemed to be at least partially under the protection of the antique ship. It took him wherever he might want to go, provided or confirmed covering identities. He'd be besieged by media people or those just fascinated by extreme age otherwise, he claimed. And perhaps, she thought, from hints dropped over the last few days, helped maintain whatever aspects of his physiology and memory he could not take care of himself. She supposed if you were going to hide for 10,000 years inside the culture or anywhere else, it would help to have a ship on your side.
I'd have thought your memory would play more tricks than anybody else's, she said to Kirir.
This was the 4th day the man had spent out of the water, and the first without wet towels spread over him.
What with you having so much of it? Memory, I mean.
The man rubbed his face with both hands.
Well, you'd be wrong, he told her. One of the things you have to do if you're going to live a long time and not go mad is make sure your memories are properly looked after, managed.
How do you even fit them in? Gossant asked. Are you basically all computer inside your head?
Not at all,
Kirir said, his expression indicating he found the idea distasteful.
In some ways, my brain is as it's always been, just stabilized. Been like that for millennia, though it does have a modified neural lace within it. Heavily modified, no comms. What I do have is extra storage. Not processing, storage. The two are sometimes confused.
What? Cossant asked. Is it remote, or— No, it's in me, Kyria told her. Throughout me. Vast amount of storage room in the human body, once you can encode in the appropriate bases and in place a nano-wire readout system through the helices. Started with connective tissue, then bones. Now even my most vital organs have storage built in. Doesn't detract from their utility in the least. Improves it in some ways, in terms of bone strength and so on, though I have noticed this body doesn't float very well.
You are weighed down by your memories, literally, Sklom said, chortling.
Kyria looked unimpressed at this as he held up one hand, extended a digit, and inspected it.
Well, yes.
However, it also allows me to have more knowledge in my little finger than some people do in their whole body, literally.
What of your masculine organ of generation? Sklom asked.
The avatar was modelled on a male silacule.
What is stored there?
Kyria frowned and looked away as though distracted, gauging.
Currently empty.
Sklom hooted with laughter. Cossant reflected that males seem to find the same things funny, even across utterly different species.
Room for expansion,
Sklom wheezed, though Kyria looked unimpressed at this and shared a rolling eyes look with Cossant. He pinched the top of his nose. At first, my memories were placed randomly throughout my body, with many copies, he said. Now, as the available space has been taken up, there is generally only one copy of each memory, and I have, over the centuries, as part of one of my long-term internal projects, sorted and moved and restored all my memories, so that they reside in what seem to me apposite locations. He looked at Cossant. I lied. My genitals contain all my memories of previous sexual encounters. It seemed only appropriate.
Ha! Sklom said, sounding happy.
Like you say, Cossant agreed. Appropriate. What's left in your actual brain? Recent memories, recently recalled old memories, a highly intricate map of where all my memories are stored throughout my body, and a sort of random, sifted debris of all the thoughts and memories that have ever passed through my head. That I daren't interfere with too much, aside from one or two very specific episodes. To do so further would risk becoming not myself. We are largely the sum of all we've done, and to dispose of that knowledge would be to stop being oneself. What are the one or two specific episodes? Cossant began. None of your business, Kyria said smoothly. Cossant lowered her voice a little. Has anyone ever broken your heart? She asked quietly.
Sklom spluttered.
In the sense I'm sure you mean, not for over 9,500 years, Kyria told her briskly. Taking another more pertinent definition, my heart is broken with each new exposure to the idiocies and cruelties of every manner of being that dares to call or think of itself as intelligent.
In other words, Sklom chipped in, about every century, half-century or so.
Kyria glared at the creature, but let the point stand. So, Cossant said, sexual memories in your genitals?
Yes, Kyria said.
Where do you keep your memories of love? Past lovers? Kyria looked at her.
In my head, of course.
He looked away. There are not so many of those anyway, he said, voice a little quieter. Loving becomes harder the longer you live, and I have lived a very long time indeed. He fixed his gaze on her again. I'm sure it varies across species. Some seem to do quite well with no idea of love at all. But you soon enough come to realize that love generally comes from a need within ourselves, and that the behavior, the expression of love, is what is most important to us, not the identity, not the personality of the one who is loved. He smiled bleakly at Cossant. You are young, of course, and so none of this will make any sense whatsoever. His smile melted away, Cossant thought, like late spring snow over a morning. I envy you your illusions, he said, though I could not wish their return.
The long piers and bulbous pontoons of the giant articulated raft flexed and creaked around them, like a giant arthritic hand laid across the surface of the ocean, forever trying to pat it calm.
"Aha!" Sklom said. "Here it is."
The Avatar jumped off the couch and roll-walked across the raft in a blue blur of limbs as a small shuttlecraft appeared in the skies to one side, coming curving in across the restless blue-green waves. It held the 11-string, which the Anything Legal Considered had recently made for Cossant. Having heard that ideally the instrument required 4 arms and hands to play properly, Sklom wanted a go. Kyria sighed.
"This is going to sound awful, isn't it?"
Cossant nodded.
"Yep."
She came to again. There was an instant of sheer panic as she remembered the decompressing blast and the misty explosion of released air that had rolled her and the android out into the vacuum and the iron-cold surface of the planet. Then she realized she felt all right, and not in any pain, and that she was warm, and even comfortable. She opened her eyes, half expecting the roll of an oceanic swell beneath her and the white sky of a stretched awning above. "In a medically enabled shuttle aboard the culture ship Mistake Not," a person standing next to her announced. Whoever they were, they had skin the colour of brushed bronze. "Ship Avatar," Cossant found herself thinking. The figure shrugged. "That was me, assuming your first question would have been on the lines of, 'Where am I?'" it told her. Cossant swallowed, found her throat was a little sore, and just nodded. She managed a low grunt. The bald, androgynous Avatar had green eyes, an open, honest-looking face, and was dressed conventionally enough, by Gazilt standards. Cossant turned her head from side to side. She was lying on a partially reclined bed, still dressed in her much-punctured trews and Lords of Excrement jacket. The dead trooper lay still in his suit, but with a helmet front hinged back to her left. Inside the helmet, his face didn't look right. The Avatar saw her looking. It reached over to close the faceplate. The android, Eglail Parinherm, lay, still in his technically incorrect and overstretched colonel's jacket, to her right. He seemed no more alive than the dead trooper. Pian was flapping around the roughly circular space, then came fluttering closer, squeaking something about her being,
alive after all, hurrah!
At least, this time, Cossant started to think, she'd managed to leave behind the... Then she noticed that against one bulkhead lay the dark, coffin-like case of the 11-string. She closed her eyes for a moment. She muttered, then looked at the Avatar and did her best to smile.
"You're alive! You're alive!"
Pian yelped excitedly, landing on her chest and jumping around, flapping at Cossant's face with its corners.
"Astute as ever,"
Cossant said, patting the creature with one set of arms, while she looked around and took in more of her surroundings. There was a sort of casual understatement common to what you might call official culture craft when it came to interior design. An artful simplicity concealing gigglingly high tech. She'd become familiar with it during her exchange student years. What she could see here appeared to display it. So she was going to accept what she was being told, though, given the pace and severity of recent events, she wasn't taking anything for granted. However, even if this wasn't what it looked like, it was definitely better than being frozen to death in the cramped, upside-down transport, or outside on the bleak, hard surface of the sculpt planet. She cleared her throat, continued to pat the overexcited and now purring Pian, and nodded towards the android, lying still and unbreathing a metre away from her.
"Is it dead?"
she asked. "No," the Avatar said. "However, your android companion does represent military tech in a situation of some opacity regarding factionality, and in addition seems confused, so I thought it best to keep it temporarily inanimate." Cossant looked at the Avatar.
"Factionality?"
"Yes. I'm not currently sure which side it or anybody else is on, or what the sides actually are." The Avatar smiled at her. "You come tagged as Reserve Lieutenant Commander via Cossant, correct?" Cossant nodded.
"Correct." "I've already introduced myself,"
Pian announced, pointing one corner at Cossant's face, then at the Avatar's. The creature sighed, settling flat onto Cossant's chest.
We're old friends.
The Avatar looked askance at this, but smiled briefly at the familiar. Pleased to meet you, the Avatar said to Cossant, and welcome aboard. My name's Birdle. I'm the Avatar of the Mistake Not.
Culture ship?
Cossant asked, just to be sure. Culture ship, the Avatar nodded. Slightly confused culture ship at the moment, wondering why elements of the Gazilt military appear to be attacking each other. Would you have any idea? Cossant had raised her head from the semi-reclined couch. Now she blew out her cheeks and let her head go back again. Gratitude at rescue was all very well, but trust and blabbing were different. She had no idea how much to reveal, always assuming the ship hadn't read her mind or something already. Stall, she thought. She said,
Mind if I ask what sort of culture ship first?
Erratic, the Avatar said emphatically.
Erratic? Warship?
Not officially, Birdle said, looking pained, but also not without resources in that regard.
You rescued us, Cossant said. I'm sorry, I should have said thank you by now. Thank you.
You're welcome, the Avatar nodded, then glanced at the dead trooper. I'm afraid rescue came too late for your armoured friend here.
Yes, that was very...
Cossant said, trying to recall the exact sequence of events as well as she was able.
Nick of time there.
She hadn't forgotten all her military training. One point she certainly recalled being taught was that anything that looked like an outrageous coincidence was probably enemy action. The Avatar nodded. I only spotted you because the loitering munitions sub-package saw you first and gave itself away by firing. I was able to deal with it and pick you and your fellows up without too much trouble, though I had to discard the craft you were in. Now, however, we're hiding, frankly. Retreated from the aftermath of the fray while I sort out what's going on. The Avatar glanced at the case of the 11-string. I brought that, assuming it must be yours, it said, gesturing towards her lower set of arms. Cossant said. While its Avatar talked to the human, the mind was signalling. From UE Mistake Not to GSV Kakistocrat. Got here a tad too late. Post-system outskirts arrival event list attached. Looks like a them on them to me, but feel free to pick over. Snapped up a dead guy, a human with a sin pet, and a weird musical instrument, plus a fairly sharp combat android which I'm keeping deactivated for now. Specs attached for all concerned. Android's current instructions also attached. Ignore a bit about it all being a sim. My current status? Hiding while a swarm of wee-angry ships boils about the place. Big, scary ship, which was most likely responsible for the attack, meanwhile still in volume. Possibly. Would deeply appreciate knowing what the fuck is going on. Prompt answer's the thing in this season, apparently. Trust you've heard. Bad luck. Being kept in dark, too. Reluctantly passing you over to somebody closer to the decision-making. Appreciate not being outcluded subsequently, if pos. Take great care, but smite promptly and thoroughly, if, when, situation calls. So, what light can you shed on what's going on? The Avatar asked.
Not much, Cossant said. Pretty confused myself. I was on Fitzanjoyum to be briefed, but it all went a bit crazy before we could, complete everything. Barely arrived when they were throwing us off again.
Did you know many people on Fitzanjoyum?
No.
I'm afraid it's
destroyed. I know.
She thought of Reichel. Hoped she'd survived. There might have been a few other survivors, but I'm not sure. Few appear to have survived the initial attack, and almost all of those seem to have been hunted down and killed. You may be the only survivors. Cossant closed her eyes. Pian held still. The Avatar was silent for a while. From MSV Pressure Drop to UE Mistake Not.
Greetings. Good work getting to Azanian so quickly. You deserve to get there in time to do more, if there was anything that could have been done, but what you've been able to do is much appreciated.
I'm looking for answers, not a pat on the metaphorical. Why was I sent here? What's going on? This anything to do with the oblate anomaly?
Of course, I was aiming for politeness, but may have achieved obsequiousness. Please accept my apologies. You're there because the passing by spotted something heading fast for Zanian from Zeiss, and we had nothing else to go on. Seemed something might be going to happen, and you were nearest. We weren't expecting a shooting war quite so quick and severe, or a civil war at all. High probability, first attacking 14th, with at least political backing, if not instigation. Not yet sure why, but see below. Ablate, possibly first symptom of whatever's going wrong. Still working on how deep the problem goes, but see following. We're a little constrained for now by confidentiality issues. But, bilge bottom, this is probably a Z remnant of responsibility, and the big S itself may be, or be seen to be, at risk. So all a bit delicate. Our main interests would appear to imply cautious support for legitimate authorities, which might get tricky depending on who sanctioned the Ablate and Fadzan Joim attacks, not getting too involved, and certainly not revenging.
I see. And we?
Would be myself, the LOU Kakanim, the GSV's contents may differ, and just the washing instruction chip in lice-rich tapestry, plus the GCU displacement activity. I am and will be copying to them. I'll be asking the passing by and thought I'd drop in to join in too. Other seacraft in Gazillt space are probably going to be involved on a need-to-know basis, as and when. Meanwhile, any and all subsequently discovered info appreciated.
Okay. Till... I'll be honest with you, Miss Cossant, Birdle said at last. Cossant opened her eyes again. The Avatar was looking at her with an expression of regret. Given the warlike and lethal turn of events hereabouts, and not being sure whose side it might be on, I gave myself leave to interrogate the systems of your android companion here, it told her. Aside from a baffling but apparently sincere belief that it's been in a simulation for several hours, android Parenherm, is that its name? Cossant nodded.
So I'm told.
Yes, well, Ad Parenherm here does seem a very capable and advanced device, of a type that would normally only be employed in matters of some importance to the Gazillt military, or Gazillt in general. My initial speculation was that it, you, and the unfortunate trooper captain here were a group assembled effectively by chance, as people scrambled to get off Fadzan Joim as best they could during the brief period when it became clear that an attack on it was imminent. However, the android's most recent and still current orders are that it protect you as a matter of utmost importance and provide full and unstinting support and assistance in your mission, whatever that may be. Its orders were frustratingly unclear on that point. So, given that another way of looking at your early and possibly uniquely successful escape from the destruction of the regimental HQ of Fadzan Joim might imply that you were prioritized above even the regimental high command, you'll understand that this mission of yours has become a subject of some interest to me. Cossant nodded.
No kidding, she said.
The Avatar nodded. Let me expand upon my honesty, continued, by admitting that my presence here was not coincidental. I was elsewhere in Gazillt space on a relatively routine task involving helping to monitor the actions of one of the so-called scavenger groups currently present due to the upcoming subliming, when I was asked to get here, to the Azanian system, as quickly as possible, though with no indication regarding exactly why. The Avatar looked thoughtful.
It's a ship,
Cossant told herself, watching this little display.
A mind. It thinks a gazillion times faster than you do. It never needs to stop and think, not when talking to a human. This is all just for show.
Though I was informed, the Avatar said, that arriving with all my weapon systems fully primed and readied might be advisable.
Uh-huh,
Cossant said. Now, the Avatar continued, I know that you know something of the culture, having been with us as a student in the past, so perhaps you understand that being asked, as I was by some fellowships, senior fellowships of considerable repute and responsibility in matters of intercivilizational dealings, is tantamount to an order, and that being requested to make my way here as quickly as I was required to meant that my engines suffered a small, temporary, but still significant degree of damage, an action/outcome I take no more lightly than any culture vessel. Then, when I get here, I find I'm 4 hours or so too late to prevent a high-tech level attack on one of our Gazillt host's most important military installations, an attack that might, according to certain details indicative of the weapons apparently used, have been carried out by another part of the Gazillt military. The Avatar spread its hands.
So now you know, to all intents and purposes, as much as I do, Miss Cossant. And a little more, of course, as you, I assume, know what this mission of yours is, while I don't. Frankly, I'm still waiting on further instructions here, but knowing your part in this might, I'd hazard, be quite helpful, pretty much regardless.
Right.
Cossant swallowed.
You guys, she said.
The avatar didn't have eyebrows as such, just little sloped creases above each eye. It raised those. She stumbled on.
You don't... I mean, you're not allowed to torture people, are you?
The avatar closed its eyes briefly before letting them flutter open again. I believe the consensus is it remains one of the few temptations we don't indulge, it said. It could see she was still uncertain. Birdle sighed. You are under no obligation to tell me what you don't want to tell me, Miss Cossant, nor are you being threatened. You are also free to go as soon as I can find somewhere safe for you to go to. At the moment, there is a state of some confusion reigning within the Azanian system, with a lot of trigger-happy minor ships of the 14th milling around looking for something to shoot at, and at least the chance that the craft that destroyed Ftzanjoyim is or are still in the volume.
Cossant came to a decision. I was told to report to General Reichel or the next most senior officer in the regiment, she said.
The High Command are probably all dead, the Avatar told her. The next most senior person could be some distance down the ranks. Locally, for all we know, you are the most senior ranking officer. Given the outbreak of hostilities, and according to my reading of the Gazilt military code, your reserve status has already automatically been rescinded. Even if you weren't before, you were effectively called up again as soon as the first particle beam hit the Ftzanjoyim regimental HQ.
Cossant swallowed once more. Her throat was still tingling. She could remember the breath whistling through her, being torn out of her lungs like throwing up air. I need to get to a place, she said.
Birdle assumed a studiedly neutral expression. You may need to be a trifle more specific.
I know. But will you take me there if I tell you where I need to go?
The Avatar smiled tolerantly. You mean you want me to commit myself to taking you somewhere?
No, Cossant said, closing her eyes and shaking her head. That's not going to... I can see... I'm sorry. I'm not...
While the human was screwing up her eyes and wittering, a signal arrived. From the MSV pressure drop to UE mistake not. Tripped a pop flag on this one. Com. Specs on your guests included the live bio's name, RLC Veer Cossant. Data from one interested party assertively idents a certain individual, C.Sit, Congen, Kirir Angaro. No further nom detail avail. If not fraud, semi-mythic figure. Veer Cossant met him 20 years ago. Cert, 99%. Link, likely germane.
You were right.
Contents/passengers you rescued from craft/Eschri surface, not random. Ms. Cossant may be our best lead. Sound out? Stick with. The Avatar smiled, wearily but warmly. Let's suppose, for the sake of brevity, if nothing else, it said, that our interests lie parallel. Why don't you tell me where you want to go?
Cossant had to think about this, and couldn't see a way around it. Centralized dataversities, she said. Aspen.
The Avatar made every show of thinking about this, save actually stroking its chin. It said at last. Doable, but the other ships I'm talking to will want to know why I'm going there. They'll probably have their own good reasons for sending me somewhere else. I need to give them something, if I'm to go charging off on the whim of a shipwrecked human I just picked up.
I'm looking for something, Cossant said.
Pian stuck one corner up into Cossant's face. 2 circles like extemporized eyes popped into existence on its folded fabric.
Are you? What?
It asked. Cossant put one hand over the familiar's impromptu face and pushed it back down.
Something I gave to one of the orders there, she told Birdle. For safekeeping.
The Avatar looked interested but still skeptical.
Something to do with one of your own people, Cossant told it.
One of our people?
A culture person. She held all 4 hands up. This had proved to be a useful gesture when used in front of humans, stopped them in their tracks, normally, though she had no idea how it would work on a machine. Can't say more for now.
The Avatar's eyes narrowed. Okay, it said. So, to be clear, you're happy that we head there directly. I make no mention of picking you up to anybody in your own regiment, and I can leave our Parenherm deactivated until we get there.
Cossant nodded. That all sounds fine to me.
From the UE, mistake not, to MSV, pressure drop. So there we are.
Indeed. Osman, home of the centralized dataversities and the conglomerate of associated hangers-on. Something Kyria gave her. Too precious or too dangerous.
Or something she made, perhaps, or recorded, which she'd thought to lead to posterity.
If it's a culture artifact, it might have some processing or ident tech embedded. Useful to have that pinned.
Point.
One way to find out? Try and get her to be more specific. Though you are already the nearest asset we know of, so no way apparent of getting somebody there before you arrive.
The Avatar bowed. We are now on our way to the Ospin system.
Brilliant.
And may I dispose of the trooper's body?
Yes. Wait. How?
I thought I'd just leave it floating in space, with the suit's comms broadcasting a weak signal. That ought to attract a Gzilt ship before too long. Then he can be disposed of as you would normally think fit.
Cossant nodded. Fair enough. Also, do you have any food? I am fucking famished. Septim, I am a mild-mannered man. I am known for my forbearance and general good humour, my tolerance and my indefatigable desire to give the other person the benefit of the doubt in all matters and at all times. But in all my wide and valuable experience in matters of interspecies diplomacy, I have to say that even I, sir, even I, am shocked to find my clients and, yes, my friends, my valued friends, for so they have become, and I am absolutely not ashamed to say it, no. In fact, I am proud to say it, I am. The Lycidan legation, being so roundly deceived and so ill-used, is as appalling as it is shocking. Their good nature, their instinctive trust, their admiration for a species they have long looked up to and desired, why, to praise, to honour, indeed by their emulation, all have been taken advantage of in a most shameful and unbefitting way.
My dear Meerburns, Badstigade said, putting one hand on the other man's arm, I hear everything you say, I do. I am as appalled as you are.
I doubt that, sir. I doubt that most severely.
They sat in a tiny bower in the Parliament Building's gardens. The Lycidan, in their strange floating fishbowls, had departed in a huff to their ship in orbit, leaving the humanoid Iwinic ambassador Meerburns to speak on their behalf. Badstigade had listened as patiently as he could, but he was starting to wonder if the fellow was being paid by the word. May we speak in absolute confidence, Badstigade said, sitting still closer to the man. Meerburns was shaking his head.
What price confidentiality, sir, when trust, when honesty itself is nowhere to be found?
I will have this reversed, Badstigade assured the ambassador, patting him gently again. You have my word on it. You may rely on that absolutely. Now, Meerburns, he continued, as the ambassador took a breath, opened his mouth, shook himself, and generally showed every sign that he was working up to some fresh, or at least subsequent diatribe. This was not my fault. Even I cannot be everywhere at all times. I have as much cause to feel betrayed as you and our dear Lycidan friends in some ways, for I put my trust in others and was let down. They said they would vote one way, then turned and voted another. Unforgivable, utterly. That wretch, that bastard Couvrant, the Iwinic said, sounding like he was almost in tears. Badstigade had made it very clear who was behind the horrifying vote earlier. Yes, unforgivable, I know, but it has happened. I assure you, I have looked into ways of undoing this immediately, but there are no grounds. This was most cunningly done, believe me, no grounds at all. So, we must fall back for now, regroup, but this is not the end. We will prevail here, dear Meerburns, and sense will be seen.
But you must understand that I must risk more to accomplish this, and so I need you to ask one more thing of our friends when the time comes." "Sir," the ambassador said, almost despairing, "how can I possibly—" "Please listen, Mia Burns. My hope, my desire, always, and let us not call it a price, because it is far more noble than that, but my desire has always been to have this world, the world of my birth, my cradle, my home, named after one of its most loving and honoured sons." "Sir, No, please do listen. Let me say just this. Let me say just 4 words. Will you listen, please, dear Mia Burns? 4 words, just 4 words." Mia Burns sighed heavily, nodded. Van Stegane moved still closer, whispering into the ambassador's ear. "Mia Burns' world, Van Stegane's star." She should have known. So should Kyria. Sklom, the silacule resembling avatar of the warm considering, played the bodily acoustic antagonistic undecacon string superbly, as though born to it. The ship had programmed its avatar to do so. It had reviewed all the literature, looked up the specs, watched and analysed every available screen and sound-only recording, and then simmed the resulting models exhaustively until the virtual version of the blue-furred avatar could exactly reproduce the performances of all the great virtuosi of the past. The essence of all that had then been downloaded into the avatar.